good evening. It's episode 251 of the longest running episodic, whatever it is, we don't know.
Not a clue.
The Burrell is there in the garage of knowledge. Eric is there, and he may have people with him. And hopefully those people with him will help him learn valuable life lessons. Because we're going to wait a couple of minutes. We're going to let some people chime in, Bobby. And then you and I, as men of peace, need to have a little discussion with Sanderson DeOr there on the bottom of the screen. Because some issues have been brought to my attention, Bobby. Some issues have come to light. There is an elephant in the room, and it shall be dealt with.
Wow.
Oh, I'm really worried and concerned about this.
Well, you should be. The issues are coming from a local source, someone that is nearby you.
Oh boy.
Yes.
Someone's been feeding the animals at the zoo.
I was informed that this was going to be an issue that was going to come up, and then I watched a video, and some startling, some horrifying things were mentioned. Although, to be honest, I can hardly act surprised.
Yeah.
We just knew it was a matter of time before finally some of Eric's supposed countrymen decided to point there in his general direction.
Oh.
Yeah.
Right.
This is what you get for pretending to be American.
Yeah, well.
They realize,
better.
he's a fake. As a fake American, as a fake patriot. Yeah, listen, everybody knows. Everybody knows the things that Eric hates, in order, are America, the soldiers, and freedom. Occasionally he'll swap them out, but he hates all these things. And one of the things that he spoke badly about was a person who was a soldier. It all plays into the clip.
No.
That's what I'm saying. I'm giving it a moment, Bobby. I'm letting it, starting it off. Eric, once again, not being a man of peace has cost you.
I don't care.
We'll find out. We'll see. All
right.
So, otherwise, Eric, other than causing trouble, rabble-rousing, what are you up to down there? What's going on? Why do you not have a bearded friend? What's happening?
I couldn't begin to tell you. It's not my turn to watch them. All right?
Oh.
No idea. All right? We all know what time this thing starts. I was here. I don't know where Dum Dum is.
Wow. Good evening, Jeff.
Get the sentries.
Dad. Hello. Good evening.
He's off being French somewhere. I don't know.
Awful. Well, you better be nice to him, because at this point you might have to go with him to French land, because that might be the only place you're safe.
What are you talking about?
Good evening, Paul.
Uh-oh.
Paul says evening all, and Eric.
What's up,
Yannick,
guys?
listen. What's going on, Yannick? Listen, I'm glad you're here, because we might need your services to bring Eric in line, because I've heard some unfortunate rumors. There are, some people have called out Eric on a scandalousness, and I'm deeply, deeply troubled by this.
I'm going to lose sleep tonight.
I think you should.
You will.
Listen, regardless, there will be letters. Eric, strongly worded letters.
Oh, am I going to get a bad Yelp review?
You might.
Oh, no.
Look, Yannick, why don't we let, don't worry about this. Let Yannick, you help us out. You be the judge here, and we'll figure this out together. As a Dad said, on the flip side, Eric loves BGS and chocolate sticks and injury recovery. That is true. These are things he does like. He does have that.
A lot of experience in those. I will agree with that.
Yes, indeed. So look, Eric, Yannick, Bobby, the Burrell in the Garage of Knowledge, I present for your scrutiny the footage in question. I was informed about this earlier. I did look into it, and this footage does exist, and I have it. So let's take a closer look and see what Eric has gotten himself up to and the response.
Friday night, our friend Dan went on a live stream. I'm just going to say he went on a live stream.
Yes.
And he showed off the Ted Williams autograph I sold him. And one of the guys is a nice guy, and I really like this guy. And I'm sorry that he has this opinion, and I'm sorry that I'm going to give my opinion.
Okay.
But it is what it is. This is the hit list. And so anyways, Dan shows off the autograph piece. And the first thing one of the guys says is, yeah, well, there's plenty of those, tons of those. Williams' son had him signing it. Blah, 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 blah. They're so common. Do you understand the guy hit 406? Do you understand the guy was in 2 wars? Do you understand how important Ted Williams is to the game of baseball? And Dan put this card like this.
I look at this all day, every day.
And then you shit on his piece.
It's the worst. I hate that.
Well done.
Okay.
I don't understand why. Even if you're right, why you shit on the guy's piece? He didn't buy it and say, I'm going to sell it, I'm going to flip it. He bought it and said, look how nice this is. You don't see something like this every day. And this guy couldn't wait to tell him, yeah, you do. But by the way, you don't. Not quite like this. This is a very nice piece. And that was just shitty. And then he continued. And this guy works at a local card shop, hobby shop in the area in Massachusetts. So I know the guy. And he said, he works there. And he said, we must have 100 Williams autographs. So you're a New England hobby shop that has 100 Ted Williams autographs. How long have you had those? How long have they been overpriced? You got the most, you got the guy in New England. You got the guy, you're in New England. Why do you still have so many? Because you didn't say they're part of the collection and they're just for display. You said we got them, which means we got them for sale. How come you haven't sold them yet? That's all.
Good questions. Good questions all
Now,
around.
unfortunately, I'm going to run into this guy. I don't know what he's going to have to say about this. I hope he's not insulted, but just, it's not his joint. He just works there, I guess. But I don't know. Like, that's a bad example. You shit on the guy's collection, on what the guy just bought. Why would you say that? I just don't get it. It's just rude and unnecessary.
I can't hear you.
At first, I was a little bit confused.
Yeah.
I needed to figure out who he was talking about. First of all, you know, there are a lot of Friday live streams, Yannick. So first I had to narrow it down. First I had to put my investigator hat on. That was the first step.
Okay.
So I put my investigator hat on and I go, okay, Friday live stream. Okay. That narrows the suspects down a little bit. It could have been Friday Nights with Phil. Could have been Phil. I don't know. Like, that was a possibility. I thought maybe it was Phil he was talking about. But then additional clues came to light. Then he thought, Dan, there's a Dan that showed a Ted Williams thing.
Right.
I remember
Poor
that.
Dan.
And then I was like, wait, he might be talking about this show. And then, well, Yannick, then the pieces started to come together. I had to start layering on. I was like, is he talking about the Burrell? Did the Burrell sisters a thing? Wait, but then he said a guy who works at a sports card shop in New England.
That's you.
And I was like, well, that removes the Canadians, and Bobby and I are men of peace, so it certainly couldn't be us.
Yeah.
That's out.
Yeah.
So that's gone.
Okay.
So then I realized, Yannick, the truth smacked me right in the face, like Eric burying his head into a chocolate stick or crashing into a tree. I realized he might be talking about Bougie Eric.
You think?
I think so. We narrowed it down. We put the pieces together, and I think we figured this one out.
I remember when all that went down, and I knew it was going to come back. I knew, we got 1 million autographs. Yeah, I know. When he said that, I
the
just
important thing, though,
who's going to come back? And it was Quiet Phil coming back, not Loud
It had
Phil.
to
It looked like Quiet Phil. Just
now,
missing
the
a mustache.
important thing, though, the important thing, though, Bobby, is when I came to this realization. First, I was mortified.
Yes.
I was horrified.
Horrified?
But then I realized even worse.
Yeah.
It's all on brand. I put the pieces together. I understand what happened there.
What
I
happened?
actually think it really comes down to Eric's seething, scathing jealousy of a true patriot, a true person from Massachusetts, Dan from Saugus. So first he's angry at that. That's just to start off with.
Yeah, I don't like Dan from Saugus.
Indignant rage. But then Yannick, we got to remember something. He denounced the good words of Ted Williams. First of all, what's he talking about? Does he know he hit 406? Does he know he fought in 2 world wars? And then I realized, wait, Eric does know he fought in 2 world wars, but he hates the soldiers. Just like he hates America. So it all comes together. It's obvious to me.
Right.
Who else could it be? So Matt from Providence, you are right. So,
Autographs, dime a dozen.
Denounce
autographs.
this man. Yannick, street justice might have to be employed. Eric, you and Matt from Providence are going to see each other at some point, and you may have to come to work.
I've seen that at plenty of shows, and last time we were at Shriners, we talked and she had a few good words together. That's a good guy.
Now the words may be less good, Eric, and more importantly, now in fairness,
Okay.
we're kind of early, but we'll do it now. To be fair,
fair.
not bad. We need a little work on that one, but I appreciate the effort. But the point is that I realize that
Yannick, 1 sec. Yannick, your mic works.
I know.
It's funny how that happens, huh?
Had to get that.
Yeah, Bobby's Wi-Fi is still not working, but we'll get that one figured out.
Damn.
Yeah, it's very delayed.
I'll be
So real quick, I do realize that now, in fairness to Eric, Matt from Providence, though, did start off his entire thing with a lie. He said, I know this guy, and he said, I like him. So immediately I know he's lying.
Right. Because
that kind of hurts your credibility. Correct. I got the rest of it. The rest of it, Yannick, I'm kind of on board. Like the rest of it, I was following what I was picking up what he was putting down. I was following it. Yeah. But the first part of it is like, I like the guy. He's like, do you though? Are you sure about? Is that what you want to? You want to lead with a lie before you get into the entire rest of the conversation? Are you sure that's what you want to start with?
That's how you start.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So,
Just saying.
so when do I respond to this?
Oh, Eric, I'm going to read a couple of comments, and then I believe it is your turn for rebuttal. Matt from Providence got to stay, and by the way, I will leave a link in the description to the podcast episode that he recorded. And by the way, there are two guys from Massachusetts, I think, on the screen. Two of them.
Yeah.
There was a lot of Massachusetts agreement. You know, listen, this is mass on mass crime, Yannick. This is mass on mass crime right here.
This is mass holes versus mass holes.
That's right. That's what I'm saying. I'm deeply concerned. Yeah, Yannick, you didn't know. You walked into a war zone, buddy. You might need to get out of there.
I know.
It's going to be fighting in the streets. So Phil Hidnicro,
second.
Oh.
Yeah, Phil Hidnicro fan 35 says hello from West Virginia. Hello to you. Eric is the peace shitter. I know. Not a man of peace. Yikes! What did I log into? Stuke, listen. I was horrified. I was notified before the episode even dropped, Eric, to be warned about the diss track. Okay. And then I watched the episode and I was like, oh. And again, Yannick, I had a whole process. I had to figure out who he was talking about first. First, I had to figure out what show he was referring to because he didn't mention what show it was. Hey, at least, put the link in the description or something, buddy. Come on.
Yeah.
Decorum, sir.
I
Decorum.
like to have my name mentioned.
Exactly. At least say his name.
Yeah.
Come on, man. And then, but to see, unlike you guys, I will actually put a link in the description to the episode so that people can watch it.
Right.
Which is, the appropriate thing to do.
Absolutely.
Man of peace.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
That's right. That is what I do as a man of peace. Michael Ham says, Yannick is trapped. Call the police. We will. We will. Paul C says, good words being shared. Sounds very New England. Yes. Yes. I often think of, when I think of good words being shared, I think of New England. I think of Massachusetts. I think of people relating to Eric. Good words. Good words. Now, Eric, the stage is yours. We played the clip. I gave it a good solid 2 minutes of exposition explaining this. Matt from Providence has stated his piece. What say you, Bougie Eric from supposedly Massachusetts?
Tell us, Eric.
Should I tell it? Should I say something? Should I respond?
Go, please.
All right.
This is your moment.
And
remember what Dan from Saugus would do.
All right. I'll be serious for a quick second. All right. Because we don't want this to go.
Well, you're the one who lives there. You're gonna face Matt from Providence at some point.
I don't want this to go any further. But first of all, Matt's a good guy. When I met him, I really enjoyed talking to him. I think he's a good guy. He does, ton of good business. He's at every single show. The guy's a hustler and a hard worker. And I have no reason to dislike the guy. I think he's missing what our show is about. I think he's missing my relationship with Dan and how Dan and I interact. And I can understand if people just pop in here and don't watch this regularly. I come across as kind of an asshole. All right. But for our regulars, they know the real deal. All right. So I think it's a good thing that he saw something he didn't like and called out on it. What I'd encourage Matt to do is really encourage anyone to do this, is to watch the show more and get the shtick and how we.
Yannick, I think he's encouraging people to watch the show more. That's what I heard.
Don't watch this crap. Don't watch this crap, please. If we have more than my mother watching, that's one viewer. Anything more than one is just disgraceful. Dan's a fantastic guy. He's an unbelievable collector. He's very, very generous. He makes the show better when he comes on and joins us. Me giving him a hard time or is part of the fun. He gives it back, which is even more fun. That shtick he did about Dan from Saugus is got to be the funniest thing that's happened on this crappy ass show in a long, long time. Which of course he's making fun of me. Which
what Eric means is brilliant, possibly award-winning program.
Continue. Making fun of me. So I love laughing at myself, and I thought he was hysterical. So that I hope Matt understands that. I like the fact, again, he saw something he didn't like. He thought he saw somebody being disrespectful to somebody else and poo-pooing their collection. And I like the fact that he said that's not cool. If he watches the show more, he gets the relationship.
What I said.
He gets the shtick. he realizes that he didn't really see what his lying eyes told him.
His lying eyes.
His eyes
You're gonna
lied.
get him on that one.
Wow.
Is this better? Is this better, by the way?
It is much better.
You know, the weirdest funny thing is I didn't have the Wi-Fi on, and now it's on. Ugh, I'm in the garage of stupidity anyway.
All right, Eric, get back to backtracking on your words that you meant every word of. Go on.
Yes, yes.
So, and the last piece about the shop having lots of Ted Williams items, we sell a lot of Ted Williams items, but we buy lots of collections all the time. Yonik's been to the shop, seen the collections that we've purchased, major, massive collections. Those collections are all from New England. Ted Williams is a hero here in New England. Therefore, we are constantly getting in new Ted Williams items and then turning them around and selling them out. So at no point in time do we not have tons of Ted Williams. I could sell 100 tomorrow, and in 2 weeks, I'd have 100 back. So we're constantly moving Bobby Orr, Ted Williams, Larry Bird, Yaz, all the heroes of Boston sports, Tom Brady, Russell, Cousy. We sell them.
Joe Thornton.
And stop it.
Al Gill.
Stop it. So, and then the next collection we buy, there's more. Because we're the largest shop in New England. So that's why we always have so much stuff. We do move it. We're very successful at moving it. But we get more move it. The next big collection we buy, there's more of it. So again, I like Matt. I don't have a bad thing to say about the guy. I hope he understands that me being negative towards Dan is all in good fun, and Dan's even funnier when he attacks me. So all's good here with me and Dan. And as far as I know, all's good here with me and Matt. So I look forward to seeing him again at the next show. So
I'll translate for everybody. Eric will see Matt from Providence outside after school.
Right. So we can go back to having fun now.
4
and
p.m.
All I got to say is, the next time I see Matt,
he's dead after school.
That's right. 3 o'clock high in the courtyard behind the school. Matt and I there is going to be we're gonna have
slam down,
a hobby slam down. Yeah, that's a good one. That's right. So
I'll teach him.
I'm gonna run on Matt from Providence. Yeah,
there you go.
That's what's gonna happen, and we're gonna film it and put it on the YouTubes.
All the content.
All the contents. And there's gonna be all sorts of violence and horrible things.
Indeed. So Eric getting his ass kicked by Matt from Providence is brought to you by AMG Collectibles. AMGcollectibles.ca. See, Eric, see what I did there?
Well, he's smooth. Younger than me and probably still has all his original body parts.
Most people are still younger than you. That's most people. Like, honestly.
Yeah. So anyways, I'm ready to throw down now.
Amazing.
It's a throwdown. It's a showdown.
Yeah. Well, listen, the important thing, Bobby, is I needed to make sure we could not let the show go on. So folks that are getting caught up now, you can rewind back about 15 minutes and it should all be explained because we had to play a clip first. First, we need to play the clip and then Eric could respond to the clip. So it's important. We needed to make sure we covered all that.
There's going to be a hobby fight at 3 o'clock high in the back of the school. You wait and see.
Wow. Ham here says, what kind of promo is this? We don't know, man. Like the show. We don't know what the show is. Look, Bobby. Ham is asking me what kind of promo it is. I don't even know what kind of show it is.
No idea.
We need to start there. Ham, one step at a time. First, we need to figure out what the show is. And then we can figure out what kind of promo it is. One step at a time, man.
And this fight is going to be strewn with Ted Williams autographs all over the floor. And that'll be your ring.
Yes.
You can't step outside.
Amazing.
And then we'll see. You're going to replace them anyways next week. So
yeah. Hashtag content.
Yeah.
Good evening, Orlando. Scrolling through here just to make sure. Is Brady still here? Only to Eric. Eric brought his muscle tonight, no doubt. Look, he was gonna wear like a full suit, but he was like, no. I need you to wear the nose sleeves. That way you can show off the guns.
Well, I want
the whole effect.
I want Matt from Providence to see what he's going to really be up against because I'm too old and brittle. I'm not fighting anybody, but
he tried to buy his sleeves today.
I did. We went to Walmart and I showed him a shirt with sleeves on it. Scared the hell out of him.
I ran.
Yeah, Eric was like, nope. Just straight run up. Boston Strangler Autos, yes.
Yes.
Orlando says, I met Matt at National, great guy. There you go. I met Eric, not a great guy. Facts, Paul.
Paul.
No piggyback ride. Listen, that might be the way to broker peace. If that becomes a thing, that might be the way to get to peace. We'll see.
Maybe
Praise the Massachusetts
finance.
content gods. That might be. Praise the Massachusetts content gods. Now we got the specific. Now we're really getting into subcontracting the content gods.
Yes.
No one goes back in this hobby. There is only now. That's right. Eric seems to have a problem with many guys. That is an understatement, Orlando. That is an understatement.
I lose a lot of sleep over it at night too.
I began the show by explaining how Bobby and I are trying to set a good example for Eric as men of peace, and here's Eric trying to incite infinite rage.
Infinite rage. That's what I do.
That's all he does.
It's all there.
Bob Braxton says, "Look out, Eric! Yannick's behind you." I know. Ozzy Card Dad says, "I wonder which body parts Eric will need replaced after the Mad fight." We don't even know, man.
All of them. All of them.
Yannick has to be there to stop Eric going, hey, let me at him. Let me at him.
The parts.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the only reason I'm bringing it. So I could stand behind him and be like, come on, hold me back.
That's basically what's going to happen.
Like, yeah. Oh, hold me. I said, hold me back. Hold me.
That's basically. Zach here says, Carlos tries not to be greedy, but Eric getting beat up will be behind a pay. Oh, yes. That'll be pay-per-view.
Oh, yes, it will. Yeah.
Pay-per-view. Say it with me.
SummerSlam 43, 52.
Yeah, it's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be Bobby versus an ice cream cake in the undercard.
Yeah.
The battle.
We will fight on an ice cream.
That's right.
You can call
kind of like Pepito Man with ice. Well, see, Ham, I understand this whole point about the thing, but in reality, Pepito Man is a more legitimate American than Eric. If your ice guys were doing a good job, they'd go and get rid of that guy.
Mm-hmm.
The fakest American I've ever met, honestly. Hodges gave video a like. Good evening. Just tuning in. Seems my perfect timing. Andy, seriously, listen to me, Andy.
Missed it.
Listen to my words. You gotta rewind the live about 20 minutes. You can play it a little bit faster to get caught up. Listen to me. Go back about 20 minutes. It's worth it.
Andy, be kind. Rewind.
Indeed. And don't forget to hit the like button because Eric will pay for it, because he needs to pay for things before Matt from Providence takes him out.
How far is Providence?
It's about an hour.
It's just an hour.
Yeah.
Close enough. That's what I'm saying.
I have a white van.
Eric is going to be making his escape after the live. As soon as Matt from Providence finds out, he's like, I'm out of here.
I'm going to hide in the back of his van and go up to Quebec to get away from this guy.
Yeah.
All of a sudden next week we see Yannick and we see his new friend Jacques.
Yes.
It's like he just has like a mustache like painted on with a little curl on it to really sell it. With the worst French accent you've ever heard.
Mm-hmm.
Tune in to next week's episode. That's all he's gonna have. Doing it now. I'll be right back. That's right. You do it, buddy. Stick says Mayo Wrestling's the new Jello Wrestling. Yes.
Gross.
What if Matt from Providence realizes this and realizes his weakness?
Yes.
Yeah, he doesn't even have to fight me. Just throw mayonnaise at me and I'll just lay on the ground and cry.
Immediate surrender.
He'd be melting like the Good Witch of the West.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm
the
saying.
Bad Witch of the East.
Stu, great idea. That's right. Exactly.
Sure.
Next week, Eric will be Guy Incognito. That's right. It's gonna be amazing. So I don't know. Listen, we needed to start with that. It was important. A lot of people think, oh, you're going to talk about the National Baseball. No. All that takes backstage, especially Eric when I have a clip. Like all that is backstage. Like
The Ted Williams Show. Thanks for coming.
Matt, if Matt ever wants to come on, let us know. We'd love to have him.
Well, assuming he can figure out what the show is, because apparently it was a live stream on Friday, and I was sitting there, at least say his name. Like, come on.
I like it. When Dustin put my name in there.
Exactly.
And when people did videos of Dustin's video about our video, they used my name.
Yeah.
And the show.
But mostly they said asshole, douchebag.
And when they talked to the GOAT last week on that Wednesday show, they used my name. I like it when people use my name.
Eric.
Yeah. That's very unique. I think I'm the only one that has it. So everyone knows they're talking about me.
Basically. That's basically what I hear. These are facts. So otherwise, no. Yannick, see? Exciting times. We weren't content. We had more. The content god said, no, Carlos, don't worry. I know you had the national stuff. That all happened. You had the conversation with Baseball Collector. So did you guys see the conversation with Baseball Collector?
Great job.
Yeah, thank you. And it worked out really well. The feedback's been really good. Thanks to everybody who did comment in the comment section. I had my fun, but for the most part, Mike actually got to just lay out the sequence of events and everything. Because I was listening to other folks and they kept adding in all this other stuff, and I was like, well, no, the hotel's within its. By the way, give you the short version, but you can watch it and listen to it. The hotel's within its rights to tell people to leave. If you're actually not a hotel guest and you're loitering, they can tell you to go away. They, for the most part, in a common area. So that's why my question to Mike was very specific. I said, did you have a pre-arrangement with the hotel? The answer is no. So you guys were just hanging out in a common area? Yes. So in this, but you had done it previously. Also true. But in this case, the hotel can say, like, no, you guys can't just hang out, whatever. However, where the national part does kick in is when they say, oh, okay, so we can't hang out in the common area. No bueno. Fine. Can we rent one of these rooms? And that's when they said you have to get it approved with the national. It's important. It's an important detail that without, there's a comma there. We need to have a space between the two thoughts. Both can be true, but we have to have a space in between. The national didn't kick them out of the common space. The hotel was exercising its right. But then when they wanted to use one of the other spaces, the national is kind of putting a clamp down on some of the other stuff, any events or anything related to cards, basically.
Yeah.
I can see both sides of that coin. I understand. I really do. First of all, the trade night or YouTube people,
they're gonna book a room. Yeah, like for sure. This now that they know, just to get it out of the concern, they're gonna have to get their own space.
They believe, and I don't blame them, that they should have the freedom to get together someplace and participate in anything they want to participate in, and don't need permission from the national to tell them when and where and if they can get together. It's a free country.
Yeah, which I agree with that piece. I agree with that.
So I totally get that. Now on the flip side, I also see that the national, this all becomes about money, and they want their cut of the pie.
Yep.
Also, there are other people doing quote official trade nights or official meet and greets and official this and official that, and going through the national to do it, and they're paying, this organization or that hotel, and the national's trying to send people in those directions, and then someone's over here doing something on their own, and that takes away from what's going over here on this official national event, and they want to discourage that. So I understand both sides. But I also think that if Mike officially rents out a ballroom at a hotel, the hotel is willing to rent it to him, you can do whatever you want in it.
Yeah, I think once he's got a contract, I think that's what's going to happen. I think it's going to be similar to what happened in Cleveland. In Cleveland, they actually rented out a Legion Hall. And obviously the Legion Hall was fine with that. And they made arrangements. And they got like a bar set up and everything. So obviously the Legion, in this case, a lot of places will rent you a space. If you want alcohol, you can buy the alcohol ahead of time and stuff like. So they'll make arrangements with you. And some of them will even provide food depending on what it is. So I suspect it's going to be something like that. And I'll throw something else out at you that I heard later on. I was listening to a couple of different videos and podcasts about it. I hadn't paid too much attention to it, but I did hear that apparently a bunch of the soccer card guys, a bunch of dealers who deal predominantly in soccer cards and everything, were having trouble getting tables at the main show because obviously they had already filled in a lot of the spaces. And because they couldn't, they ended up in the same area. They actually rented out a different space, I think like a field somewhere, and actually set up like a 200 card other card show that was predominantly soccer card guys. That was just off site, but it's still in the area. And they were able to have a complete show that ran with trade nights and everything separate from the national, and still were able to successfully run it, which tells you the demand is clearly there. People congregated in the region, and they were able to run a 200 table show separate from the national. The national can't do anything about that because that other venue rented them out the space.
Yeah.
And they made all. So it wouldn't surprise me if other sub niches and categories, if the national leaves them out, it will open up doors for them to do their own thing.
Yep, true.
What did
those 8 soccer guys do?
It was 200 tables, Bobby. It wasn't 8. It was 200 tables, and they actually made business in multiple trade nights. So they had enough people that were into it that they were able to run a 200 table show separate from the main show.
I wonder. I mean, obviously, social media, but I wonder how else they got the word out that they are having a 200 table show down the street, and people, you know,
It's soccer.
It's
Again, 200 tables, Bobby. You couldn't get 200 tables for hockey.
Not there. No, you
Exactly.
could really, but
barely, if you're lucky.
I don't-
The soccer guys were able to get enough.
Yeah, I don't know. In downtown Chicago, you can get a
Yeah,
200
no.
table hockey show.
Which is ironic because Chicago is an original 6 city, and you still can't get 200 tables.
yeah, crazy.
So-
But the fact that they were able to run it, regardless, it doesn't matter to me. The point remains that they were able to successfully run a show. The organizer, whoever, was able to do it successfully in the same area. So clearly the demand was there. Somebody was there to do it. So it's like, good for them. I say, obviously they saw an opportunity, Eric, and they went for it. I say good for them. And again, the National can't do anything about it. Because if somebody else wants to run a show that is its own separate category or whatever, if you're saying you don't have room for it, fine. We'll do our own show over here. As long as they can make it happen,
Good idea.
as long as it's profitable, why not?
I like it.
Yep.
How apropos being in a soccer field.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
It makes sense. There are other venues. There are these other places that are not doing any events. And if you offer them the chance to do an event and, hey, we'll pay you. And they're like, yeah, sure, no problem. As soon as the contract's signed and everybody's happy, all good. Go for it. Ham says, good job. It was a good chat. Next year, the National will own the grass. Maybe, but not the soccer fields, Ham. Not the soccer fields.
Sucker
Paul
right.
says, yeah. Paul says if the Natty is going to go hard ass here, someone's going to rent a ballroom. The hotel's going to take the money. That's basically why I brought up the soccer thing. I had heard about that, and apparently it was pretty well attended as well. Nonprofit all about the money. Who's nonprofit help again? Eric.
Yeah.
I just saw what the guy said about Eric. Does that guy not understand the nature of the show, the role Eric has? Bob, who knows? The important thing is I'm here for beef. And if we can start beef between Bougie Eric and Matt from Providence, I'm in.
Yeah.
Do it for the content gods. What does the cost to rent out an entire hotel? It would be pretty sizable because you think about all the rooms, right? You have to pay times hundreds of rooms. So that's the thing. A lot of people don't like it, but if the National is willing to pony up the cash in advance and literally, but even you say Mike Baseball Collector said correctly, if they didn't do that, the Lowe's Hotel and the hotels around it would still sell out. For the National, with the if you mentioned there, they would still sell, especially with the proximity to it, the convenience, they would still sell all the rooms. But the National is offering basically them, we're guarantee you, we will buy all the rooms. We will buy entire floors at a time, and they will have the money in advance right away. I'm not shocked that the hotel would be like, okay, great, give us money. From their perspective, I get it, because it's already guaranteed. We don't need 200 or 500 people separately to book rooms. We've already got somebody that's booked all the rooms.
Mm-hmm.
So it makes a lot of sense from their perspective. That's where the money is. Eric is talking to his interpreter. Stuke says, is there a set limit to the number of people that can gather in the National sector? I don't think so. Not as far as I'm aware. You got a lot of convention center space. So, and the thing is, the soccer field was a separate event.
Yeah.
So if you've got a bunch of soccer fields and places like that, as long as it's enclosed, you can put a lot of people there. Why not?
Yeah, I think the fire marshal has a, per square foot kind of per person kind of thing. So
yeah, but he's saying in the National sector, how many people can gather? So in like one building, definitely. But if you've got one building, there's a limit there. There's another building that has a limit. A separate building has a limit. But if you're running all these separate events in different buildings, each one of them has its own individual caps. But as long as you're not going over those, you can run your event. You just have to make sure you don't overfill a space.
Yep.
Good evening, Scott. Duke, somebody gets 5K there for the marshal. Would probably dictate some cap for that room. I would think so. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Is the National turning into WrestleMania weekend? WrestleMania,
Almost.
maybe.
Wrestling.
But you know why the comparison is? You know why Bob's bringing this up? Because what happened is WrestleMania, of course, was the big event. But then as the years have gone by, WWE has expanded the footprint of it. They got the fan access show and all that stuff around it. But then what happened is a bunch of independent promotions realized if so many wrestling fans are coming to this city for this event, we can run our own shows in other venues around the city. And actually, a bunch of them have done well actually doing events during WrestleMania weekend. These are different companies than WWE, but they're piggybacking off the fact that these people are in town.
They're in town, yeah.
And if they're interested in wrestling and they don't want to necessarily just go to WWE stuff, they've been able to sell tickets to shows around the city. So maybe that's what the National becomes. Maybe the National brings in this crowd of people. And if you are a soccer card collector, instead of going to the National, you go to the National for a couple of days, but then you also go to the soccer card show over here with the 200 dealers who are selling exactly what you want, or the trade nights that are selling exactly what you want. And then, yeah, you'll go to the National a couple of days, but then you go do the other stuff the rest of the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Could be. I could see it.
And it's probably a lot cheaper to go into a soccer field than it is to get into the National.
I would think so.
So you're saving money just on entrance fees.
Yeah. And if you've got an audience that already knows that if you've got an audience that's walking in the front door that are soccer card collectors and you're a soccer card dealer, you've got exactly the audience you want. And they already know what they're coming in for. Immediately, the possibility of a sale, every single person who walks through the door is actually a potential sale, because you don't know in the National, you don't know what people are collecting. People are going to collect different stuff. Maybe you got the stuff they want, maybe you don't.
Well, I hope those soccer card collectors are paying attention this week when all those messy cards are being PSA is refusing to authenticate and grade, saying that the autos are fake. So people have thousands upon thousands of dollars invested in messy autograph cards, and PSA is saying they're refusing to authenticate them. So Topps is now saying they will redeem them, or work with customers who have been kicked back from PSA. It didn't specifically say, the article I read, what they plan on doing about it, whether they're going to give you another autograph card, which they can guarantee somehow, or whether they'll give you cash, or a new box of cards. I have no idea, but yeah, that's a major issue right now with Topps. That what some people say the greatest player of all time, his autograph cards, PSA is like, no, these are fake. That's a major issue right now.
We're getting back to what Carlos was saying. We have collective commerce here when it comes to furniture. We have Kennedy Road, which has all the sofa places, carpet places, furniture places, all in one street between two major intersections. So, if you're coming there to shop at one, you don't have to drive 10 miles to the other one. It's like they're all there, bang, 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 bang. So it's a smart way of doing business, really.
And I can see that. Like, it could become a cottage industry separate. The National themselves, I'm going to read Paul's comment here in a second, but in some ways, them being restrictive creates a market for some entrepreneurial people to run their own separate events, like we just said. And maybe they focus on certain niches. Maybe because we talked about it, the National people were so freaked out and worried about TCG, but TCG made up a very small percentage of the overall, because a lot of those dealers are long-standing old-time dealers, and they're not dealing in TCG. So a lot of folks that we're talking about, that maybe it's like 10%, which isn't that bad. On a lot of these newer shows, you're getting a much higher percentage because they're newer shows. These are newer dealers. Well, what if the National happens going forward, and you've got the National, the big show, but then you've got the Soccer Card Expo or whatever over here. They're doing their thing. You got the TCG Pokemans over here, and they've got 200 dealers doing their thing. And these are dealers that can't get space at the National, but they can get space at these other events, and these other people are running these shows all around. Oh, you're a big TCG collector? Down the road, there's another show happening with 150 dealers, and it's nothing but Pokemans. Go for it.
And that's what hurts the National by doing this, is that they're being regimented, and people will find a way to go around it.
That's what I'm saying. So I would think maybe for some entrepreneurial folk, it could be an opportunity for them to create their own little market for something. Again, you've got an audience that is already predisposed to collecting the cards, who are in the area, and maybe they don't need to go to the National every single day. They get their fill in a couple of days, and then go to one of these other things on the side.
One or two. Who knows?
So at least one of the events was able to successfully do it. Who's to say these other folks can't, if there's an opportunity to be had there? And again, to Eric's point, if the tables are cheaper, maybe they have bargain bins. Maybe they have things that make it more affordable for the person that pops in for these other events. If that event is $5 entry and you're able to find bargain bins or whatever, if somebody's priced out of a lot of the National stuff, they may go to one of these side events. Could be a thing. Yeah. Paul says, as much as I like going to the National, the guys who run are playing with fire and could easily be replaced. How do they easily be replaced? Because right now they run that show. They're pissing off their own customers. Yeah. And going to hard ass is going to end well for them. So Paul's forgetting one important thing, and we talk about it all the time. Whenever we hear about people complaining about the National, cracking down on this year especially, it's the social media folks. They still had over 100,000 people that went through the door. The majority of those people don't give a crap if they crack down on every trade night and everything outside. Because remember, a lot of people going to these trade nights, the trade nights didn't have 100,000 people going to them.
No.
They did have a lot of people going to them, but they didn't have 100,000. The majority of the rank and file collectors don't care if they crack down everything else. How many people just go to the show for a couple of days and then never attend a trade night at all? Because that's not their scene. Other folks totally attend the trade night. Some folks only attend the trade night. We're talking about different categories of folks. And because let's say you're at the show all day, Yannick, you do your stuff or whatever, and then you're like, oh, I want to go get some dinner. Oh, there's a trade night. Okay.
I never
You know what? I'm all right.
attended the train night ever. None of you, neither this guy.
No.
Doesn't
And they've expanded them at the expo. They've slowly now they've started to expand them out. Now they're sponsored. They
Train
actually have a room beside in the expo that they'll do the trade night right after the main show day ends, which is good. It's smart. It's on site and everything. Makes it easy for everybody.
Safe.
Smart for the show promoters, smart for the sponsors to do the thing. There is an increase. It's growing because it started so small, but it's slowly growing. Not to the same speed as the American one, but it's actually now there is a little bit more activity there. But a lot of people do not attend it. Not because they don't know it's there, but because it's not what they need. We don't need to attend the trade night. But people that want to go, there's still stuff for them there. And if they find some stuff, maybe they make their deal at trade night and they don't do it on the main show floor.
Canadian market and Canadian people are a little different too in the way we collect. It's hockey mainly too, which is another part of it. So we can get around through the expo, no problem. It's not a big deal. I can see the national being 8 times larger. That'd be a challenge, sure. But the expo is fine, and it's twice a year too. So a lot of people don't even come in the spring. A lot of people save it till the fall. So
that's how I do it.
We know.
Yeah.
Name says, is Yannick really Eric's house or is this AI? Yes.
Your face is
really
AI.
there.
How you like that? Your face is AI.
Says A.
I like them apples.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or you could be saying this is or is this Al?
Who?
He might be saying Al.
Oh,
We're assuming AI. It might be Al. Who knows? Zach says, agree with you, Paul. Can't even get into trade nights because capacity. And then they tell people they can't host events. Mike still isn't even trade night. What else are you supposed to do in the evening? Who knows? I like
go
to
out and have a lousy dinner. I'll tell you, that's what you do.
Montana's.
An amazing dinner at Montana's. A glorious, chef's kiss. The only way it could have been better was with ice cream cake. Big Scott says, the only people upset are the ones that have been spoiled over the last few years. Less people are special. In quotation marks, special. Paul says in 2023, the Lowe's rented a ballroom for someone last minute. It was a huge trade night. Now they're cracking down on this. You can say 50 to 70%. It's the higher end of that. Most of the attendees don't care. The second half that there is a market, yes, there is. But out of the majority of people that are going to that, again, we always focus on social media and we assume that's the majority of the hobby. It's not. There are a lot of people that will go to the national for a day or two, and that's it.
That's it.
They just go for a couple
Some
of
are
things.
one day in, one day out.
Yeah, a lot of them.
So social media is not, and the people that are involved in it, like us or whatever. I mean, we're not the majority of the hobbies.
We have to be. We have the Hall of Fame. We have Palooza. We have everything.
Okay,
everybody wants.
I changed my mind. I'm with Bobby. We're the most important thing.
Yes.
Correct.
However, obviously there's not 100,000 YouTubers or Facebookers and Instagrammers, but a lot of, not saying all, I think that would be ridiculous to say all, but a lot of those people, those 100,000, tune in every once in a while or some regularly to social media regarding their interest. And if those people are telling them they got screwed or they're angry or the national did them dirty and are giving the national bad press, they're listening. And that's not, the national doesn't want bad publicity either.
Do they really care at this point? And obviously they're pushing themselves to that degree.
No, I don't think they're gonna have to shut the doors next year if Mike and
not at all.
Victor and everyone that got kicked out of that hotel area all went on YouTube and said, don't go next year. I don't think, but I'm just saying people do watch social media, and if you piss off the social media people, they're going to go on their channels and say, I got done dirty by the national. And that's not that's not good publicity. So you have to work with these people. You don't have to bend over forward and backwards, but you got to work with them a little, because you want the YouTubers and the social media people to go back and say the National is incredible, everything about it's great, the ownership is great, the organization is perfect, the air conditioning works, everything's great, go next year. That's what you want your YouTubers to be saying, right?
That's all we heard for the last 5 days.
Well, that's the reason why that's the reason why I asked Mike that question. For one of the things was that's why I pulled in that conversation. I pulled some clips from him and Andy talking about the National back in May, and one of the challenges. I'm just reiterating some of the points we made. One of the challenges he was talking about at the time was that he does have contacts with the folks in charge of the National, but they have been kind of radio silent, and that was back in May. And then I said, okay, has that changed? And he goes, no, it hasn't changed. If it's a life or death emergency, he might be able to get through to somebody, but he kind of gets a runaround, is basically what he was talking about there. So if somebody who already has a contact and still cannot, and again, take it for what it is, to your point, Mike cleared 10,000 subscribers. He's got a following. He organized the event, so he's got a following. They were able to build an event out of it. But the point is that if those folks who have a little bit of a following can do those, and it can generate or create those events, but at the same time, he found himself in this kind of, that's why when I was asking him, I said, okay, so is there a point at which it becomes, you're not getting responsiveness? It's more difficult to do these things. It's more expensive. The hotels nearby are tougher to get because now stuff's already been pre-booked. All this stuff. I keep layering on all these additional difficulties. And even then, he's not at the point of saying, yeah, nobody should go to the National. So then the National is basically testing you. They're finding out how many things can we do while ignoring you, and then you'll still show up.
Yeah.
More and more every year.
So I'm just saying you're being, the test is in fact right now, the test is being done. It's being demonstrated. The demonstration is record number of people showed up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's see what it looks like next year. I suspect the number is going to be pretty strong. It's the same venue. We don't have to guess. The Detroit thing will be interesting, but that's in 2028. Yeah. We're not going to find out for a couple of years yet. This location is going to be the same location next year and the same location the year after that. So we know where it is. We know where to find it. We don't have to guess. We just need the dates, and the rest will all fill itself out. We'll find out.
I just hope Mike and the rest of the guys are able to, work something out either on their own or with, the guys of the National. And I heard Mike saying that he's tried to communicate with them, and that's been difficult. And I know he's frustrated, and there's, maybe something going on there, maybe not, man. I don't know. But I'm hoping they can work something out either on their own or with the National, so people can get together and have a good time. And it's a shame if somehow if a roadblock's being put up where stopping people from getting together and have a good time at a convention. I mean, that doesn't make any sense to me.
People having a good time at a convention? Scandalous.
Huh.
Well, I know that when we go to the convention and call it Toronto, we don't have a good time. But I've heard.
No, we use too many people, Eric. We have a good time throwing shit at you and treating you horrifically. Your issue is your issue. The rest of us are fine.
Oh.
Call it Toronto. It's actually in Mississaugas.
Mississaugas. Mississaugas.
I'm saying we need to create a hobby night of the round table. We do not need another thing. We've had enough.
Sure.
The club.
Keep going, Mike.
No mas.
And who's gonna be the King Arthur of that?
No, Bobby, no. We don't even want to go down this road. This road leads to horror.
Eric will pull the knife of Excalibur out of the freaking middle of the table, and we'll
charge. Hammer's in charge. 2 seconds. Do I have a second? No.
Yeah, let him go.
A second. Yeah. Ham's in charge. Motion passes.
Ham says fanatic. He said so by the way, this is a Freudian slip here. Ham says fantastics. I think he meant fanatics, but he said fantastics. So I know what he means.
Oh. That
he too
Freudian.
Loves the Fanatics Overlords.
That is Freudian for sure. 100%.
PSA in the National. You bend the knee and kiss the ring. That's right. Zach here says, I never understood why shows close so early. I get a lot of dealers who wouldn't want to stay. That's the key. It's a non-starter, but when I say no to trade night. So I've heard some folks talk about this, And the thing is, those additional card shows and additional trade nights are proving that there is an audience who wants the show to continue or be elsewhere or do something else. So I think now some people are going to they're going to look at that soccer show that we were just referencing, and they're going to think, I wonder if we could do something like that for this category or whatever.
Maybe.
And in the last couple of years, a few people have created little trade nights, but again, they rented out their own space. So you have to do the arrangements yourself. You have to go do it with the venue. You and the venue have a contract. That way, no external forces are an issue. But
So I
you
have
and
a
the venue
question.
have to do the contract.
I
Go
have a
ahead.
question about the trade nights because actually I haven't really went to one in that understanding. Being called a trade night, I'm just saying,
Mhm.
do they go there and trade or are they doing a lot of sales? What's going
So it's
on?
both. It's both. It's the
Trading
thing.
cash.
Trade night is kind of your catch-all term.
Whatever you
Here's the
trade.
thing: if we went to if we went to a trade night legitimately, like
Mhm.
because again, I do collect some modern, I do collect some other stuff, mix of stuff. I've got some Juan Soto cards that I've got graded. I could walk into that trade night and say, okay, so I got this Juan Soto card. I could walk over and I could 100% do a trade. That is 100% a thing I could do.
Sure.
But in effect, for practical purposes, it's like having a card show, but it's backpack dealers. It's people that are inside, like their Zion case is their entire inventory. They lay it out on the table, and will they trade you? Absolutely. If you offer something they are interested in for either for themselves or for inventory purposes, they will 100% do a trade. But they could also be a trade cash thing. You go, oh, your item is like whatever, my item is whatever. Yeah, I'll give you these 3 cards in cash. And by the way, it's both ways. That Juan Soto card, maybe they're interested, but maybe they don't have the right things. Like, well, would you take these cards and $200? And I could say sure. So it could be cash, it could be trade, it could be both.
So do you
It's
need
like
a
a mini
design
card
case
show.
to get in? Is that a prerequisite?
Only Eric.
Oh, yeah. And all his Ted William autograph
A
cards.
trade show, a trade night, trade show. I've never
Yeah.
traded a card. I've only traded it for cash. So
Yeah,
I,
but
That
that's
is
the
a
thing, though.
trade. That is a trade.
But that's the key,
Technically.
though, Bobby. Some of those folks will lay the stuff out on the table.
I saw
Like in the
that. Yeah,
vintage
I saw
trade
a
night,
couple videos.
Yeah, but you could
It's like-
say, let's say you don't have a card that you want to trade, but you say, hey, I would really like that. And it's like, okay, so what do you want? I'll pay you $200 for it. I like 240, 220, done. There you go.
There's a trade.
And then but you bought it from somebody who's not a dealer who didn't pay thousands of dollars to set up at the show. So they might be more amenable to actually do a deal with you as opposed to the person there at the show who won't. But some dealers are now showing up to trade nights to buy inventory. They're actually replenishing their own supply with the trade nights. They're actually going in. So they'll be done for the day, but then they'll go to the trade night to buy.
I heard some overflow on that a little bit on the sense that, that the trade night has maybe loosened sort of the regulation rule, the unwritten rule that, on the floor while you're at the national, at a dealer's booth, are you allowed to trade somebody? I think Leighton Sheldon had a guy who was wanted to sell him a mantle card and whatever. And then another guy came up and they did this deal. Like, is that still frowned upon? Like, it used to be always like that. Is it frowned upon now going forward? Are they allowed to do that? Like, because if I rented a table and then they're doing deals all around me, I don't think I'd be too happy, especially at the price of the national. The expo is one thing, but I mean the nationals, ooh, big deal, big difference. So it's a question.
Yep. So I'll read a couple of these here. So Scott's saying there's plenty of places to go, not just across the street. That's what we were talking about. That's why I said the soccer guys came up, found a venue that worked, and boom, they were good to go. So no problem there. They were able to make an arrangement. Something Sports Card says, I think many people realize that the board makes decisions and the management team carries out the orders. Why is no one talking about this? Because that's how everything works.
That's how every board of directors works.
No, here's the thing, and I'm not picking on Something Sports, but I'm sitting there like that's like saying water's wet. Yes,
No.
the board makes the decision, the management team carries out the orders. That is correct. Yes, I agree with your statement. Why is no one talking about this?
We are.
What's the controversial part of this take? That's the sequence of events. Yes, the board isn't going to then go carry it out themselves either. They have people for that. Literally, people they hire to do
They have
this.
people. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, look,
We have
here's the thing. We
people.
talk about the expo. Steve Menzie owns the expo and a lot of other shows that he runs around.
Yep.
Mikey Singer is a person who works with basically like a company, and that company is the management team. So in this scenario here, Steve
Yep.
Menzie, there is no board. Steve Menzie is the board. Steve Menzie makes the decisions. However, Steve Menzie can then ask Mikey Singer and those guys to say, hey, can you do this for us or do that for us or whatever? And their job is to take care of the logistics. So they're the ones who, in this scenario, would be carrying out the orders, so to speak. That's how all these big
Putting
shows
out
run.
fires,
It's a big
whatever.
show. That is literally his job.
Yep.
And he has people that he works with to execute. So Steve asks them to do something, he is the decider, and then they're the ones that execute. So if they wanted to do this, Mikey Singer and his folks would be the ones on the phone making those phone calls and doing that. That's how it's done. But that's for every big show.
Yeah.
That's it. Paul says, Eric, a problem with your thesis. People don't care. Big fan of the don't care.
Hmm.
I tried to book my Botel again for next year. I was told that everyone was taken by the national team. Yeah, they pre-bought them.
Really?
Yes.
So what are they doing with those pre-bought? Are they for all their people, or who? Why?
So depending on the situation with it, a lot of times they'll pre-book them out. Sometimes they'll resell them, but realistically,
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Don't forget they have a large corporate presence. So what happens is if the corporate folks buy it, you put them all together. So I give you an example. I don't think they necessarily buy out blocks, but like so for the last expo in the fall when PSA was doing on-site grading, all the PSA folks were in the same hotel.
That one, yeah, exactly.
How do you do that except by buying out entire blocks of hotel rooms to cover all the people that are working there? That's how you do it.
Yep.
Yeah. So it makes sense because for them it's easier just to be in one hotel. Everybody is in one place, So if the national pre-buys these, they can resell them technically to, exhibitioners, the corporate folks. So we need 50 hotel rooms. No problem. We got that.
And you think other hotels would be happy because, the amount of money they can make on the food alone, if they
Yes.
have an event there, that's great. Like if they have a restaurant within or something like that, or they could do some catering or something, that'd be awesome for them. Like, remember, I think one of the videos was where the guys were saying, hey, most of the places didn't expect to get people. They didn't even have enough food. So, this is a good thing for them saying, hey, listen, we're gonna book our hotel there. Plus we need a big space and we need food and drinks for so many people, 200 people, 500 people, whatever it is. They'll be going, hell yeah, why not? That's great.
I got to step away for a second. My daughter just got here. I'll be just a couple of minutes. And
All right. Make sure you sharpen your knives so that in case Matt from Providence is out there waiting for you, you might need to
maybe it's a
defend yourself.
trick.
It might be a trick.
The trick.
Uh-oh.
Gonna
Just
come
saying.
out and say hi to us too. So we'll be back in
Go
just a
for it.
couple of minutes.
Go for it.
Ciao, Benny.
All right. So Feth Dart here says Sports Car Dad's saying he thinks 90% of collectors aren't watching YouTube. So I'm with Bob Jackson. It's probably more like 98, 99%. But no, like honestly, most collectors are not watching YouTube. Get out of here. Like it's never been the case. The amount of people that are watching YouTube relative to the real, if we take all the collectors, it's a much bigger group than the folks that watch YouTube.
And I have a fact to back that up. Is because every time I'm on this show, I get texts from my friends, same friends, and they're going, hey, what's going on with this? It's like, it's Friday night. I'm doing this for 5 years. From 8 o'clock on, I can't answer your messages. I kind of can, but but that's when they all come out. It's like, oh yeah. So are they watching the internet? No, they're obviously not watching me. So
Yep. It's a lot of times. And they said the mass collectors are doing it on their time. They're participating in it in the way they want to. They're not following social media. They're just not. Bobby pull Excalibur out of an ice cream cake. That might be what happens. Don't forget eBay. Yes, there's cash being traded for cards. Yes. Non-sports cartridge would be fun, not TCG. Maybe somebody will arrange it. It wouldn't surprise me. I even did a cash deal with a dealer at the show. Yep, that makes sense, Orlando. As I say, trade night is actually open-ended. Consider it like a separate card show within a card show, but with no table fees. Which for the sellers and people putting stuff out there it's about as good as it gets.
Yep.
But it also allows for more deals. Because if the person lays out some cards and they're willing to deal and be reasonable and maybe do cash trades and the whole thing, it actually allows cards and money to move around the room. It actually allows for more commerce inside of that space, which is not a bad idea.
or it ends commerce.
It might. Tons of cash moving around. I left with more money than I came with. There you go. I'm usually too tired to deal with trade night after a busy show all day. And I think for some folks, that's going to be a real thing, which is fine. Makes sense. But there are other folks, though, that see the opportunity. And I can mention a moment ago, some of those trade nights have dealers who are set up at the show and will be back at the show tomorrow, but they sense an opportunity to buy inventory. So they will sell a bunch of stuff during the day, and then they'll go to the trade night and go, hold on, let me scoop up, let me hoover some things from this table. And then when the show comes back, all of a sudden those same cards will be on the dealer table with price stickers on it.
A lot of people actually, after the show, it's, you go out for dinner, you go talk with your friends and you do the social part of it, because you can't really do the social so much there while everything's going on, especially I can imagine at the National be just crazy. So it does fortify that for people, that who want to, go to trade night. That's fine. But I think a lot of people have their day set or they're just going home if they're local. So
That's fair. Good evening, Phil. Zachary says Eric's never been to train because he's never been invited. Eric doesn't get invited to things. When he asks when he asks where it is, they convince him that it's been canceled. That is true.
Yep.
We try that with the expo every fall. It's not working yet. Orlando says the Subs card at the show, but went out of the lobby to do the deal. Fair enough.
Yeah,
The
that's
rooms
consideration. It is.
Yeah.
You know, I'm
Fair.
still at that old school rule that you don't do the deal in front of the guy.
Yeah.
I've seen guys, sell some stuff and the guys don't want to buy it. And when they go over to the cafeteria and I'm kind of following around going, hey, yeah, I'll do the deal with you. Sure. I'm away from the dealer booths. I'm away from everything. And none of the dealers want to buy it. Like, hell yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's a decorum thing. It's like, offering it right on the spot while you're at the dealer table is a bit of a dick move. Like,
Oh, yeah,
at least put a little separation. At least put a little separation between you.
Yeah, wait 3 seconds or something until he walks away. Right?
Yeah. The rooms for corporate and dealers. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you pre-buy the room. Now, I don't blame the hotels, though, because your job is to sell rooms. If somebody comes by and you've got 500 rooms or whatever, and they say, hey, we'd like to buy 500 rooms, you already have that money's in the bank. Like, it's locked in. You're good to go. So from their perspective, it's like, okay, awesome. So when somebody else, though, asks, it's like, yeah, it's understandable. But you already have this money built in advance for a year down the road. Like, that's pretty good for the hotel.
But I think they've been used to that for a long time, though.
It just wasn't necessary.
When it's on site there, of course.
Yeah. But it wasn't necessary in the volume. Like, it's gotten so much bigger. The corporate section has gotten bigger every year, and now they need more and more rooms. And that is a way of exerting control, because now the hotel is going to be way more amenable to yeah, we'd like you to do this for us. And by the way, we bought 500 of your rooms. And they're like, okay, fair enough. Sure.
I guess the part I don't understand is that, go ahead, go on. I'll think this through a bit.
Scott says they had forms for next year at this year's show. I wonder if they have pre-bought for 2027. I guess it's possible. I don't think you'd have to book that. Like, I don't know too many hotels that, even if you're talking corporate, I don't know hotels that would book something 2 years in advance. I think that might be a little too far. Like, what if you want to raise your room rates? What if you want to raise your room rates? Like, you want to give yourself a little flexibility. A year, sure. But I could see them being like, yeah, get back to us in 6 months about 2027. Like, give a little bit more buffer just to see how things are going.
Oh, my question was, sorry, about decisions to go to Detroit. I don't think that question has really been answered well. It'd be great to find out why they keep moving the national around when it's actually so well suited. I think Victor, the rookie card specialist, he did a video today on that.
Yeah, he's pitching for Rosemont forever.
Yeah, so he lives close too. So
conveniently, yes.
Conveniently, so and I understand it. But if it is such a good venue, and it is accommodating in every way, and people are used to the place and used to flying in and used to setting up and used to know where they go to get good food, where they need to be, I think it's a great thing to be repetitious. We have ours at the convention center. If it changes, to one part or another part of the convention center, that's fine too as well. But I can't imagine it being somewhere else. It just changes the whole vibe, because the Hamilton show, remember we went there? It's now at another place that has it's a convention center with a hotel to the back of it. So a lot of people are kind of refeeling their ways around that. The venue is almost the same size, but it's not quite the same. It's a little different. It just feels different. And I went there, and I was really surprised this last Monday that a lot of it was shut down. A certain big part in the back was shut down. Wasn't getting the people. I don't know why. And it seemed like there wasn't. There was a lot more toys and newer toys. Transformers and all that other stuff, and Pokemon and stuff, and the vintage or even the collectibles weren't nothing vintage. Almost it's almost free of vintage for the most part.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think what's funny is, to your point, I think it's predominantly because the National got used to doing that right from the get-go.
Sure.
They moved it around. That was the whole.
It used to be, yeah, just to make it fair for everybody.
Well, the thing though is, regardless, though, they would move it around.
But it's not like they're moving to California. They're going to, the Vegas.
But at one point they did. The point is, at one point they did. Like, at one stage they did. All the other shows, every other major show, is in one location. Mm-hmm. The Philly show is in Philadelphia. The Dallas show is in Dallas.
Of course.
The Burbank show is in California. Like, you can move to different but it's still in California. Everybody knows it's in California. That's the show. Every other show, regardless, is all in a certain specific region, and it's stuck, and it sticks to that region. Year by year, show by show, they're in a region. That's why it's kind of interesting. The National is the only one that kind of moves around. Everybody else,
Yeah.
the Expo, to your point, right from the beginning, has been at the International Center, and they've basically been good to go. And once they locked into that location, could you move it? Yes, but you've literally got an airport right there. You literally have an airport right there, and you've got these hotels around in the area. It's set up really well for them. It would probably hurt the show at this point to move it. It's easier just to start up new shows, which is what they've basically done.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and they've been quite successful in that too.
It's
But-
just easier to do that than try to move. The Toronto show remains in Toronto in quotation marks, but it's stuck to that location.
Yeah, it's a really East Coast, West Coast kind of thing, but it tends to stay in the East Coast for the most part.
Yeah. That's what the dealers want. That
But
is
not
a dealer vote,
Atlanta.
and they,
Just saying.
not so much. Well, listen, they're listening to the Burrell. They've heard the arguments from the Burrell. Paul here says, some point these guys are going to realize trade nights cash to your customers tomorrow in inventory for your dealers. Are they trying to restrict it? It's idiotic. They're never going to realize that. Ever.
They don't care.
Paul always begins with, they're going to realize, no.
No.
I'm just saying no. Right there. I'm stopping you. I'm saying no. The sun will burn out and eviscerate the earth. And they
even
still
if
won't
they
realize
do, they won't care.
it. Correct. People were pretty good with etiquette, especially while going through multiple rows of boxes. People would ask where you're at and try not to jump ahead of you. Decorum. Look at you guys. I saw there was a Walmart booth. Yes.
A Walmart
Zach says,
booth? No way.
Yes. The corporate section's getting bigger, Bobby. We got the Walmarts now.
What would Walmart selling box? What?
Apparently they're getting into breaking is what Ham says.
Walmart's getting into breaking.
Wait until Target shows up. Target is going to eat their lunch.
I think so.
Wild.
It's that Target. That red and white looks cool. Just saying.
Saying. Zach here says Dallas Card Show had a block of rooms and everyone can go to their site and get a special show rate. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Like these, some of them will do, the Expo has as well, like the official hotel of,
We
the
got
Expo.
so many.
Whatever.
What is the official hotel? Because there's so many there.
There's two.
Like,
I think there were 2 or 3 now. I think they used to have 1 and now there's like 2 or 3.
there's
specific.
7 in a 2-block radius, 2 major full block radius.
Yeah. And there are more smaller ones. Like if we go
Tons
beyond
of, yeah,
like the
you
obvious
keep-
brand name,
and you don't have to go further to get one smaller.
they're not that
It's
far.
like,
They're close. They're all
Yes.
within walking distance of each other. They're actually very close.
Yep.
Orlando here says I was at the Lowe's. Fanatics of PSA Golden Athletes were there. Sat with them at Smith and Nobby. Yep, heard about that. Yep. Scroll through here. Victor and I got back and forth about the rookie card. We agreed to disagree peacefully. What I'm hearing, Ham, is Pistols at Dawn. Let's see here. Zach says, thinking about moving it. You see all these things that can go wrong and be improved. Doesn't matter because you change venues. Give yourself a chance to fine tune what you're doing. But that's what I say. Like, it's funny to me, Zach. I think what it's come down to is I think the National is a victim of its own history. I actually think they just got used to moving it around, and doing the vote because it's a committee. Because there's the people that run the National. And the thing is, whenever they do these locations, they give the voters, which are the dealers, a couple of options. They limit it to like 2 or 3 options at the end, and they say to the dealers, vote. This past one for 2028 was Atlanta and Detroit. Those were the 2 options that were given. You can have option A or option B. Which one do you want?
really? I'm kind of surprised.
That's what those were the ones that they actually
Considering
gave,
Detroit being
and they each gave presentations. They each got to give their pitch to them, and the dealers that
Wow.
wanted to show up to it could watch the presentation, and both of them explain how big the convention center is, what amenities are available, what do you have nearby, what do you guys have for hotels, what can you offer
did
us?
Jeff Wilson stand up and do his dissertation there too and say,
And they
hey,
also ignored him.
Oh.
On the one hand, we had the Jeff Wilson contingent for pro Atlanta, and on the other hand, we had the Burrell
they
and
have
his
an
anti-Atlantites.
airport half an hour away. An airport a half an
anti-Atlantites.
hour.
Yep, the Burrells carried the day.
Yeah.
They said no ice cream, cake, or Atlanta for you.
Nothing.
So said Dallas Card Show does other cities like Cincinnati and Chicago. Well, that's a Dallas Card Show branding. Yeah, I understand what Sue's saying because
Oh.
there is because they say like that Dallas Card Show in Cincinnati or by Cincinnati. It's not really a Dallas Card Show in Cincinnati or Chicago, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
That's not quite the same thing, but yes, I agree with your point. That's like the Expo, the Montreal Expo,
Expo.
the Edmonton Expo.
Expo.
The Expo is the brand, and then we change the venue. But yes.
Yep.
Bobby had the same reaction I saw when I saw a photo of the Walmart booth. Yes. Walmart
Yeah.
also had a Mr. Minty card care box in the retail window. Exciting. Here we go. Can't wait for Detroit. So here Will says, the tepid endorsement by YouTubers got me excited. You should be excited, Will. Think about it.
4 hours away. But the casino's right
Listen.
across from the casino, right across the street.
Will, listen.
And before you
When
go
you have
over,
a chance.
border. The casino's right there before you go over.
Well, yeah, but that's a good casino. But then there's also the MGM Grand Detroit, the most depressing casino I have ever been in.
I think it's changed. I heard it.
I would
changed.
hope so. Bobby, I would hope so. Otherwise, people are jumping off the building.
How long has it been, Carlos?
It's been like it's been like 10 years.
Okay, so yeah.
So assuming it's still there and not everyone has jumped off the building, it should probably be improved. I would think. I would hope.
Mm-hmm.
Perks up Atlanta, Bobby. Yes. Does Geoff predict the show will double in 3 years? Guys, take things too far. Listen, when they find out that Eric is in hiding from Matt from Providence and is going to go to the Nationals to try to get away from this man, attendance will triple. Geoff is too low.
You can't hide.
That's right.
You think he'll recognize me if I do this?
I think you need to switch to the dark glasses, but it's a start. I saw Natty is trending at the
Then it
night.
shows in Boston. It's going to be the Sports World National or something. They'll have all the Ted Williams cards you need and autographs.
We got a lot of them.
Yeah, we know.
Paul here says, I just say the Natty is treading on thin ice because of how quickly Burbank got the show running. The Dallas card show in other cities. If they really push this, they're going to lose. They're better off. It's good for the other cities competing with it. But at the same time, again, I'll go back to what I said earlier. The National is the National to a lot of folks. They don't care. And to be honest, they shouldn't. Truthfully, they should not be catering to people on social media. If they don't like it, say, okay, don't go.
Yeah.
And you'll be like, oh, but then no, plenty of people will still go. If anything, here's what happens, Eric. Let me play out the scenario that Paul's giving. Okay, let's say 20,000 less people go to next year's show. 20,000. Okay. That's still probably 100,000. A lot of people. Yeah. But you just got 20% less BO, 20% more room in the aisles. The facilities are 20% less occupied, which actually makes it easier. It's 20% easier to get a hotel room. And all of a sudden, man, this was the greatest national ever. I can't put my finger on it, but the experience was way better. It was wild. And then the following year, a bunch of people come back and say, "Oh, it was good now." It's good now because a bunch of y'all went away. A bunch of y'all went away.
Right.
So like it's going to be this yo-yo. It's going to be like this weird ebb and flow. Again, it's the same conversation. I'll give you an example. It's the same conversation that people always have about. They'll watch like a real estate YouTube channel or whatever. Oh man, like it's $1 million for that. Like in this, in Montana, $1 million will get you like this acreage. And I go, yeah, because people don't want to go to Montana.
Nobody wants to live in Montana.
If people wanted to go to, if 10 million people moved to Montana today, it would not be an acreage for $1 million. The price would go up because a bunch of people would suddenly build houses and buy this land, and the price would escalate. And I'm like, why is it so expensive in Atlanta? Because the people showed up. Mm-hmm. It works when the people aren't here. But if suddenly the demand goes up, the price also goes up. It's not magic. It's basic commerce. It's supply and demand. Right now, the demand is still outstripping the supply. The National, when they're hosting it, it doesn't matter if they're not hosting it in the best venues. It didn't matter that the AC didn't work last time in Chicago, and more people came this time than the last time in Chicago. Explain that one.
Well, I think it's because 4 days beforehand, the news went out. They got new air conditioners, so people made all their arrangements in the last 4 days.
I doubt that. A lot of people were already there. Yeah. So, but do you get my point, though, Eric? Like, it's like all these problems. It's more crowded. It's harder to do this. They're more expensive, and yet more people came than last time.
I think
so. Maybe the National can punch you in the face and kick you in the nuts, and you'll thank them for the privilege. And that's what a lot of people are still doing.
I blame Andy, the sports card investigator. I really believe because he did his video, people were just so mad. They just went, "I'm going to the National."
Yeah.
And ever since that time, and he stopped doing the video. And they just kept coming. If you build it, they will come. Thanks, Andy.
It is true. Yep. Listen, Paul was he was the biggest promoter for the National I've ever seen.
Yeah,
incorporating this versus pushing away. They're going to create their own black market if you shove it away. I love it. Let's do it. Is Detroit still open, Kerry? Detroit is ham. Detroit is basically.
They got a few years.
Hold on. Detroit has been like. Have you seen RoboCop?
Yeah.
Yes.
That was Detroit.
That's it, right there.
That is the answer to your question. RoboCop.
Yeah, watch RoboCop again if you forgot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Or Dune. No, sorry. Just saying.
Dune. Will says most casinos are depressing. I just want to go to Detroit for anthropological. Will, you should go to Detroit. Listen, Will, go to Detroit because I won't. Bobby's right. It's 4 hours away. It's actually in proximity. It's actually, we can go by Windsor and drive down there. Like, it's not that hard. And I've literally been to Detroit. I've literally been, yeah, Bobby. Literally, what I would do. I already joke with somebody about this. Like, no, you put in Detroit 2028, all that. Okay, great. It's like, all right, guys, I'm heading out. I would do the video. Bobby would start off with me going, all right, guys, I'm getting on the plane. So you're not even driving down. Nah, we're gonna get on the plane. I get off the plane. It's like, all right, guys, I'm here, Las Vegas.
Yeah.
It's even closer to you. It's like exactly. I flew right over that shit straight to Vegas.
They have an
I wanna go to
MGM
a
there
proper
too,
casino.
don't they?
They do, and a proper one.
That
Just go to Logan and walk around like that. That's right. Yannick, to tell Eric, he sold me that California Seals ashtray for $100.
What?
Not funny.
I know who has that one. I could
Mhm.
ask him if he wants to sell it. He's getting older.
Mm.
You
Like
asked. I
he's
need
10
it.
years my senior.
Ooh.
Ask.
Well,
I
says,
need it.
says that how supply demand works, Carlos? But bust out the charts and give us a full lecture. Listen, if I bust out the charts, that would be the most
Oh.
hashtag scholarly thing that has happened in this segment of YouTube since ever.
Ever.
I gotta ask Bobby a quick question. Bobby, did you specifically see my Instagram post that I mentioned you?
No, I did not.
All right. So I thanked you for finding my latest ashtray. And then I took a picture of all the non-Bruin ashtrays.
Oh, okay. No, I'll check it out. It was Instagram, right?
Instagram, yeah.
Yeah, I don't go there too often.
Yeah. But I didn't know if because I mentioned you, if you got like a
You
ping.
think I get a notification? Sometimes I don't even go to them. It's just like whatever. Yeah, I'll get to it one day. But then you try to go back and find it. You can't find the video. So it's sort of like I don't get Instagram.
Yeah, no, well, if you go to my account, you'll see all the things about the ashtrays and
Okay.
me mentioning you, and I mentioned Dum Dum here too.
Dum dum.
Mm.
Well, he was the Uber that brought it to me. So
I was the Uber.
the Uber.
The Uber.
Is that French for slave?
I think you're saying get to the Uber.
Bostonian Uber.
Yeah.
Well, he's got to really sell. He's got to really lay on the accent thick before Matt from Providence finds
I
out he's
went
a
to
poser.
the garden last night.
The
My
garden.
God.
You went to the
Yeah,
garden.
Had pizza.
Pizza.
So wait, are you trying to tell me that the whole Massachusetts accent is basically you guys imitating Schwarzenegger? Is
It
that really
seems like it.
is
It's
that
like
really
an offshoot.
All it is.
It's like you're all Austrian. Is that the deal? Like, is this what's going
Yeah.
on right now?
You listen to Schwarzenegger trying to speak English. He drops all of his R's and then puts them in other words, just like Bostonians.
Wait, so
Uh-huh.
wait, Bobby, are we getting this in reverse? Is it the Bostonians are imitating Arnold Schwarzenegger, or is Arnold Schwarzenegger actually from Saugus?
He might be.
This has
He
been a
might not.
lie the entire time. The Austrian thing is bullshit.
It is. There is no such place as
Hear
Brussels.
me now and listen to me later.
Amazing.
Just like that.
You see that one right there, Eric? Fuck around and found out chart lectures.
That's
right.
it.
Name knows.
Name knows it.
Triple and National, you might have to split it up. Breakers at the Chicago Stadium, autographs at the Former Horizon, maybe. Look, but so we're making the point a little earlier when I was having that conversation with Mike. What I asked was, can it get too big? Does it get too? I think based on what we've been talking about tonight, I think the soccer show thing maybe. I'm just throwing it out there for now. We can think
The
about it
first
more. We'll
sign?
revisit this later. It could be the first sign of a splintering of it.
Yeah.
And by the way, it could become a WrestleMania weekend thing. Wait, and by the way, here's a take for you. Maybe that's not a bad thing. Maybe forcing these other things to create their own allows everybody to build their own mousetrap, and maybe somebody gets a better mousetrap model. The National can still have its thing. The rank and file average, the commoner will go in. It's like Disney World. It's expensive and long lines, but people still go.
Question.
So maybe you make it a thing where you do it anyway, or those folks do it anyway, but then the other folks come into town and attend one of these other sideshows.
So how
Maybe that
big
becomes
is
the thing.
how big is the National without the corporate? That's the real question.
Are you talking about a physical space or people?
I would say, yeah, either physical space or dealership. Count whatever.
56.
The physical space, I know this is their biggest set of activations ever. Because
Yes.
because the booths
I'd like
are
to know
getting
the
look.
percentage
Walmart had a
between-
corporate booth. Walmart had a corporate booth.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, how
Yeah.
much is really corporate, and how much is really dealer based? I'm saying, if anybody knows that number, that'd be interesting to find out.
Yeah, I think that in terms of show floor, it's taking up an increasing amount of space. Now, I will say, based on what we were talking
We
about
got Walmart.
previously, we do. But the thing is, Chicago still has in that second floor they only used a fraction of that space. So they actually do still have some expansion room
Sure.
if they want to do it. So there is a little bit more room for growth, but eventually you will cap it out, at least in that space.
Well, I would say that the expo, what would you say, like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, that the expo was corporate to dealer?
10 years ago, 15 years
10,
ago, it
15,
was 10.
before the
No,
shift.
no, here's the reason. The expo didn't encounter the shift in the same way. The
It's
the
a question,
actual
not an answer.
no. The reason I'm saying this, 10, 15 years ago, the difference is negligible. It barely is noticeable. Like the corporate areas are barely there. Like they're there, but it's like whatever. It's mostly Pather. Like honestly, it's Pather. Like the
And
Upper Decks
eBay,
booth,
eBay had one booth.
sure.
Now they
but,
have 8.
But I'm thinking of 1995, Bobby, when all the manufacturers came. Back in
Oh,
the
that was
90s,
different.
they were.
That-
That's what I'm
the
saying.
boom.
So
Yeah.
like it actually went way down. It has
Sure it
crept
did.
back up, but it's
Yeah.
still not at the apex. It's still not at the heyday. We used to have tops. We used to have upper deck. We used to have Skybox.
Yes, when
we
everybody
actually
had the
had
licensing,
all
sure.
of them.
Yes.
We had all of them, and they all set up booths, and they all
But they
had
didn't have
something there.
huge booths. It was
No, but
moderate.
if you add them all together in terms of that, we
Sure.
actually had more representation. Today, we have like Upper Deck has got their double stacker with
Double-
space
yeah.
around it. eBay's got their thing. Panther's got its section there, but it's still a relatively small amount. Like it's not comparable, and even in percentage
Not
compared
in-
to the national.
No, I didn't mean comparing those two. I just meant what they had in percentage of dealer to corporate space now, and the national being separate from the expo. I'm just saying, because I've seen the shift and change in the expo, but I don't know what the national is, so it'd be interesting to figure that one out.
Yeah, from my observations, the national corporate section has exploded. Like the last several years, it's
Yeah.
really gone. Because you just think, again, I named those ones, and I didn't even talk about Eric's personal life hero, Geoff Wilson, who has two separate booth setups. He's got the card HQ Kids, and then he's got the Market Movers thing separate from that.
Oh, that's
and
right,
then
yeah.
he's got the Cards HQ. So it might even be 3. It might be 3 separate things. Those are all corporate, all of them. Whatnot has a Videotron. Like it's this gigantic thing. Like it's like
I know.
a
I
casino
saw
or
it. It was
sports bar.
massive.
Yeah, that's just Whatnot.
Listen,
Forget about anything about it.
That
That's
was
just
size
Whatnot.
of that was the size of half the expo.
Yeah,
If-
I think Whatnot's floor space is probably more than the entire expo floor space for the corporate combined.
Yes, I would say probably.
And that's just them. Just that one thing is bigger than what the expo has in corporate.
I was watching Dave's show the other day, and the shipping is $18 and something, and I went on one card if you bought a card
I bought a card from what? Sorry.
from Whatnot. I was watching Dave's show.
Oh, from Whatnot. Yeah, no. For Canada,
DJ,
it's a ripoff. It's such a
Deals and Deals.
ripoff.
I just
Yeah,
sat
it's
there
such
and
a-
I said, maybe I'll get one of those Caitlin Clark cards from Dave, and I went
Not worth it.
18. What? That's US. Oh,
That's actually what got me. That's actually what got my account blocked. I was trying to use my ship my card's address, and because that address doesn't match my credit card, they just started screwing with me, and I'm like, oh, forget it. Never mind.
Yeah, because
Never
I signed
mind.
up and everything, and it says you can't bid. So you had to put the right address in.
Can I just touch on something?
Go ahead.
Because I didn't know this until you just mentioned it. You said Walmart was at the National.
Yes, they had a
Okay.
booth.
I think instinctively, a lot of us look at Walmart and look at, discount, some of the silliness that goes on there,
Oh, those videos are great.
and right. There's a lot of Walmart jokes, but you need to look at it differently. This is the number one retailer on the planet, and they have a booth at your national convention.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, isn't it?
That is huge.
When you have so much money to put into something, you can just throw it around like nothing.
I don't know if anyone really is seeing what a big deal that is. That the biggest company, the most successful company, the number one company, the GOAT of all companies, because we love using that term on the show, is showing up to your convention. Are they showing up at the vacuum cleaner convention? I don't know.
Are they going to Fanatics Fan Fest? No.
The
saying.
biggest, most successful company in the world is showing
Yeah.
up at your
crazy.
door. That is a huge deal. Now we can laugh at Walmart. We were at one today, and there was quite a few things to laugh at, and we did. And we say things, we mean people. Now,
And is that before or after you incited fights with them? I assumed you started fights with them.
well, there was the guy in the parking lot.
Yes.
All right. So there was one potential incident.
And so, Yannick, you can confirm this for me. When Eric started a fight with a guy in the parking lot at Walmart, when he was trying to fight him and throwing haymakers, was he's like, Matt from Providence, I hate your face.
Well, I
it
didn't know
something
I
like
was in a fight with Matt from Providence at that time.
Not yet.
That's what made it confusing for you. You just randomly blurted that out as you're throwing haymakers, and it's wild. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I didn't know I was in training for that for the hobby
I'm just
fight.
saying. That's just saying.
But again, I just think that is freaking incredible. I mean, I'm really looking at the big picture here that Walmart showed up at our national convention. That's a huge deal. I just don't know if everyone's letting that sink in, what a huge deal that is.
Well, that's like I said, that was part of the story about the growing corporate section. It's a lot of these big there are more of companies in the space, and at the same time, a bigger and bigger piece of that pie is now being taken. Floor space is being taken increasingly but we'll use the infamous word activations. There's all these companies in the space, and when we say activation, we're talking about these gigantic booth spaces. Just think that's why when I was having that conversation with Mike, I asked him, I go, the dealers upstairs found themselves cramped. There was a cramped little space between the different tables, which was bad experience for the people walking around. Right. But they had all this additional space. So a simple solution would have been to create a couple extra feet. All that would have done is you could have the same amount of dealers, but just that little extra breathing room would have made the experience upstairs better for everybody, the dealers and the attendees and everybody. But I asked the question rhetorically because we don't know the official answer. But what if eBay had said, hey guys, we're a little cramped together. Can we get a little space ahead of time? They just looked at the spaces. I bet they would have been accommodated.
Oh,
I bet dealer tables would have been moved if eBay or Walmart or one of those guys said, hey guys, we're paying good money for this. Why are we so cramped together? Yeah, we'll make bigger aisles for you. It wouldn't shock me if they'd be like, yeah, we can do that. Create some space.
Right. No, I remember you talking about that in the interview with Mike, and I totally agree. Yeah.
Yeah. So they're going to it goes back to the hotel thing. It's all I'm saying is that when you already know, the devil is better a lot of times for those folks than the devil you don't. So if you know that they're going to spend this much money for you, you're just going to make more accommodations for them. They ask for they want better Wi-Fi, they're going to get it. They want first access to the electricity or a better position, or, hey, don't put us directly above, vents, whatever, or whatever it is. There's going to be a greater inclination to offer them the best version of whatever they want, and everybody else can move out of the way. And that's just business at that point.
Yeah.
It's not unusual. They're not the only ones who do that, but it's just more obvious. I think people are seeing it now more than they ever have, and now it's in their face. Now it's clear that no, these guys are more important than you because they're paying more money for this space that they're doing. So they will get whatever they will get water ferried over to them if that's what they want. If everybody else is dying of thirst, they've got a case of water sitting right there that was personally chauffeured over.
If they want M&Ms delivered to them with all the red ones taken out, that is what's going to happen.
Basically, yeah. And that's the way of the world in a lot of places, especially when you're talking commerce. Yannick, you having yourself a moment all there?
I am.
Look at you two bosom buddies, just having your little in jokes there.
Yep.
And I'm glad your bonding is happening again before Matt from Providence comes for you.
Yes.
Just saying, it's important. Zach says,
you're not leaving anytime soon, right? Until this Matt from Providence thing is taken care of.
No.
Okay, good. You need to stick around until this is done.
He's gonna be hanging around outside, like with his van and like a little satellite thing, just listening for chatter. What it would take to make this 50 murder account so that Bob has to pay for all the likes. I like the spirit, Zach.
I'm guessing I'm the bum.
Oh yes.
Okay,
we've all agreed.
Sure.
Look,
Yep.
Yeah, Eric, you got to understand this, and I say this with love. Everyone here, the chat, and everyone here is all team Matt from Providence.
Probably.
Shit, I'm Matt. I'm team Matt from Providence. What do I care?
I'm just saying. Mike here says the National is getting their fingers in too many things outside of the building and trying to control everything around the facility. Yep. So Scott, you asked for. See, you know what's funny? Scott asked for a link, and I actually gave one. Scott, what are you doing in the chat? Just saying.
Come on.
Like it says, the over/under on people getting robbed in Detroit is 3.5 people. Like per hour?
Every 3.5 minutes? Yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, yes, I'll take the over.
Yes, every 3.5 minutes.
Wait. Can I make this wager at depressing MGM?
Yeah.
I'm excited. It seemed like 40% corporate and breaking was, maybe, it could be. Always said with peace and love, truth. Look, I'm just glad. Look, I for one am glad that Rick made it back in one piece because I was worried about him. After the tiki bar, I assumed he was gonna go to the rave, and I was worried he was gonna get tased. I was scared for Rick. Who knows? He's a wild man out there.
Rick was having a
Wild
good
man.
time.
He was having a good time. That's what I'm saying. And I appreciate you for hopping on last week, Rick. It was good. It was good to see a couple. And by the way, I did enjoy that at the tiki bar. We got all the luminaries. You see that?
Mhm.
Simon was there. Ham's everywhere, so that doesn't
He
count.
seems
But
to
everybody
be.
else.
Having a good
I
time
was,
also.
everywhere.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Ham was having a good time. We got to see him in 2 different venues. He was Tiki Bar Ham and then hotel before Tiki Bar Ham. We got both versions last week.
Yeah.
That's right. But yeah, it worked out. But yeah, my thoughts overall on this is that none of it surprised me. I think though, I want to revisit it as we get closer to next year's show. I am curious though if that does start pushing some entrepreneurial folks to create some more of those. I feel like the soccer show may be a harbinger of things to come. Especially now that you're going to be the same venue for the next couple of years, you already kind of know what the situation is. You want to pay so much money for a table at that show, or you want to set up a little side thing going on somewhere in a venue nearby.
The national under.
Maybe the tables are a little bit more reasonably priced, which lets you actually be able to make more money. It might be a more attractive option, especially if you can get enough people through the door. Why not?
There might be 16
Pretty
trade
good,
nights
Scott. Give me a
going
thumbs
on.
up.
If you're bored after hours, like people are just saying there.
You're risking though doing a show outdoors in a soccer field. Think about
But it was an indoor soccer field for them. They were fine.
Oh, I thought it was outdoors.
Yeah,
So
it was an indoor facility. They were okay.
I would say I wouldn't try doing that again.
Yeah, I think as long as you got because remember, I'll give you an example.
Right, Scott.
Yeah.
So what's with the light?
Come
He's got to
on,
work
Big
on his.
Scott,
He's
let's
got to
go.
work on it.
There we go.
Yannick, the Montreal thing is done in an indoor soccer field, isn't it?
Same idea. Actually, it's probably one of the comfiest floor space you ever
True
had.
enough.
Walked on.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not Eric under those terms. It's not a terrible idea because if you get an indoor soccer space, you have a roof and like some AC and whatever, you're good.
You want
You
light?
just set the tables
you
up on the turf. It's
want,
fine.
you want to see things? Like, yeah, you can see everything.
There
That
was
works.
the one show they had. It was right across from where Rob has his show. It was in the the old army at the Kiel and Shepherd there. That whatever it's called. That used to be an old military base there. The whole they have from Kiel over to Bathurst or Dufferin over to Shepherd up to 401. It's that old military base, but they had that set up as a show. I don't know, like 10, 12 years ago. I think it was put on by AJ's. And they had the turf, but they had all these little rubber balls, and they ended up in your shoes. It was like you got 100 rubber balls. I don't know. It separates the turf or keeps.
It's
I
chopped.
haven't.
It's chopped up tires, like car tires.
Yeah.
And they're into little almost
Yeah, little round balls
little teeny tiny black rubber pieces.
and all that.
What gives the cushion of the soccer field, but by the end of the game, your clothes and your shoes are filled with these little things.
But I went to another one that was in a soccer field just a couple of months ago, and they didn't have that, and it was beautiful on your feet. Honestly, it was great. It's really
There you
really
go.
nice.
So Scott,
venue.
good evening. How are you? Thank you for
right.
joining us. We're
How
looking
you
forward to
doing?
your announcement
Yes,
for the Mets National 2026 in Rosemont. I think that'll be very exciting.
What's that?
I heard you were going to come on to announce that you were going to be doing your own Mets National at 2026 in Rosemont. It was going to be
Right.
at the Shack nearby, and it was going to be sponsored by Big Chicken. That's what I heard.
That's right. Well, Big Chicken, we only went there once this time, so not the same as it was. So let down, it's Big Chicken.
I see.
Yeah.
There you go.
But
How are things?
Culver's is the new spot. I introduced them to that, and that is the new spot. That was close to our Airbnb.
Mm.
Perfect.
So,
Yeah,
I
I
see,
seen the
I see.
breakdown on the Airbnb. That was really cheap compared to what per night it cost at the hotel. It was like, wow. Like Ham and Flip and Steven out, they what was it, 200 and something bucks for the 5 days?
Yeah.
Each?
ours, we went an extra night, so ours was right at 400
Per purposes?
for me. So I was there longer than everybody else. So we did it by night per person, whatever.
It would still cost you. What's one night there? 250, 300 bucks?
So one night I got a hotel room Monday. I got in town Monday night. So I paid $150 for one night. And yeah.
Oh, that's not bad.
And then I paid $200 Sunday night in some no place town in Ohio. So
Yeah, go figure, right?
I was just happy to be at a Holiday Inn or something where you get a breakfast. That they actually had the best breakfast so far. So they had the egg with the cheese in it, folded over. It was good.
It'd be great for people in Chicago if they know it's in Chicago next time. Is to plan your holidays, rent your place out for that week. While you're away, it pays for your place that you go to, and everyone's happy.
Well, the problem where we're at, there's just not as many Airbnbs. So in that area, and but there's plenty of hotels. It's just not all the ones across the street are taken. We ran into this problem last time. Us poors ran into this the last time. So this wasn't, that's what I was saying. The people have been a little spoiled so far, and those people are the ones that are all been out of shape. Rick and them had a fun time, and they were $300 per night at Lowe's. I can't mess with the Rick money,
Jeez. But if that was Canadian, that's $400.
Well,
Yeah.
I think
if I went there
was a remember that one of the ones that I had fun with Andy on. One of I think it was the last Chicago one. The last Chicago one, I had actually booked a room at Lowe's. I actually had it.
Right.
And I think with I think it was like the 4 nights. I think it was 4 nights. And I think what it would have totaled out there, translated over, would have been like close to $3,000 is what it would cost me.
Yeah, because I know before COVID hit, I was spending about $1,000 for how many ever nights I was staying. Very rarely did I stay the whole show or get there for the whole show.
Wow.
But now I can, and it paid to be there a day early to get your credentials on Tuesday. It paid to get. I think it's smart to get away. What was the plus about this show is now a negative, if that makes any sense. So everything being right there, was a plus 5 years ago, 10 years ago.
That was exactly the thing. Is that because so the key here is, and I covered this with Mike in that conversation, is that because he talked about it with Andy on that podcast they did back in May.
Right.
It's not that you can't get a hotel. The point is, the whole point was that the convention center was right beside the hotel. And because you could do that, you could be somebody who would literally go into the show, hey, I need a quick breather. I'm going to go back to the room, drop some stuff off, grab a bite or whatever, and then come back, reload, and come back over.
Yeah.
Now, can you get an Uber or whatever, or car, or rent a car or whatever? Yes, you totally can. Yeah. Every additional, a little bit more distance, though, now I got to take another step. Hold on, I got to get in the car. Let me drive over. Now you got to add that little extra step to it.
Some of the hotels do have a shuttle service that goes over to the convention center. Not all of them, not as many as it used to be. Because I had to stay away from there before. And for food wise, I'll take the offset of paying Uber or whatever to get cheaper food and a good food at a lower price.
Sure.
Because it's such a tourist trap right there. That whole area is built for that convention center. And so a little bit further you get away from it, the better off you are for money. So we stayed 10 minutes away, but we were right next to the Target, right next to their arena.
Target.
We had Target. All the food places we went. But at first night we hit Target and they were loaded with cards.
We got to say it correctly because look, for reasons that were disclosed earlier today, Eric may need to adopt a new moniker where he will be saying Target all the time. You refer to him by his new name, Jacques.
In Canada, it's said Target at Jacques. Yeah.
But I do want to add some things that seems to be being left out, especially at the get together. So not only do we just show up, which has been going on there even before Mike's thing. It was an accidental coincidence finding that spot. But
There's a
now,
pre-mic. Wow.
yeah, I mean, and he just he took it over, which he has done a great job with. I'm not going to
Sure.
take that away from him or anybody else.
I was going to say, we already have one feud, Scott. We already have one feud
Yes.
going right now.
Yeah, I'm
Just
not trying to. Yeah, so
We don't need any
But-
more clips.
they had a sign up saying "You two get together," right?
Yeah.
In the hotel. They had signs posted up and on the tables of who was paying for the pizza, who was like
Oh,
they
who's
did.
sponsored?
They did. It was
Well,
sponsored.
so the thing, so Bobby, yes, but this is an
Wow.
important thing, though, Scott. This is the reason why when I was chatting with Mike, I asked the question. You can have signs, you can have the sponsor, which he does. It has sponsor, but my question was, did you remember that question was asked explicitly? I said, did you actually have an arrangement with the hotel?
No,
That's not the same as having you can have 100 signs. I can go
Right.
set up signs. I can go to a public place and put signs. But
Right.
the thing is, did you have an arrangement? And the answer was no. The answer was
Right.
there no arrangement with the hotel prior, which means the hotel could be like, wait a minute, no bueno. We didn't agree to this. Did you? People being in a
But
common
it happened
area
in previous years without any issue.
because
So-
there were less people.
and
Obviously,
to
yeah.
say it was in a common areas loosely as well. So it's not like it's in the lobby. It's not outside of an eating place.
Yeah.
So at this hotel, the common area that we're talking about goes directly into rooms, and the rooms go up and they all look down. So last year they got thrown out as well, because they were being loud. Later it got more phone calls they were getting.
Yeah, but my point though
So-
is it's not the point though when I'm saying common area, just so we're clear, is that it
Yeah.
is an area. You don't have to be booked into a hotel to be able to get there. There are ways to
and
get
I'm
to that
saying
spot.
it is a common area. It is.
So it's like
But
a
it's not
courtyard.
I
Courtyard,
don't want
really.
people to think it's like the lobby or outside of like a hotel. Because when you say common area, you're thinking there's not rooms around. This area is directly into the room. So people last year
The
were,
rooms look down into a courtyard.
yeah, and also there's rooms on that floor.
Oh,
Because like,
that's not
so
good.
people for Beckett, here's your Beckett info for the week. We're pissed.
Oh, Eric
'cause
Eric got everybody kicked out. Go on.
Wait.
So Beckett people, if you know who Mark Stofe is, like walked past in and they were pissed because we were already being out there and loud. When some people were taking when Ed Weskergriff was taking the elevator down one floor to leave, there's people from Golden and Heritage Auctions wanting to know who the hell all the people were in that area. So
trying to
it
sleep
was
or what?
already it was a stink, and this started. It was at 6 o'clock. People were already over there, so it was already packed early, and that gets more and more packed as the trade night lets out.
Yeah.
So, you know,
Add on.
Yeah. But,
It
but
was-
that's why
I
I made
kinda
that
knew.
separation. Yeah, that's why I made the separation though. I said
right.
no prearranged thing with the hotel. You
Mhm.
are in an area where there are guests and things like that. The hotel is 100% within its rights to go, hold on, guys, what the hell's going on here? Why do we have so many people all hanging around here, literally loitering? You're not staying at this hotel. A bunch of you are not. So that part of it, I was good with. The second part, the national part, is what happens after when you go, hey, can we rent one of the halls? And that's when they say no, but that's different from that.
See, I think at that point they were just using that as an excuse to get us the hell out of there.
Could
I
be.
think that was, and I'm just speculating, just as we're speculating that it's true, because just like we were out there, it was like, what is this? They're going to sell it out anyway. So, national or not, but you know, I felt bad for Mike at that moment, trying to find a spot, because then now his name is attached to this, and now he's carrying around everybody. I left. I said, this fat kid is hungry. He's not going to wait around to see where this train's stopping. My car is right here. Anybody want to go? We can go. And we left. 4 of us left, and a couple people stayed.
And where did you go to get the feed bag?
Culver's that night.
What is
That was
Culver's?
my second night at. I showed them Culver's one night, and they loved
place?
it. I don't. It's a Culver's is a hamburger. In the Midwest, it's real. When I was in Iowa, it's real popular out there. It's got a few around here, but they don't have them like in the Northeast where most of the people were from. So it was a big hit with them. It wasn't that far from us, and it was open late. Because we stayed up late most nights. You know, y'all were talking about trade nights and all that. The trade nights went on. If you were patient, you can get into the trade night after the craziness wore down. Friday night, I really enjoyed it. That was almost our get together, basically, Friday night.
Right.
Four collectors did a really good job.
It's okay, Scott. I'm confused too because they keep saying 4, and I counted at least 37. I'm
Yes.
convinced there's more of them than there are NWO members. Like every 5 minutes, there's a new one. I think Yannick joined the New World Order. 4 collectors. I'm confused.
Yeah,
I've applied.
Yeah. I mean, and all they got was a corner of the trade night. Now, the trade night is just in the VIP lounge. So
Yes.
y'all were talking about earlier all those cards being laid out. So me and a couple of us get off our lawn guys during the day. We're a little pissed that all these people are in the VIP lounge and it was hard to find a seat because all these young people they were buying VIP tickets just to sit in the VIP room and do trades all day or sell cards. They were set
Snotty
up just
little
like Carlos
kids.
said.
Mhm.
It wasn't just kids. It was adults. Anybody that could do it was doing
Where's your
it.
brick, Carlos?
So
Hey, listen,
I
I got to do
I
what I
sold
gotta
a card on Sunday, so I can't, and I flipped it over to Tani into 3 Clementes and cash. So
Well, Scott, one of my favorite things, I don't want to separate, I want to continue down this thread here for a moment,
Yeah.
but I'll just say this. One of my favorite things in the world, and it is one of my great joys, is that a lot of people, especially when I watch a lot of vlogs, is they'll say, they'll say, I flipped this, but then they'll suddenly start making like justifications and excuses. I go there and I literally go like, when you buy the card, you own the card. If you
Yeah.
want to keep the card, keep the card. You want to trade the card? Do that. You want to sell it? Cool. You want to shred it into 1,000 pieces and throw it into an incinerator? It's your card. I don't care what you do. Don't explain to me why you did it. Buy or sell.
Right.
I don't care. Just do it.
it's almost like, I don't know, like some people have made it where you had to defend yourself if you sell because they made the flipper term such a
Yeah. But
negative
my
thing.
point, Scott, I agree with you. My point is I reject this. I'm stating if you purchase the item, it is your property. Do with it as you
Exactly.
will. I don't care. But don't give me the explanation because I'm already bored of it. Just tell me what you did. Oh, I sold this card and then I was able to get these other. Fantastic. Sounds wonderful. I'm glad to
Yeah.
hear it. Works for me. But
So-
the justification is the part that drives me insane, Scott. Like I don't
Right.
care. Don't give me an
Well, I'm
explanation.
gonna do it now just to drive you insane. But anyway,
No, I'm just gonna give
it's
you a thumbs
it's a
down.
short drive, but we can do it.
I'm just gonna give you thumbs down. It's gonna be straight thumbs down.
But,
And
I mean-
every week we're gonna dedicate a segment to you. In retort, I'm gonna dedicate a segment to you where we're going to give Eric meaningless thing. We're gonna give him like a paperclip, belly button lint, and all he's gonna do is when he gets it, he's gonna weep. He's just gonna.
Good.
I love you guys. A paperclip. Oh my god.
I knew you were going to do this, so I was like, "It's not the object."
Scott,
it
I was
the
not
reason
not
it
true,
died.
Scott. I was not going to do this until you besmirch the good name of me denouncing the justification. If you had let it be, I would have gone back to making fun of
It
Eric.
doesn't bother me. I'm glad we got it out there because I left it up for that reason. Because
Yeah.
my
But the
friends
good
are
news is,
very
I think we can
went
get you a
way above
sponsorship.
and beyond for that.
I think we can get you a sponsorship, though. I sense an opportunity, Scott. I'm seeing dollar signs. I'm thinking Big Scott 35, sponsored by Kleenex.
That's why I put emo Scott on my thing. I beat you to it just to do it.
I dubbed you Emo Scott. As far as I'm concerned, you are only Emo
If
Scott. There is
somebody
no
wants to sponsor me, go for it.
Yeah.
I don't
Yes.
care.
I think the dream is here.
Jergens and
Yeah.
Right now,
Whatever.
Scott, you are one sponsorship away from being able to get some more Pete Alonsos. I say we go for it.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Get more Pete Alonsos. Just go for it.
I want more Pete's. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Not just
Let's get
Pete's,
the
but
sponsorship.
But yeah, that I just wanted to, because I thought some things were missed or just kind of left out of y'all's. of y'all's thing the other night. And I commend Mike for coming out, and especially on your channel, to kind of explain what went on firsthand.
Wow, especially on my
So-
channel. What's this
Well,
guy
you
trying
know,
to
y'all
say?
have such
Wow.
y'all two love each other so much. It's love.
Scott, I repeat, as a man of peace, I don't know what you're implying.
Ugh.
I don't know what you're trying to suggest. As a man of peace, I'm here nothing but peace and love. This is all I do.
I'm glad. I'm glad.
I'm not like Eric and Matt from Providence. Like that's right there is East Coast, West Coast. That's
well,
a
I mean,
whole other thing.
the first 10 minutes you had to defend yourself for having him on, it felt like. So, you know, that's fine.
I always feel bad anytime I have to. That was just even before I hit record. I was already having fun with that. It was gonna be so good. It's gonna be so good.
I mean,
It's my favorite.
I knew it, but I wanted to. I watch your stuff, you know that anyway. So, but I mean, with him, it was, you know, I knew you were going to get to the bottom of or ask pertinent questions. You weren't going to hold back.
Yeah.
So that was interesting because I was kind of wondering. We knew we had to get a place in Cleveland, right? And of course, we haven't done it before. But my God, if you would, I mean, if anybody watched the videos of Cleveland, that what we could.
Nobody
if
did.
fire marshals would have came, they would have shut that down. You
Really?
couldn't literally walk around in there. I went outside.
I think based on what we're seeing though is probably now in some ways this is a blessing in disguise because in reality they should have been renting a room now the last couple of cycles anyway. I think now making it official is don't take it to chance. Just get a space that's dedicated for it. That way you don't have to worry about the extra
Right.
stuff. And now that they have a sponsor, now that they have options to be able to, no, great, then you guys should be covered. You should be able to get a space, maybe get the bar. It can be a cash bar. But the thing is, some of these places will do that for you. They'll set it up
Yeah.
and be like, if you guys get your beers or whatever you want, all good, and that way you don't have to worry about it. It's set. You know where, you know when, and everything's already, and they'll take care of the rest for you, and you're good to go. It's probably better.
Yeah, I mean, but and again, I thought I think people are talking about how crowded the show was. That was a little overdone because that show was so spread out. I moved around just fine. I mean, and it was funny to see all the broken down air conditioners though on the roof piled up in one corner by the walkway. That was kind of funny. Nobody's really talked about that, but that was kind of funny up there. Because I was like, I knew there had to be an AC problem last time because everybody was like, oh, they opened up a door on Wednesday and it was still hot in there on Friday. It didn't make sense. But, you know, I think it was just fine. I had some other issues with this year. I think a lot of people, too, are just upset because like Mike said, he wanted to be transparent. I think they're being transparent. They're trying to make every dollar they can get.
Yeah.
It doesn't. It's just I don't think they're trying to hide that at all. But how many people they're letting in for free, you know, with dealer badges, or you know, they're not letting anybody in. So, and the line outside, Eric, I know you were talking about it earlier, being like 2 miles long and all that. That line used to be all inside, and you could buy your ticket first and get in line.
Oh, really?
They got to do something about that.
Yeah.
So that line used to be inside. They were going to try to do it it didn't work. I think that they just couldn't figure it out. And a lot of those people already had prepaid. What's that?
What if it rained and you got the
It
200
did rain
million
on
people?
Wednesday. Wednesday it was raining. That they're going to have to figure. I think most people prepay for what day they're going to come in. It just do the same thing. Offer them, you know, if you're there Tuesday, go ahead and give them their wristband for Wednesday or whatever, you know, or if you're there every day, you're getting early, you bought your entry for every day, like some of my friends did. Just give them, you know, what color each day is going to be. Give them all their wristbands and just let them come in. I think it could have been done better, but they'll figure it out. They figured everything else was run pretty, and I got to give it to the Chicagoland area. They had that. They had Lollapalooza. They had Cubs games, White Sox games, WNBA games. All this going on in Chicago, but you wouldn't have never really known it. Traffic in the city is always bad anyway, but you know, everything moved. So I went to a White Sox game and I went to a WNBA game. So I did some other stuff that I usually don't do.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Carla here says, why
What was
can't they give you a
that?
wristband after scanning your ticket from the phone? So one of the things that I think kind of what Scott's playing to is they're going to have to upgrade the tech, because now, you've got a lot of large conventions out there. We were talking about earlier about how what's funny is that the national, maybe, and I don't know if you caught this as part of the conversation, Scott. It's funny because we always have the debate about the different locations for the national, but realistically, the national is one of the few conventions that actually rotate locations. A lot of other conventions, the Philly show. Imagine the Philly show in South Dakota. That's not the
Right.
Philly show. Like what we again,
Right.
earlier the point was made about Dallas expanding the brand, but that they're calling it the Dallas show, but that's not really the Dallas. The Dallas Card Show is in Dallas. That is where the main show is. But all these other Burbank show is in California. We know that these regional shows are where they are. They might move within the city or close by, but they're sticking to a certain region. They're just hanging around that area. The Chicago Sports Spectacular is in the Rosemont. It's in the same place.
Right.
It's in Rosemont. It's the same place.
Yeah, it's the same. But my whole thing too is people were talking about it's gotten too big, including my friend Wesker Griff. For that, I don't think so. I don't see why. We walked across the street every day, walked right into a restaurant and got lunch, right? If you stay, people don't even understand there's food places across. They're so used to everything being right there. We literally walked an extra half a block and went to a food place every day. We walked right back over. I don't know. That parking deck wasn't even close to being full.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah,
Like,
so
just park and went in. Yeah.
yeah, and they had plenty. And they learned from their last one to have extra parking people directing people up in the decks, so it wasn't just a free for all. So it was very well coordinated and planned throughout.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Just
I thought it went. I thought it went a lot smoother than what some other people are talking about how many people were and how big it was. I just made it mine where I was at. Don't worry about the other side of the building, what was going on. Just worry about where you were at and the cards you were looking at. Did I see everything? Hell no. I gave up on that on Wednesday. So
You gave up on Wednesday.
I gave up on trying to see everything. Because I take my time at every one and really look at stuff. And if I'm interested, I really look at it to see and research it before I buy it. So I go very slow and methodical. And so I gave up on Wednesday seeing everything. I saw what I wanted. I got what I wanted. I was very happy with my pickups. So
you know what I'm hearing, Eric? I'm hearing that Scott on Wednesday wound up over at the Whatnot area. And he started looking at all he goes, wait, is that kind of bunny costume? And stared at it for 6 hours just to make sure. Like, it is a bunny costume. I knew it. I've seen one of those. That's what Ed wears. And 6 hours later, he's like, oh shit, that's the first day of the national. We're screwed.
Oh, God.
And that's it. He gave up after that. It was done.
Well, I did talk to quite a few people Monday. I ran into quite a few people. I mean, on Wednesday, I mean. So, that's going to happen. Eat up a lot of your time, but it's welcome. That's one of the things you're there for. Talk to people. So,
let me ask you this question, Scott. So let me ask you this. I asked Baseball Collector basically the same thing in a roundabout way because he had already talked about it, but I'll ask you because he was one of the big evangelists for the national for all these years, going in. That's the reason why I thought he was the perfect person to ask. I'm like, all right, I said, but basically the question was, how much more is it going to take? Okay, let's say the national is overreaching and kind of getting into but again, some people are participating in this event, some people aren't. Like the national is not stopping you from going to a restaurant, hanging around with a couple of your buddies, having a few drinks, and showing some cards. They can't do anything about that. You want to go to a restaurant and just hang out with your buddies at a table and just show some cards and have a couple of drinks? There is nothing they can do about that. But for the larger gathering, and again, the larger gathering, you can book venues outside of it. The soccer guys did that. That's what I say. Like they literally ran a whole show. Yeah. So it clearly is possible. And they can't do anything about that because if the venue wants to book the space, they're like, all right, if the venue can be like, yeah, sure, we'll stop it. If you pay us, you book the space. Otherwise, no. If they come by and they say, hey, we'll give you money to rent the space, we're not doing anything with it. Hell yeah. capitalism. Like the venue is capitalist too. So their question is like, wait, you offering us money to rent this? So you're going to bring a bunch of tables, a bunch of kids are going to fawn over some soccer cars, but we get the money and then you clean up after?
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds great. When can you start? So I wouldn't be surprised though. My curiosity is two things. First thing was, is it now, especially since the soccer shows seem to have gone off pretty well, does that now encourage some of these other dealers and things that can't get into the main show and be like, oh, we could start up something? Maybe there can be a TCG one down the road. The
Yeah.
Pokemon kids can set that up and do
I-
well.
I would not be surprised next year because of what happened. Right down the street, not even a mile away, is a
Yeah.
casino with hotels around it.
Sure.
Up another way, about a mile and a half, there is the arena and more hotels. So I would not be surprised that something like that happens, where you might have, because before they had different trade nights in different hotels. You had a wrestling one, you had non-sport. They couldn't do that this year. So I think now that everybody's learned what the rules are, I think you're going to see some more stuff because people are staying more farther and farther away. It's going to turn into Cleveland where everybody's going to have a car or mode of transportation, that you're going to see things like that. I'm almost 100%. I would feel good by putting money on next year, having, if not other trade shows during the day, at least having different sponsored trade nights somewhere else.
I think there's an opportunity. I think there's an opportunity there. I don't 100% think that's doable. I think some folks are going to take advantage. I think, Eric, some folks are going to learn the lesson. They're going to take advantage of it. They're going to be like, okay, we can set something up down the
There
street.
was a
or
lot
whatever.
of people turned away at every trade night. And so where they go? They try, wherever they went, I'm sure. I heard at one of the hotels one night, there was some stuff going on in the lobby. But, also in one of the hotels, they had a horror fest going on.
I did hear
right there at the show.
Mm-hmm.
What's that?
One of the comments mentioned that, I think.
Yeah, so you got to add all of that into like everything that was going on. Yeah, horror convention going on, and with autograph signees and all that stuff. So, and I heard that was a good turnout. I was talking to people in the elevator at the parking deck, and so with all that, I'm pretty sure, and I don't know if the other question was, what is it going to take for me to stop going?
That's basically the question. So is it going to be more distance? Is it going to be bumping up the cost even more on certain things, making it more inconvenient? Like, how many inconveniences do I need to stack before it's like, you know what? Let me just go meet up with Michael and those guys at the Philly show. Let me just go do Chantilly. Let me do these other things instead.
Right. So I already love Philly show. I've already been once. Sure. I went the first time this year. I already stated, if it was as hot as it was last year in there, that's my Achilles heel. I'm not going to walk around with sweat running off my nose, running down certain parts of my body where it shouldn't be running while I'm at a card show indoors and pay $200 for a VIP ticket. And that's no bueno. That would be probably, I already said it this year. I told the guys, I said, if I go in there and it's that hot, I probably won't be there that much. So, and it would probably be, I would have to think seriously, that would probably be the end of
VIP is very impressive perspiration. So just saying.
Well, and this is going to be last year. I'll probably get that as well, because the reasoning for it before was a free parking pass, which you don't get anymore. The price went up $50 too.
Wow.
And in Chicago, there's nowhere to really sit down.
They said they should have set some chairs up in this open area or something so people could just sit down.
It's piss poor. Even you get something to eat, you don't have nowhere to sit down to eat. It's not good for that. That's the one drawback that I can point out. So
Wasn't it last year? Was it last year where they had all the people trading and said no dealing or trading and everybody's there and nobody can sit down and eat?
Yeah, at the trading. So at those tables at Cleveland, they were pretty hard on that. They were walking around kind of stomping at, when they, but I mean, it's just so many people. Is it going to happen? Of course.
Yeah.
But so I get the VIP, so I have a place to sit down. I think I went up there twice because now they've moved it upstairs. It's so far kind of out of the way. I just stand on the floor and we go eat lunch. And then by the time we come back, one day I left and went, like I said, went to the game. The day's over with before you know it. So,
Yeah.
You sit wherever when you're ready to sit, I guess. So I think I'm just going to get the 5-day early because that is worth it. Getting in an hour early, and it takes the rest of the people an hour and a half to get in the front door. That gives you a couple hours of really getting
Before
to
it
look at
fills
it.
in. Yeah.
But by Friday afternoon, it wasn't that bad. Saturday wasn't as that crowded. Sunday, of course, that place is so big now. Sunday,
Ghost town.
not a ghost town, but it was just so spread out. You could just walk up. You could hear. You could talk to people without being loud.
Oh yeah.
The only thing I don't like is people start shutting down early. They already close early, 4, and they make people pay the same to get in.
Yeah, that's bad.
Yeah, so I think people that come in on Sunday get a little gypped, but it's a good day to go to get good pricing if you're looking for the bigger stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So
right. I think
I like Sunday.
I'll touch on that in a second here. I just wanted to read this comment because it played into what we were talking about. So Sam's here, good evening, says Star Wars collectors had their own trade night on Saturday night. It was sold out. We'll grow larger next year.
Huh?
That's what I'm saying. It wouldn't shock me if little
I didn't know that. I would have.
It would have been. That's what I'm saying. But there would be people that probably didn't know that either. But I guarantee you, there's some people that would be interested. You offer them these
I'll
little.
be
Again,
interested.
yeah, it's these little pockets. So that's the reason why I was saying, Bobby. It wouldn't shock me if some of these specific categories decided to be like, hey, look, there's stuff out there at the main show, but then you got to search through all this stuff. Or there's some people that kind of specialize in this, and if you can kind of put it inside, you've made their lives easier. I am interested in Star Wars stuff. That's exactly where I want to go because they've got the stuff I want.
Wrestling, Star Wars, soccer. Yeah.
I know.
Maybe we'll have a hockey one there. Maybe even.
There can be a hockey dealer. There can be one
It
table.
was a little disappointing in hockey there this year.
Yeah.
There was Scott already mentioned it though. There was I don't know about this particular year, but last year, maybe the year before, there was actually an organized wrestling card trade night, specifically wrestling card trade. And
Chicago.
The last Chicago one, Panini was one of the sponsors because they have the WWE license. So they specifically made little grab bags. Like that's logical. It makes perfect sense. Why wouldn't they? Yes. Out of all the people,
it was such a wrestling was huge there at this show this year.
Yeah,
AEW wasn't.
And it's not going to be because again, I always tease the guys. It's that, and it's just something I've talked to them about. I'm not telling you anything that I haven't told them directly. I just said you have to be willing to take that extra step. You guys have a niche license here. And you do 3 releases a year on average. And this year, right now, this week was actually release week for Metal Universe.
I know.
And I was actually pretty impressed.
Yeah.
I opened 3 boxes of it so far, and I actually did pretty well. I got a jambalaya in the first box. Did pretty well.
I saw that. I saw that.
So for the third one, I'll give a little sneak preview, Scott. Third box, I didn't pull anything too crazy. I pulled a couple of nice cards. But I'll say I was able to get a PC card.
Nice.
Oh, that's smooth.
Yeah.
That is smooth.
And that's the numbered one out of 99, which is great for me. Actually getting a numbered PC card, I'm happy. That's great. So for me, already that's a win. But I let's put it this way: I've actually pulled 2 essential credentials numbered out of my 3 boxes.
Well,
so I did okay.
You brought with the upper deck guy that was there on your show.
Yeah, Billy Cilio, yes.
Yeah, you brought up a great point with him, and I don't know how hard they tried. But man, they should have really pushed to have that metal release for the show. because it really wasn't
And
no
I
new
said it to
product
him, yeah.
there.
Yeah.
There was really, and also AEW was in Chicago. I don't,
They were.
I didn't understand why they didn't have Upper Deck's got a. They don't have a great setup. It's a nice one. It's the same one they always have.
Yeah.
But my gosh, that was the perfect time to have a couple of wrestlers there. Chat them up a little bit.
Yeah.
The only wrestler they had in their silver pack was MJF.
Yep. It's one of those things where, and like I said, I'm repeating what I have said publicly many times. So nothing. We're not telling tales out of school here. 2 opportunities were missed. The All In show would have been a big opportunity. That would have been a great time to promote it. But if you missed that window, which they did, the National would have been a great one too. Why? Because you have there an opportunity not only to promote your product, you have a brand new release that came just after, literally just after. Imagine if these had been available there at that time, you would have actually sold it. And even better, Fanatics is having its own troubles getting the WWE stuff out the door. It's actually been, Scott, believe it or not, by the time they get the Cactus Jack one, the new one that's supposed to come out, I think by the end of the month, it will be 6 months between actual major release. And that's what the Fanatics overlords with all their resources and everything. So right there, you had a 6-month window where you have the wrestling universe all to yourself. Just by having a product release on time or a little bit quicker, you would have been able to have the double whammy of the promotion of either the show or the National. Plus, Fanatics isn't ready for another 4 weeks. You would have beat them to the punch by 4 weeks and had 4 weeks for people to open your stuff. And by the way, I've been watching box breaks with people doing it. They're pulling some nice stuff. Some of the stuff's pretty decent. I gave my critiques in the video. I didn't just open the box. I'm also giving critiques on the cards, Eric. That's one of the things I like to do with it. And I'm like, I tell what I like, what I don't like. The smooth cards, I'm okay with, whatever. But nonetheless, I got a numbered PC card. I'm happy. I pulled a couple of other really nice cards. Great. Awesome. So there is some good. And the price point isn't terrible. I would still like it to be lower. However, if I compare that, so here, Eric, I compare $165 Canadian. That's what I was paying per box, right on release day, versus the new Cactus Jack, 400 US pre-order. No guaranteed autos. So sounds to me, Eric, like you've got yourself a wonderful opportunity to sell. Like, I don't care if you're not as excited about the AEW product. Scott, you can buy basically 4 boxes for the amount that it costs you for one Cactus Jack. Well, in 4 boxes, Scott, you're probably going to get a PMG. You're probably going to get a couple of nice numbered cards. Maybe an essential
today. I bought a case today myself.
Yeah. So the price isn't too bad relative to $400 per box with no guaranteed auto.
And Yannick, I saw a card you're bidding on at the show. I took a video. I tried to send it to Eric. It wouldn't upload. I think it's called the Living Game or something like that.
Love of the game.
The Love of the Game.
Oh, the auctions, yes.
Yeah, one of those early postcard style hockey cards.
1911. Sweet
Man, that
Cold.
was nice.
And it's ending tomorrow night. So yeah, I've been eyeballing this for a while.
Oh, so I was curious. Actually, we were discussing that separately, and we were wondering if that's something you had your eyeball. Probably Dan from Saugus might bid against you, but other than that, I think you've at least you got to give it your best shot. Yeah, I'm just saying. You might have to fight Dan from Saugus.
They had a few of each one. I mean, the guy told me the whole backstory on them, and it took his time. I was telling him I was taking a video. I was going to send it to Eric and Joe, and then Joe told me you were bidding on one of them. So I was like, oh, okay. So
yep,
that's that's the last one I'm missing basically for the Joe.
Oh, really?
Oh,
well, good luck to you, man. It stopped me while I was walking. I usually don't hang around the auction houses because I'll just get a catalog if I want to see it. That would stop me in my tracks because it was so unique. Oh yeah.
Hold on, I'm zooming in there. There you go.
Yeah. Nice. They're so unique and beautiful cards, how they were done, the portraits.
They're 5x7s and they're postcards. So basically that's the back. And you see a stain there? the only reason why I can see it's a 2 because I
Right.
don't know why it's not a 4 or
They said that the only way you can get those cards is if they come from the families. Like those cards went to the family members,
something. Yeah.
and the only way you got them is when a family member is ready to, let it go.
Yeah.
It was very, very cool, and the names. We got there's trophies and stuff for the name player. It was really cool. I was, as not being, I like hockey, but I'm not a hockey guy like y'all are.
Yeah.
But I love history anyway, so it was pretty cool talking to him.
Bobby would correct me probably right now, but basically, like half the set at least are Hall of Famers,
Yeah.
and under then the only time I ever had a chance, let's say, because it was a whole set last year in November at the expo, but someone had a set for sale and it sold, and the asking price was $250,000.
Oh, sweet
US.
caps.
Sweet caps. So
Yeah, that
And they were
history
missing
part.
one card for the set
even,
at this show.
to have a chance to even bid on one or own one separately from the whole set is almost like impossible to none. So
I don't know if it was given out to the family members. I think that's rumor, hearsay, and popular opinion. It's hard to really understand. There's so few around, but that hasn't been confirmed really. So we'll just call it whatever it is. But if we keep on saying that, that's what it will become truth, right? And that's what I don't like. Until we prove it, we'll just call it, however, whatever.
still don't know really what they were, how they
I've
were distributed.
I've seen them used. I've seen them sent by other people, like without the
Yep.
person's address or anything on it. So how did they get them?
Mm-hmm. What I'm hearing though, Bobby, based on this conversation, what Yannick
Sure.
was saying about what the the sale price on some of the previous ones have been.
Sure.
What I'm hearing is that Yannick went out there, visit his good buddy Eric to size him up to see how much the current market is for a kidney.
I think so.
That's right. We're going to North town tomorrow.
Well,
A couple extra bucks might be necessary, and Eric shall be known as a wallet henceforth.
Yes.
Using those kidneys for anything there, Eric?
Just to pee.
I think you can use one less. You only need one.
Yeah, really, truly.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, think about it, Eric. You can be that one. That's a wonderful thing you can do for a friend or for a man who's in your house.
You can live without your gallbladder.
Nope.
Don't need your tonsils. Not like those are replacement.
Already lost those.
Oh,
You don't
did
need
Mhm.
testicles
I
either.
still got my appendix and tonsils, so I don't know.
You can go ask her for them.
Oh yeah.
So Scott, what I was going to say was, I think that's one of those things where a lot of those items, I think it's good that they were showcasing a lot of them. It was funny you mentioned that because I know I was kind of curious if Yannick would have his eye on that. It made a lot of sense, and it's good to hear. So we'll see. Good luck, Yannick. Hopefully you do well on that one.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys. I will.
But I
now
think
everybody knows.
It'll be interesting to hear.
How many days
We'll
left?
have to,
Tomorrow
Well,
night.
you got friends with
Oh,
Mike
it's tomorrow night. Damn.
Less
getting
than
close.
4 hours now.
It's getting
Uh-oh.
close. Yeah.
And how's it doing? Has it moved? Has it moved any?
No, hasn't in the last.
Maybe BBC's now BHC.
Yeah.
I'm putting that
Hockey
bet
collector.
in tomorrow night.
We'll see. We'll have to find out. I don't know. But
Thanks, Scott.
Yeah, I'm sorry. My bad.
Yeah.
I just had to say something 'cause I was impressed. A lot of like vintage cards and stuff, you see them all the time. It's not like a wow moment to me to see some of that stuff, but that was a wow moment to me just to see that. I really am a equipment guy. Like when I went to the Hall of Fame to see what catchers wore in the early 1900s. So to see like what those guys are wearing in the pictures and stuff like that is kind of amazing to me. Of course the game wasn't played like it is now, but still I'm sure the puck didn't feel good when it hit you. So, so that stuff interests me a lot.
That's why it's hard to compare eras and stars. It's like that time that they had simple bats and the balls were different and the gloves were different, obviously.
God, what's down there pitching underhanded? I mean, geez.
Really?
Question.
Yes,
For a little
early
bit.
days.
For a little bit, yeah.
That's softball.
Yeah, the rules changed a bunch of times in the early days. They played around with it a little bit. There was a season, if memory serves me. There was a season where for a little bit they counted walks as hits, so it really inflated the stats for basically a season or two. And
Yeah,
then I
that
think
would.
eventually they recalibrated it because obviously that would have completely changed the context of the game. Imagine you count walk as a hit. For certain guys, it'd be amazing. Like all of a sudden, there's guys who can get 100 walks a season right there. Boom, your average goes through the roof because you're counting and you're
Yeah.
racking up these hit totals. They wouldn't mean what they meant at one point, but that was only like for a season or two, and then they go, wait, this is kind of throwing the stats out of whack. It's kind of weird, so they didn't end up doing it that way.
And even the amount of games that played were different too. Same thing with
Yep.
hockey,
They changed it.
and everything else.
Yep.
Although
number of different
Dan, did
times,
he get that right when we were talking about the Maple Crisp bet? I don't know.
Yeah. And I will say, what's funny is in the same vein, they're going to change the number. Like even today, they're changing the number of games again. Eric, correct me if I'm wrong. The NHL is going to be going to what, 84 game season now?
From 82,
That's the first.
Yeah,
time
I think they're going up
2
again.
more games.
They're going to bump it up. I'll
That's-
double check.
I've
But
heard
they
of it.
should shorten it.
Because I think they're due. They're basically done the CBA. They're actually ahead of schedule in the CBA, and part of the proposal is changing the number of games.
They should short. Not only they should shorten it, it shouldn't be a game past fucking June 1st.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well,
they're
that
going the other way.
that intermingled with basketball, so I think that's why there was a little bit more
Yeah.
time added to the.
Yeah. I got it in front of me here. I just double checked it. So the 25-26 season will be the last with 82 games before a new collective bargaining agreement kicks in to make it 84.
And then, any records after that need to have an asterisk. It's just like every year prior. You had-
Exactly.
I mean, you keep giving people more games and more opportunities to put up points. You got to have asterisks and just say this is the record starting in this season.
Or divide it out. If
Yeah,
you're playing 82 games and this is your average here, but then you have to lengthen that with a different divisional.
They didn't do that in baseball.
They should have. They
They
really
sh-
should have.
if
Yeah.
you're playing more games, you have more opportunities.
They bring it up when the records get broken. They'll do a comparable stat, like he was at this many home runs that went at the same time, but
Yes,
there's no.
there
in the
should be
record
really. That's
You go to the Hall of Fame. There's not a different in when they show whose records are what. So
Well, I feel different about that, but anyways.
I do too. I feel like, but then again, like you said, the games changed. All the games.
Now here's the question though. Because I was remembering, I was going back in my memory banks a little bit, and I was pretty sure, and the answer is yes. How do you feel about it though? Because in 92, 93, and 93, 94, those seasons had 84 games too. It was a
What's that?
two-season experiment in 92, 93 and 93, 94. Those 2 years,
I don't know.
they actually ran an 84 game schedule. It was an experiment for expansion, and they did it for just 2 seasons, and then reverted back to 82.
So yeah, that
So they
should
were
be
playing
in
around with it.
consideration too. Always. Because if we want to, I know Eric doesn't like maths, but the math has to crawl in there somewhere at a certain point that you have to sit there and go, hey, listen, you played 2 more games.
What's
So
the big deal with 2 games? Like there got to be a reason. There must be a reason to something.
One more home, one more away.
More money for the owners.
yes,
Yeah, that's really what it comes down to. More regular season games are profit.
better for them.
It's more money.
What's
More
soda?
TV revenue.
No, I get that, but that's this significant 2 games.
It's just additional inventory. You have to think over the course of remember, collective bargaining agreement. So that's all teams. So it's over the course of an entire schedule. What happens is, so imagine 2 more games per team. And then on top of everything else, when you go to do your TV rights packages, you just added more inventory.
That's
So
all
that's
it's done.
like, it's inventory.
mean-
It's game inventory. That's really what it comes down
But
to.
if you're going to break a
You take
record,
those 2 games and times it by how many games there's played. That's how many games. It's not 2 games. It's 2 times 15 games. So it's 30 games.
so if someone's going to break a scoring record in a season, like 80 something goals, and they get 2 extra game and the guy gets 84, is that really fair? No, it isn't. It isn't a record, so to speak.
Yeah, if someone
But they'll talk about it, but you
They
know,
won't. Yeah, it is actual and factual. It should be done that way.
but but see, that's what I like about sports is the stories, right? So now you got a story.
You can debate it. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's a debate to have, you know, amongst friends over a beer in a pub. You know, that's what's the fun part about sports.
Or a burger place.
I mean, Gretzky
Yeah.
played 80 game seasons. He had 92 goals in the season.
Yeah.
Now, you know, let's just say somebody gets to be that good again, and you know they're on the verge of hitting 92, 93, and now they get 4 extra games.
Two extra.
Well, not if it's 84 and he had 80.
Oh, if he had 80, yeah, of course.
Well, I got to remember though, Eric. What important caveat? Scott was just talking a moment ago about underhanded.
There we go.
He's talking about the whole underhanded thing, and I just gave you an example of like a weird. You got to go back to the 1800s, by the way, for that season with the walks thing. That was
It's
back
almost
in the
irrelevant
1800s.
at that point because.
Yeah. But what I'm getting at though is you got to think though the entire like first 10 years of Gretzky's career in the 80s, goaltending was actually legal. Anyone who stopped a puck was shot. Like imagine how many goaltenders died for stopping a puck.
Didn't they score more goals like in the 80s than they did like now by far?
There was so many games that were 11-2. It was
there were more goals scored in the 1980s than in the entire rest of the NHL's history. It was wild.
There was a game between Toronto and Boston, was it? I think.
I don't want to hear about it.
Okay.
Listen, I remember fondly, if you go back to the 87 season, I remember fondly the Edmonton Oilers were playing the Calgary Flames in a Battle of Alberta, and I think the score was 114 to 110. It was crazy. It was wild. Gretzky was on fire that night. You should have seen it. Scott, you should have seen it. 80 goals that game.
Oh, yeah.
It's crazy.
Speaking of Canada, I do appreciate y'all starting forest fires to make Chicago while we were there, one of the worst places to breathe air in the whole world. Just throw that out there.
Scott,
you're welcome.
Look, Scott, I don't want to tell anybody. Scott, I didn't want to tell anybody. I don't want conspiracy theories to start, but I do need to explain something about that. I no problem. Happy to help. But in truth, you got to remember, this was a request. It was actually a request by the national group because they said, guys, the air conditioner's working properly. The Wi-Fi seems to be fine. How else can we fuck with these guys?
Yes.
Dudes, can you help us? It's like, all right, look, we'll do the forest fire thing. We'll direct the fans.
Put their hand up and said, okay.
We'll direct the fans. We got you. But,
yeah,
you know, Smokey the Bear took the day off.
We were like, why is this so easy out here?
Forest fires.
We had to give you something, Scott. You can't get off scot-free.
And one of the guys goes, my sister just texted me saying that Chicago's under like a breathing advisory to like stay indoors.
Well, that's normal. You're talking about in addition to the normal standing orders. That's what we're talking about. Yeah. So Scott, the short answer, look, I didn't want to tell you like this, but that was a request. And again, you're welcome. The national group has a lot of power, Scott. They offered us free hotel rooms in Rosemont. Like, what are we gonna do?
Show them the picture. Check
I
this.
thought that was y'all's fight back, maybe, you know.
Well, that too, but they also offered, free hotel rooms, so that's good.
Buddy of mine last week, 6 days ago, when he turned in Manitoba. That's what basically Thompson, Manitoba looked like. And that's during
McDonald's is on fire. That's everywhere, Yannick.
Yeah. On his way to Sturgis, turn around.
Gosh.
Since you asked, Scott, look, fine, I'll tell you the secret, but that's what you wanted to know. Jeez. Yannick's picture looks like the opening scene of a horror film. Yes. And for Manitoba, that was a Tuesday.
It's going to Manitoba.
It's like, it's a different thing. Those middle provinces, we don't want to talk about. Yannick, we don't talk about those middle provinces.
They're there because you got to.
Hey, you know another thing that they did at the National this year I thought was pretty cool? They took some of the women's bathrooms and made them men's bathrooms.
Well, yeah, you mentioned that. It was So they did the demographics basically, and they just said just basically creates some additional inventory for them to be able to get.
It was no issues with bathrooms or food. I mean, people had to wait in line for food, but if you wanted water or something, there was places to get plenty of places to get water. I carried enough in my bag, so.
True. Very true. Okay, let me ask you this question then,
Agree
Scott.
with him.
Oh, I just
You know the next year it's going to be back in Rosemont next year and Rosemont the year after that. So it's going to be a lot of the same. You already said what the line is going to be to make it not workable. Okay, fine. So do you think anything's going to change between this year and next year? Because now we know. My thing that's kind of interesting wasn't even the baseball collector thing. I think that was interesting. That's why we talked about it.
Yeah, that was just
But
interesting.
yeah, but I think the fact the four collectors guys, even though again they have 500 members, I think the four collectors guys being, their trade night was really just was like a corner of the trade night. That's realistically
Yeah.
what it was.
Yeah.
So you
No
kind of have,
signage, nothing. That was the part that bummed me out. They won't even represent it at all by the national.
yeah.
They
Well, the
were
other
on
thing
the
is, like I
side.
said, we'd have to ask those guys more details. That would be a
Right.
separate conversation. We could do that. But because it was a VIP thing, I think you needed the wristbands to get into that area, if I'm not mistaken.
It wasn't a VIP thing. So what they did, because the first night, from my understanding, the first night of the trade night got broken up by the fire marshal.
Oh wow.
And then the next day they were like, you have to get wristbands during the event.
Okay.
And just like Mike said, the wristbands became a commodity at the show.
By the way,
So-
bonus points to Mike. Kudos to him. Black market wristbands I didn't have on my bingo card, but now I do.
Yes.
But now I do.
So they were telling me, the four collectors guys, so they came up, they saw me on the floor Friday and said, how many wristbands you need, Scott? We got you covered.
28.
I told them, and they were telling me, hey, and they were like it was black, like they pulled me in the corner. I thought they were selling me drugs. Like here, pull them out of the bag, and I was trying to hide them. And they're like, I don't want anybody to see that I have these, or I'll be bugged all day because people. I'm like, is it like that? And he said, yeah. So there was a long line, even for the wristband people to get in. Me, Dave, Midlife Card Crisis, and Hitman all kind of just stood off to the corner, just waiting patiently to get in. And once the line went down, we just walked right in. And there was room. I mean, that's a huge room they put it in. And I walked around semi-okay. I was interested in a Yogi Berra Bowman. Didn't pull the trigger. Kind of regretting it a little bit, but it'll be there next year or whenever I go to another show, so it's not a big deal. And then about an hour and a half, it started loosening up noticeably, and people started walking in and didn't have wristbands. It was a line. People didn't have wristbands. Now, Eric, this is the line the line was just as long to get into the trade night for people that didn't have wristbands, waiting to try to get in.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I know. That's why I will put money that somebody, an entrepreneur or one of the people that, Panini or even Fanatics, somebody was sitting there going, if I can get a ballroom and even be connected with the National, who cares? There's money to be made on this. Even if the National has to get their beak wet a little bit. So I know it's going to happen.
Yeah.
And it's just going to be a matter of what it is and where it's at. That's why I don't think us being on that road, having our get together on that road is going to happen. We, like where we stayed at, right across the street is a pond with like a picnic tables and coverings and all that. And we might look into seeing about getting that. I think Wesker Grove's going to reach out to Mike as an option for next year. Be outside, nice relaxation, bring whatever you want to drink and just chill out there outside. And I just walk across the street.
Scott, I love the idea that, people are able to get together and meet up and hang out with their friends that they only see once a year, or,
Right.
they do videos like this. And this is, maybe the one time a year, maybe even the first time they're able to meet up face to face and hang out. That makes all the sense in the world to me. And I'm not judging anyone else. I'm actually amazed that people have the energy and the passion for this hobby to be on the floor of the convention for 8+ hours, and then go do another handful of hours.
Yeah, I heard you say that earlier.
Well into the night.
Yeah.
I can't do it.
I was there 9 o'clock, and I was getting back to the earliest night was after the basketball game. I got to the Airbnb at 9:30ish, something to 10.
Yeah.
Every other night was like after 11. It was long days, and I agree. But I can tell you what this was the first year I really had people that just came up and started talking to me from knowing me on YouTube.
Yep.
Peers and just people that watch.
Right. Yeah, that's always fun.
Yeah, and it wasn't just like, hey, I watched your show. It was, hey, and it was the conversations.
Right.
It was, hey, and they bring up stuff that happened on my show or somewhere else. And a couple of people knew me from, Carlos being on my whatever. So it's just like, those interactions. And that's what's made that get together so big. It's not just the people on YouTube. It's open to anybody. So you have a lot of people wanting to come over to talk to the people they watch. So that's where our little corner of the hobby kind of expands into something a little bit bigger, because you'll have people that don't that just interact and don't have the show. They'll come over and watch. And that's the other night, like the filming tonight is more for YouTube creators. Wednesday night, Rick and them, they had to get together at Lowe's. Now that night, I ran out of steam. It was nowhere for me to sit down or get something to eat.
Right.
And I was like, I told my friends, I was like, I feel bad. So I really love Rick and, Manjeet, talking to those guys. But I just had to go get something to eat that night. I just ran out of gas. It was raining. I was wet. I had a case of Star Wars I wanted to open. So,
I just, I mean, maybe, and we joke about my age and stuff, but we also make fun of me for a lot of reasons, but I'm in really good shape.
Yeah.
I'm not like tired or exhausted by the end of the day.
Well, what you do with the pool noodles and the
guys,
chocolate sticks don't exhaust you. Nothing.
So, but I'm kind of like, I'm done with, I'm done with cards by the end of the expo. All right. At the end of the day. And it's like, I'm all done. Now I want to go hang out with these morons and go out to dinner and
Montanus.
No, Eric, I think you want to hang out with random janitors that you think are Peter
Well,
Forsberg.
that's a whole nother thing that they like to make fun of me about. Scott, I don't know if you know that story, but
I'm not slumming it at Montanus anymore.
I was late for dinner one night because I was hanging out with Peter Forsberg, and
it wasn't Peter Forsberg.
It wasn't. It was a janitor. Anyways.
Yeah.
And they still give me a hard time.
He still had a mop in the picture and everything. He was like,
I know.
The man was trying to work, Scott. The man works for a living, and this moron is bothering this man. He goes, Peter Forsberg, I loved you in Washington. And he doesn't even know who he plays for. Like, he doesn't know anything.
It's probably Anatoly.
So, and then, after a couple of hours, whatever, having dinner and catching up with everybody and, having some laughs, I want to go to bed. And I find it impressive that people can, again, be on the floor for 8+ hours and then go to a trade night for 4 or 5 more hours.
Yeah, I'm with you, because
you're going to bed in the middle of the night and then getting up and doing it again.
Yep.
I can't do it.
I'm 53 and diabetic, so when I'm hungry, I get hangry awfully fast, and I have to get something to eat. And I had stuff in my bag, but sometimes it just, eating a little bar or something is not enough. I got to get something in this belly.
You need to.
Right.
Someone had a bunch of VIP trade night bracelets. Yeah,
No, I
and
just,
that,
I put it on here. Good evening, Simon.
Yeah.
Thank you for chiming in.
they won't VIP. Just to let you know, there were not VIP. You could go up and get in line. I don't think you had to be VIP to get in line for that.
I think the bigger issue, Scott, really came down to the fact that you had one more step in there, and the communication was a little bit all over the place. Like
They
you
were
had to
going for-
know or have people tell you, otherwise there was confusion.
They were going for a good chunk of change too. Because when we saw the long line, we already put them on, and we were like, now how do we get these back off so we can sell them? When we found out like you could sell them for almost $100, we were like, how do you get this off? You know, but I'm glad I didn't. I went up. You know, that night I really got to sit down. Brad and Scotty Tradition and Joey Brings It, and it was a good night.
Wait, Joey Brings It? He's still alive? Really?
Not Joey Joey.
Joey.
Yeah.
Joey.
I was gonna say
don't
I
know
remember Joey Brings It, but he
Yeah,
disappeared
that Joey
years ago.
Brings
He might be in Eric's backyard. I don't know.
Yeah, he might be.
Allegedly.
I don't know. These old timey guys that I meet like 50 of them at one time, and it's like I get cross. That's when I just like I tune out.
It's okay, Scott. What you're describing right now is the whole Peter Forsberg janitor incident.
Okay,
It's
yeah,
the same thing. It's the same
But
thing.
I got to see Gary V in the wild that night.
Whoa.
I still don't understand why he is relevant this 1 week out of the whole year. I don't know.
Because the other 51 weeks, Eric's got this covered.
Yes.
You
Like
never hear
Eric's
about
got
him.
this.
They were selling his Gary Friends Chrome boxes for $600.
Yes.
I was
Rule
like,
number one, Scott.
what?
I got.
What the- oh yeah, rule number one and C number two. Yeah, C.
Mama said, my mama said, if I have nothing nice to say, don't say nothing at all.
When has that stopped you? Wait, pause.
Yeah.
Pause, everyone.
Idiot
Pause.
buys that crap.
I don't even know what it is. It's just cards of things. Okay, I guess that's what they can say about my stuff
Cards
too.
of
But
things.
I was about to say Boston Bruins players. What
That's
are you
great.
saying, Scott?
Cards of things. I love it.
What is
it
it?
is. It's like I don't know what they even are. I like it. It's. I know it's for kids. He really pushes things for kids, and I do
And
appreciate that.
And Eric.
He takes time with he'll stop and take time with the kids, but he takes time with everybody. He was talking to anybody who want to come up, hugging them, giving them daps, whatever, man. He was there, and I got to give him that. And you know, they can say G off the same thing. He's there for people too. For being ambassadors for, I don't agree with much they say or do, but ambassadors to the public, they're pretty good. Well, that's the people that when news channels come to talk to, they don't talk to me. They talk to Jeff Wilson or Gary V.
And look where they are. Look where they are, Scott. There you go.
Yeah.
Look, Eric is right there, Bobby. He's right there. Right there.
Hi, Bobby.
Yeah.
Hey, he's right there. Like you're that's where they are.
I mean,
Go ahead,
that shows you where the hobby's at right there. I mean, me and some of the guys were talking. This is the good thing about an Airbnb. 5 guys that collect baseball or sports cards.
Shoot the shit.
We're talking, and then like we started going into the boxes more and more because everything in the cases were comma cards, right? So most of the stuff that I collect is, you know, they might be $100, you know, in the hundreds, but most of them are 10, 15. You started having to dig through the value boxes to get some of this stuff. And once I started seeing that, that's where I kind of spent most of my time at on Saturday. And then Sunday I went back, saw how much money I had, started going after some other stuff. But Friday evening and Saturday, I was digging a lot in value boxes. So, and having a lot of fun with it, doing well.
Right, right. Now I was going to say one quick thing, kind of what you were talking about, and kind of what Eric's talking about as well. When he wasn't, talking about his fandom for Gary Vee and for Geoff, two goats in his world. But the thing is, you guys were talking about how Tyrion can get on the show, which you can, but that's what's funny about. Again, everybody's got to do their own thing. We joke about it at the expo. We have our own scaled down version of it. But in the grand scheme of things, like if you're in the hockey card space, there's just so much stuff. I'm more picky, so I can bypass a lot of the tables. I've learned how to scan through them super quick, so I can get through a lot of that stuff pretty quick. You can get through the show in a walk. You totally can. But if you're looking for some stuff that is available on multiple tables, then it can get into it takes a little time to move your way through. But the thing is, and this is just because I've been going to the show since the 90s. So that's the thing is, I've only missed a handful of shows since like 94. So that we got it twice a year. So you think about the folks that have been to the national 20, 30 years. Well, the expo is twice a year, and you can do quick maths, except for Eric. You can do quick maths twice a year since 1994, 31 years. And I've only missed, literally, I can count on one hand the number of times I've missed. I'm upwards of 50, moving closer to 60 of these shows that I've attended. So after a while, you just kind of how to navigate.
Right.
Change it as many ways as you want. I know how to do this in however many, especially the longtime dealers, the ones that have been around forever and all that. Whether they've got stuff you like, whether they've got stuff you don't like, whether their prices are on point or whether they're way off. You're going to figure that out real quick. And once you know, boom, you can navigate super quick. And now as the years have gone by, and we've joked about this, but the truth is, the best example of this, obviously there's the greater hobby whole. That's the thing. Then there's a hobby social media, which is a much smaller subset. But the time that I think we got an exclamation point in how niche this thing can be, especially when you bring it down niche more, because you talk about the sports card hobby in general is kind of niche in terms of the social media. But then in Canada, it's a little bit more broken down. And when you get into that world is small. And the way we learned how small it was when we went to the first expo after COVID. And we even let Eric in the country. Against our better judgment, we allowed him in the country.
It was a poor choice.
Yeah. Geoff was there even that one. That was funny.
Yeah, we talked to Jeff. Remember?
Yeah, we did. Geoff was in the vicinity.
Jeff
He
was
came
sitting in
down
the
with
corner. Nobody ever talked to him.
Yeah.
Actually, we were
But
standing
the
there and
they
we
start
just asked
putting up
Jeff a couple
information.
questions. He was
the
like,
reason I'm bringing this up is that we learned exactly how small it is because on that show, it was the first one after COVID, and outside of like the main areas, you were wearing the masks, so you can't see your face completely. People recognize our voices from the live, so they would come over. Wait a minute, are you Carlos? And I go, yeah. And then they notice, wait, is that Bobby? Is that Eric? So they realized we were all sitting at the table. And we were, and after a couple of shows, some of those folks started to realize, wait a minute, you really make fun of Eric like that in real? Yes. Yes. What you're getting right. The only difference would be that Eric would be sitting beside me and I'd be tormenting him.
It's the only joy.
That's the only difference.
Mhm.
That's it.
Well,
The rest of it's
when
the
did
same.
they start posting information for y'all's for the fall expo?
Pretty
they're
far
a
in
little
advance.
bit late now, but they
Yeah,
used to
what's
be
the
on
other
top
day?
of it. Now
I
it's a
didn't-
little behind.
I didn't see anything.
Nothing
I'm trying
yet.
to figure out if I want to. I spent one thing I did get from the national is they either have COVID or the flu.
Yeah.
So
Right now,
that's-
so you're talking about like dates, or you're talking about anything more specific?
I had the dates. I just
Yeah,
don't.
the
They
dates we
don't have like ticket information or hotel information.
Don't worry, we'll get you in, Scott.
Yeah, the ticket. Scott, look, let's be clear, Scott.
I'll
You
get you a
have- you
pass
have-
for free.
If you want to make your way up and you know the date, no, we don't need those tickets.
No.
I don't need media. I haven't paid for a ticket in years.
Non-course. Cool.
I've been going for 70 shows. Don't worry, you're covered.
Yeah, like
Ass up here.
yeah, between Bobby and myself, we've gone to like 120 of these shows. I literally have multiple standing offers for tickets if I need them.
Oh, where you
Okay.
were.
I know.
Eric, we've allowed Eric in, even though he should pay. Like we should totally make him pay. He's gotten in because he has an in by being on the show.
And
Right.
the one benefit for Scott is you got the American to Canadian dollar, so you're actually gaining like 37
100%.
points.
It's
big.
awesome.
It's huge.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. I just
Like, you
need
can stay in a
y'all-
hotel for like $20, I think, almost. Just saying.
Yeah.
I just kidding, but
Yeah,
anyway.
so Scott, we're no baseball collector, but when it comes to the expo, we have a little bit of stroke. We know a few folks over there.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Come up.
Yeah, because I either want to do. I went to Philly earlier, and I came back with a nice little chunk of change in my pocket, just like Ham said. I didn't come back with more. I didn't spend everything. Like I said, I sold a card. So, and I sold right before I left, I sold $2,000 worth of cards on eBay. So, been doing pretty well on the selling
That's
side.
3,000 Canadian. There you go.
Yeah, and if that isn't good enough, Scott, we're working towards it. Obviously, we'll keep updates coming, but I think we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out if our friends. We're gonna find out if we can get baubles and ball cards out here.
Yeah, that's I needed.
Because if we do,
He said
listen,
he's
that
gonna
could be a
drive,
wild
though,
time.
right?
Mm-hmm.
He said he's going to drive, right?
Well, he's crazy, but that's not our problem. He's also a cheap ass, so like it would probably be easier just to fly. But he's
Yeah.
insane. You understand? He fought for the Confederate side in the Civil War. The
It
man's
seems like
insane. The man's insane. But that's his problem. We can't help him there. I don't
You
know
put
what's
one
up.
of those little caps on them, it's like
I mean,
game over.
I drove to Chicago. It's 11 hours. I drove in 13. I took my time one
Where are you
day.
from? Again.
Winston-Salem, North Carolina.
So North Carolina. Yeah, it's a little bit of a drive, that's for sure.
No,
Toronto.
it was
Yeah, that would be a
11
heck of a
hours. Beautiful country. They're going once you get out of like Dayton, Ohio, and you get south of there, it's beautiful. It's
Why, yeah.
no more city. It's all mountains and trees. It's beautiful. Very
Mhm.
nice ride. But like I said, I either got the flu or COVID. I don't know which. It doesn't really matter. I feel like shit. Feel
Why not
better
both?
today.
Why not both?
So, have both? Yeah.
Yeah, Eric gets multiple illnesses. Like he's got illnesses on illnesses. A couple more, and he becomes like Mr. Burns, and he thinks he's immortal because all the illnesses are fighting each other.
Yeah. Today's the first, my throat stopped feeling like gravel this afternoon. I was having some breathing issues yesterday, but
That's the
better
smoke
today.
from
that's what I was
Alberta.
thinking. I was like, geez. But yeah, I wore out. But yeah, I'm thinking of I want to do some. I don't. The last few times I went to Chantilly, I really didn't see anything.
Do it, Scott. You can join us. We can throw frozen mayo packets at Eric. Live the
I
dream.
want to come up here anyway. Just I like to go to different things. I like to go, like Mike said, go to Burbank, go to Dallas. I didn't know anything about the Nashville shows though. Now I do. That's something that I'm not too far away from those.
I think Scott. The reason I brought it up and the reason why we were discussing. I thought, look, my biggest takeaway, my biggest revelation.
No,
I asked Mike the questions, which is all good, and he answered the questions, which I appreciated. I even shot him a message after. I said, "Hey, I appreciate." And by the way, for the record, I am a man of my word. I am now subscribed to Baseball Collector. I told my
You
guy
are.
I know, we saw
so
that.
so I did that. So
We saw your committed.
I am
Yeah.
a man. Scott, if nothing else, I am a man of my word.
What would have been great if you were to 10,000? That would have been.
That would have been funny. It's just like I am holding you back. Not until I feel like it. Not until I'm ready.
Mhm.
But I am a man of my word, so I am now subscribed to Baseball Collector. But the funny thing about it is, like I said, he gave a lot of good answers. But I did think, I don't know if you caught it. My biggest takeaway is that he said if he had a choice between going, I think it was either Philly show or something, and the Expo or the National, all things being equal, he would do the combination that included the
Yes.
Expo. And I go,
Yeah.
coming from the National Evangelist, that's a big concession. That's huge.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't know when people are going to say enough is enough with the National, because it is, when it comes to too big, they mean by people wise being there. I could see that. It's just too much going over censor. Just it's just not corporate being there. They have studios set up. They have
They do.
arena seating. eBay was bringing in just celebrity after celebrity after celebrity. It was just so much, and just just loud, and it was like it being in a casino in Vegas. Is what it reminded me of.
Well, looking forward to
and-
going to Chicago next year. And it's just a social event. I don't think I'll find anything hockey, but it's an expensive social event. But there's a lot of people I haven't met in person, and I really kind of
Right.
and so many
Well, there
dealers and
is.
so many.
There is some hockey there. It's just
It's social.
comparatively speaking, for that show to be as big as it is now, it was a little disappointing. It was an influx of. What was funny though was all the people bitching beforehand about Pokemon, and it was very little Pokemon there.
Yeah.
Well, I think also, Scott, it plays into like, let's be realistic. The longtime dealers that are there, if they're not doing if they're not going to put Pokemon on the table, it's not going to be there. Like,
Right.
it's just not going to be there. So,
I tried
and
to
they
tell
get
that
first
to
dibs.
somebody else. Right.
They get first
Yeah.
dibs. They're at the front of the line. They get all the primo spots
see,
anyway. So
the OG room, the original room, is all the older. You know who's in that room? They're all in the same spots.
yeah,
That room hasn't changed in the whole 10 years I've been going to this thing.
yeah.
So you know exactly what you're getting over there. But that's why I like going the other way. I want to see what else is there. And it was fun. And I ran into some people in the other room that have been moved out of that first room. That I was surprised. I felt bad for the dealers upstairs. Of course, I don't need to talk about that. I haven't really talked. No need to. Everybody's. I kind of know why it was like that. I think they tried to squeeze in where they had, like you were saying, they only paid for so much square footage. Somebody was like, "Hey, we can get some tables in this area," and that's what they did. They just threw some tables in there, and then the convention center is probably, oh, you want to move over 10 feet? Well, that's going to be another, $5,000 or something stupid.
Yeah.
So
and it's unfortunate because I think if they had been willing to do that, I think it would have made the experience even better and maybe give them a chance to make some more money down the road. It's a little short-sighted. That's what I kind of wonder long-term with it is. Simon here is saying he bought a Mary Lemieux card at the National. The Leaf Auto, I'm familiar with those. That's a very nice card. It's not saying it's not possible. Like they're there, but it's just not.
Yeah.
It's such a small subset.
I'm talking comparatively speaking, it was a basketball really made a big return at this show. I actually picked up a basketball card. I picked up a Barkley rookie, 86 Fleer. So basketball was really big at this show again. Car ladder guys were ecstatic.
Sure. Yep.
That 93 Lemieux, is that one that was a redo through CBC or something like that?
No, there was in the I don't know if it was 93. It might have been. I feel like it was 94, but Simon's got the card in hand, so he can tell us. But I remember in the early mid 90s, Lemieux actually signed some cards, and he also did a duel with Lindros.
Yes.
So they were on card autographs. So they're from Leaf originally. You could get them from Leaf, pack pulled. So it was possible. So if it's probably one of those. And they were nice cards, by the way.
What do they pay? Because my guy has one, and he wants like 150 Canadian. And I went, and I didn't really know much about it.
That's not bad. If it's
a
genuine article, that's.
It's in the special holder from CBC. I thought it was CBC or the Don West kind of or something like that. I thought it was something like that.
Yeah, but if it's the real deal, I would
totally
buy it at that price. I would buy it at that price. Like, what I'm saying though is I'm saying like there was an unautographed version and there's an autographed version.
It's the autograph one.
No, I understand, but also on the back the numbering matters because what they did
it's hand numbered.
They did a full print run,
yeah.
And a certain amount of them were autographed, and other ones shouldn't be because you could get
like Lemieux hand autographed.
No, I understand, but what I'm getting at, Bobby, is that for the full print run.
Yep.
The first, I forget how many, Eric, I don't remember the number, but I know a certain amount of them are autographed. And then after that serial number, they should not be.
Okay.
And that doesn't mean you can't get Lemieux to sign it after the fact, but it's not supposed to be autographed.
Right.
So it could still be a legitimate Lemieux auto, but it's not from the original print run is what I'm getting at.
Right. What did he pay for his, who was it?
Simon will have to answer that one.
Yeah.
So that's kind of
the bitch about Lemieux.
That's what I was looking at. So that's what I was looking at. So first 166 were signed. These
Looks
were
like-
the 96 set. Thank you.
I hate Mario Lemieux's autograph. I think it should be better. He's an older player. He's a legend. He was
It's more than 166. It's like out of 2,000 or something.
in
No,
the
I
game.
understand, but that's what I'm getting at, Bobby. The total, the total out of 2,000 is the full print run. He didn't sign 2,000. He stopped signing at a certain serial number. That's what I'm getting.
Really? So I got
That's
so
what I'm
this
saying.
guy's got one of the signed ones. Okay.
The serial number matters though, because you can look
Actually,
at the
it
back
was
of the
like
card.
147 or something. It was a low number.
That might be within the window. But that's what I'm saying. The total print run is 2,000.
Mhm.
If you go past a certain number and it's signed after the fact, not during the original run.
Oh, not during the original. Okay, gotcha.
Correct.
So this one obviously it's the low number. So yeah,
As long as it's a lower number, that's fine.
yeah.
Can I ask something that y'all were talking about earlier that
Go
I
ahead.
didn't know anything about that? Eric was talking about it. The Bessie autograph. What is that in or from?
All right.
Soccer.
Before you say that, Eric, this is an important comment. I want to read it. It's important. David G here says, "Good evening. Sorry I'm late. I just got back from taking a dip in a swimming pool full of Ted Williams autograph memorabilia. As you do.
Ah,
Yeah. Absolutely.
another one with
Hashtag
endless.
Team Matt from Providence.
We're driving.
All right. Go ahead, Eric. Tell him about the Messi, since you're the expert on the autographs. Tell us all.
Oh,
I'm going to get another beer while you do that. Go ahead.
Well, I just was reading something on the social medias that Topps is on kind of a high alert right now because many people have been sending in Messi autograph cards, and PSA is refusing to authenticate them.
So I assume correctly that it is a certified Topps auto.
Correct.
Full pack pulled.
Correct. And PSA is refusing to authenticate them and grade them. So Topps is, on, PR damage control saying, anyone who has that issue, contact us and we'll make it right. And we'll, they don't tell you exactly what they're going to do to fix it, but they're saying that, get in touch with us if you're having this issue and we'll, work with you and all that. Well, wouldn't you expect Topps to be like, this is absolute trash. We've worked with Messi for X amount of time. We absolutely stand behind our product 100%.
Well, that
PSA is wrong. No, they're just saying anyone who's having this issue, get in touch with us and we'll make it right.
Because I was wondering if like anybody sent it to JSA or and just to see if that was the same thing happened. Or Beckett's authentication.
I didn't see
Not the
that
same.
in the thing that I read.
Right.
But I was just surprised that Topps isn't fighting.
Yeah,
more.
so Topps is saying that's a red flag right there.
Topps knows, Eric. So to answer your question, no, on behalf of the Fanatics Overload, they know they're no good. They probably got a tip off at a certain point. They're like, yeah, those are garbage.
Yeah, PSA. Somebody had to tell PSA like somebody in Messi's camp signed that or auto pen something.
Yeah. Someone at PSA got a phone call from Deep Throat, and it was like, Eric's wrist is very tired. Wait a
We have the
minute.
tapes.
Wait a minute.
We have the tapes.
Yeah, I mean, I was just surprised in reading it, and I'm hoping to find maybe some more information on it moving forward. But I was just, if I was Topps, I'd be screaming from the rooftops. See what I did there?
We saw
Boo.
that, yeah.
They're gonna have to
Boo.
start like having somebody in the room because this is just getting.
Yeah.
Don't encourage him, Yannick. Don't give a high
It's
five for
pretty
that.
good. I'll do that.
So
Seriously.
I'd be
Oh, come
from
on.
the rooftops, these are 100% legit. We stand by our product. Instead of just like, no, if you're having any issues, just give us a call. We'll make it right.
I rather cut the amount of autographs in half per product to make sure somebody's in a room when these are being autographed, not being mailed to them, mailed back.
Signed by the mother.
I mean, I already like the wrestler that's married to Chelsea Green. That's
Matt Cardona.
Cordova.
Matt Cardona.
Yeah, Cardona. He kept the 1-on-1, in the WWE of himself.
Oh,
When he
really?
signed it, he kept it for himself.
Bugger.
And yeah, and he got yelled at. He said he got yelled at by WWE because Topps lost their shit. But he didn't care. What are they going to do?
Can you
So
guys,
he kept
guys
his own one-on-one.
make me big? Make me big.
Nothing can make you big, Eric. That technology doesn't exist.
We can't see that.
I'm trying.
We still can't see it. Oh, there it is. Top stands by authentication of vinyl. Messi autographs will replace all the PSA won't grade. Okay.
So they stand by it, but they're replacing.
Yeah, that makes no sense to me.
Oh no, Eric.
Well,
Hold on.
It makes
Pause.
sense in a way.
Pause. If you work at a company that's got a bureaucracy and multiple layers of lawyers, it makes all the sense in the world.
The funniest thing is that
We know those autographs are no bueno, but we're not going to say it ever.
Ever. We'll
The
replace
guy that signed it no longer exists. He lived in a house, made $30 million 2 weeks ago.
I just can't. It's something smells fishy. I don't like it. You know, you'd think they'd just be fighting it tooth and nail.
Nope.
And if
Nope.
It's like no,
Nope.
nope.
So
wait, if the autograph that I got in the pack is, I'm being told by the world's leading authenticator, is fake, I send it back into you and you send me another card. Why am I going to believe that Messi autograph is real?
well, what are they going to say to you? I mean, send me back cash money. I know that's real.
Yeah, right. So it's just I crazy.
It's coming up to the national, and everybody's talking about this, autograph scandal, and then the national comes in, and it's like nothing. Ghost town.
Well,
Didn't hear anything.
because I think there was people talking about it there.
Well, not on the videos that I saw, so I wasn't there.
But I mean, people were just talking about it. And I mean, it was kind of like what Eric was saying on y'all's show a week before, I believe on the Monday show.
Ted Williams? No.
That, it's kind of hard to believe that this guy did. There is a lot of something smells fishy with that as well. That it's hard to believe this guy did that much by himself, living in a house in middle America. Of course,
the number itself we can argue about. Like realistically, the number is you get to make up your own number because anybody look. I can tell you for a fact that Eric has personally forged $350 trillion worth of autographs.
Trillion.
Why settle for millions? 350 trillion.
Right, and I think that's what at some like what do you like? I bought a bunch of in-person autographs, but if somebody wants to impersonate Jake Cave and sign his autograph, which nobody probably knows who he is. He played center field for University of Virginia, played for the Twins for a handful of years. Then I got his somebody else autographed the card. I'm not really worried about most of those. And I got 2 autographs at the show. And the rest of them were certified. So Topps certified. Now you don't know if they're whatever.
Yeah, well, the issue with the certification thing. So Eric, like I said, Eric's question, I get what he's getting at, what he's asking, but the reality is, I wanted to make sure I put in the correct kind of thing. Luckily, Scott, we do have a rule for this, and I'm going to go with number 3. Corruption is rife for the hobby. The reality is this: when it comes to these certified autos, read the back of the cards. We've done this multiple times. Like we've done this over and over again. A lot of times it'll say representative of company, whatever. Representative is a loose term.
Yep.
Representative could mean a lot of things.
Right.
It could be a family member. It could be a lawyer. It could be an agent. It could be whoever and whatever.
Neighbor.
Unless the only way you can be, we said this, like, we're going to poke fun at this because honestly, it's very fun to poke fun at. Realistically, there's a lot of things you can make fun of in this because truthfully, it's there. But we said over and over again, and I'll repeat one more time, the only way to be 100% sure, 100 with no qualifiers, sure that whatever item has been autographed by whomever is to physically stand there while they sign it physically in front of you and they hand it to you. They slide it across the table and it goes from their hands to yours. If you watch them do it, then sure, you can be 100% sure. That is the only way. You saw it with your own eyes, and they handed it
And
to
then
you
it
right in
won't be
front of your face.
guaranteed that it's going to pass authentication.
Yeah,
'cause-
but that doesn't matter, Scott. My point wasn't about that. My point was the
Yeah.
only way you can be 100% sure is to have them physically take the item, sign it in front of your face, and hand it right back to you right in front of your face. Then you can be 100% sure. Anything short of that, you can never be 100% sure.
mean like when I
ever.
get my best friend in the whole wide world, Marcel Dion, to sign these in person in November?
That looks like transference from a restraining order, is what I'm saying.
And Marcel, who I called this week and wished him a happy birthday, and he was all excited to hear from me.
He
That
said, "Who's this? Hello?"
Eric, I got a phone call from you, and I told you to fuck off. Is that what you mean? Is that what you're referring to?
Close.
Marcel and I are besties, and it was
No,
his
but you have my phone number, and you wanted to pretend for this ridiculous cover story of yours, so you called me so you could say you made a phone
I talked
call.
to Marcel this week and wished him a happy birthday, and he was so excited to hear.
Is this the same Marcel that does he's trapped in a box?
Yes, Marceau. Yes.
Oh, okay. I was.
Yeah. The only Marcel Eric knows.
Does he fake the autograph too?
He might.
Okay.
Well, when Marcel signs these cards, I will know 100% that they are real.
The good news is that with Marcel,
And I won't go near him.
the good news, Bobby, is that since Marcel signed those cards, the cards are only worth 4% of what they were before he signed them.
Pretty much, yeah.
Somehow the
That
price went,
ruined the
value went
card.
down. The value went down.
I think he was at a show. I think he signed like 6 autographs as a signing guest.
Oh,
He
really? Only 6
signed
people
a
paid for
guest.
it?
Huh?
There only 6 people paid for it?
Yes.
Well, that's
The rest of them were like, if Eric gets this shit for free, we don't want it.
So
No.
I had an autograph ticket for Michael Vick. He played at Virginia Tech and won an autograph on a mini helmet.
Remember
At
him.
4:00, he's autographing. I go over there at 4:20. He's left the building.
420.
420.
He left the building. I know what he was doing.
4:21. Okay, it was
I know
really
what he was
4:20.
doing.
Oh yeah.
But the whole thing is,
Wow.
well, he's the new football coach at Norfolk State now, college. But I'm like,
You go there.
he's there for 20 minutes. That's all they said he was pissed that he didn't have anybody really sign his autographs, have autographs on it. So,
Well, he gets paid in advance anyways for showing up, right?
right.
So
But they're like, oh, you had to go catch a flight. I was like, oh, what? He didn't
Sure.
even take pictures with people. He had people waiting to take pictures. There was 3 people. He
Now
just
that,
left.
now that he's a coach, I bet he works his players like dogs.
oh yeah.
Uh,
Now you will know my name.
Mm.
Uh,
Dakota
Yeah,
here
that-
says, guys, I was bidding on a Jerry West relic card and got outbid by a cent at the last second. I'm devastated. Our condolences.
It's a relic
Our
card. What do
condolences.
you want?
You got to put in the mega bid.
Put the sniper on.
The mega bid is the key.
I,
Well, speaking
my,
of-
my, I had my sniper. I paid for my yearly sniper today.
Yeah, boy, you-
I just kept it working just to tell Eric I have a sniper by.
Well,
know
so
what?
far,
I'm gonna cancel mine now.
so far, it's still working on most of the stuff, so that's fine.
Yeah, it
It's still working.
works.
Yeah, and speaking of, I was able to. I talked about. I'll give the details on the next podcast episode. But the Dennis PC card that I was looking at, I can tell you now, it was a 1 of 1, and I did win it.
Oh.
More to come. More to come on the next podcast episode.
Okay.
So on my PC, Pete Alonso that you were alluding to earlier,
Mhm.
I did pick up one of the. I need the 1 of 1, and I have the whole like color run.
Nice.
I need it clear as well. I picked up the black border at the show out of 57, I think it is. So
Okay.
been
Yeah.
looking for it for 6 years.
Nice.
Got it.
Well, I think it was interesting. The reason why, and I'll explain more on the podcast episode. That's why I like saving. Now we've got a segment for pickups and stuff, so I figured it's a little bit fun to have that on there. But I'll tell you this:
Yeah.
that card is actually from a couple of years ago in one of the AW products. And what was interesting to me, and I'll just explain more later, is that in the description the guy said actually it was pulled less than a week ago. So even though it's a years old product, the actual 1 of 1 hadn't been pulled, and in all those years leading up to, and it was only pulled in 2025. And that's why it had never been available for sale up until this point.
The original flagship AEW, I saw a few cases of it at the show.
Yeah.
So it's still floating around.
Well, that's because it was too high. So I always,
Exactly.
I told, and like I said, same thing that I talk about. I always am very transparent, and I said that to Mike too during that conversation. I said, no, you can have frank discussions, and it was funny. We were chatting about before I hit record. Is that no, you can critique. There's a difference between just giving somebody a hard time for the sake of giving them a hard time with no solutions, no suggestions, there's no constructive. It's just like, oh, this is shit, it's all trash, blah blah blah. Or you can give constructive criticism and be like, okay, look, this isn't working. Why isn't it working? Here's what I think. You don't have to listen to me, but I'm telling you, I think if you did this, it would probably make more sense, or it'd probably work better, or whatever. So every time I give a critique to the Upper Deck stuff, I can be like, but I buy boxes of it. I procure the product. I buy singles. I buy boxes. I do all of the things. So if I'm telling you I don't think it makes sense, that's just somebody who actually buys into the product. Now imagine the rank and file person, and I make my box breaks and I do that stuff, and people will watch and we'll talk about it and we'll pay attention to it. But if the collectors aren't into it, this might be why. That's constructive. So that can be done. That original one was bad luck for them. It was the first product out of the gate. Stuff was still at that point in that first year. We were still kind of on the hangover of the COVID bubble. Stuff was still super hot. It came way too hard out of the box. And I can tell you for 100% sure from good sources, the box price that came out at was way higher than it was ever designed to be. They didn't design a box for that price point. So when people were opening the boxes and they were starting at that price point, they're like, oh, this is shit for that price point. Well, because it wasn't designed for that price point. It was meant to be like a flagship product. It was meant to be at this level. And you guys are paying $200, $300, $400 a box. Well, guess what? You're not getting it $400 because it was never designed to be that price point.
I was opening blasters and I was like, wow, this is not what I expected it to be at all.
Yeah.
I did get a case of metal, though, hockey at the show.
Metal hockey? Yep.
Yeah. Opened up one box so far.
Yeah. I think they did a decent job. I think they did a decent job of it this time. I think Eric could appreciate this one. This one isn't technically a Dennis PC card, although it kind of is. I've talked about this before. So this is from an insert called Chopped.
Yes.
And
look,
Eric, it's a sparkly hand of somebody getting chopped.
Oh
my God.
Karate chop.
And it's literally a hand like that. Like on the back, you can see it better.
So when they did Orange Slice or whatever his name is, his chop, they should have done it with his hand in his pocket where he's just barely doing, the chop motion.
That'd be thematically appropriate. Chop. But the bonus point here is, Eric, my favorite part, the reason why I grabbed this one and separated it, is that this one is a Hikaru Shida. That's the character on there. But if you see who she's chopping, that's the Dennis on there. So it's a cameo card, technically. I just saw that on there. I was like, that's hilarious. I'm like, no, I'll grab that.
I did buy a box of Scooby-Doo as well at the show.
Scooby-Doo.
Look at you. But yeah, so the point is that I actually think they did a decent job on the inserts. The price point actually, now that the hype is over. So that first year, the hype was too high. So it pushed the price too high. So it was no good. Every year since, the product has actually gotten better. The problem is it's still flagship. There's only I told the Upper Deck folks specifically, I said, the problem is, look, I understand you need to do flagship. You've got one disadvantage that WWE had an advantage when they were with Panini. Panini's flagship is Prism. People love Prism as a flagship. Chromium cards as a flagship. Right off the bat, that's already a good start. You got the gold ones. See? And Eric, if you play your cards right, listen, Yannick, what I'm hearing right now is that Eric wants us to chop him at the expo.
Karate chop.
Yes! Across the throat. Scott, get over here.
Do it while he's on my back when I'm giving him his
yes! Oh,
chop him right off my back.
And I need to get a job at Upper Deck. That's all I'm saying.
And that's a 101.
Amazing. So anyway, so Scott, the thing is that every year they slowly improved it, but the problem is that the flagship doesn't have young guns. You're never
Right.
gonna have young guns, so automatically hockey
That would have been a great
flagship
thing to have.
hockey
Right.
flagship works because you've got young guns every year, and because
Right.
the young guns are slightly short printed. They're not ridiculously short printed. They're slightly.
Some are, yeah.
It means that you can actually give the set builders something. They can.
Well,
they
that's-
actually want to
they-
build a set. They get the young guns plus the base set. There you go.
They
Series
put
one,
the
series
young
two.
guns
we're
in the
done.
golf set now.
Yeah.
And the golf sells because of that.
Mm,
But
I mean, I think
You
it's
need-
one of the reasons, but
yeah.
I think it works pretty well.
yeah, the problem is the wrestling's too complicated for that. Like, what's a rookie? Like that's the thing. You can't.
Ask Victor.
If you sign somebody from another company and they've been in the business 10 years, they're not a rookie. They're not.
Especially with them,
Unless
they
it's their
allow them to
first
keep their
card.
name. So, and then, like, if they change a persona, then it's a rookie persona. Like, you know,
Oh,
like I
really?
love Kevin Owens. So I have Kevin Owens rookie cards in WWE. But I was watching him as Kevin Stein in ROH for years.
So how does that
So-
work?
And the thing is, in wrestling, Bobby, my argument is that it doesn't. I've actually
really
argued with
doesn't.
people that it doesn't. You don't have a choice. There's no way you can
If
actually
you
make
change
that
your name
argument.
10 times, you can't have 10 rookies.
That's the point. And the problem is that in wrestling, since it's a character-driven entertainment,
Sure.
you can totally have multiple characters, which is perfectly fine. But we can't.
Your
What do you
first-
consider a rookie then? There's no way. Like
The
it doesn't
first
work.
appearance and the first whatever he is, yeah.
And that's the thing. Like it doesn't. The average person who's collecting this stuff doesn't think about that, and they're not actually participating in that thing.
No,
You know
that's
what I
understood.
did see at the show, though? An autograph of what was the name of the guy that had the glitter mask helmet? One, and he
Oh,
fell through-
the
fell
oh, it
through
was the
wall.
Shockmaster. The Shockmaster.
Yes,
Master. Yeah.
yes. It was an autograph.
I had to
they
explain the
of him.
shock. One of my favorite things is I had to explain the Shockmaster thing to Eric, and Eric's mind was blown. But it was one of the greatest moments
Yes.
in all of history.
Yeah, it failed so bad.
It's
It's
amazing.
a great moment. Yeah.
It is. It is.
It
So
is.
Scott, you'll
It's-
appreciate.
it's- Yeah, go ahead.
You'll appreciate this. So in the new metal, they have an insert called AEW Prospects. It's called Prospects.
Right. Is that
Okay.
off their dark?
No, Prospects is in there. Like they've got a checklist of people. Here's one of the cards in Prospects.
Really?
The guy's 50-something years old.
Yeah.
Edge.
Adam Copeland is older than Eric, and he's
Yeah.
fucking old.
Mm-hmm. Why does he
I
put
joked
Goldberg in
I joked about that when I pulled it. I'm like, guys, Prospects.
Really?
Well, I don't know, and I don't understand why they don't have the ROH guys in there. They're missing the boat.
Here's the thing: they do and they don't. Officially under ROH, they don't bring people in, but characters who are on ROH who have appeared in AEW, they will put them on some of the cards.
Right, because I've seen, I've seen some of the, because they said that, and I've seen some of the people, but they go back and forth. Like, why wouldn't you have the ROH champion in your product?
Yep.
Mm.
She's a huge wrestler. Like, she's great.
Well,
I
the
don't
thing
know.
is, they've got her in the cards sometimes.
Right.
It depends.
I've seen her in like the like, I think she's in the flagship the first year, and then after that, she's not in it again.
Yeah. Yeah. Makes sense. Yeah. So here, I'll read this one. Foulball says, wrestling is scripted. That's true.
Yep.
It's not a sport. Also true. It doesn't deserve cards. We've got movie cards.
Yeah, I don't.
That's
Like
fine.
the cards is of everything and anything.
V cards. Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like we
there you
literally
go,
have being a sport is not a prerequisite to getting cards.
It
I
is
just
not.
showed you
Sorry,
that
good day.
Scooby Doo cards.
Yeah. I was
Yeah.
like, we literally,
Scooby Doo.
Eric's silly card of the week is Superman.
Yeah, I know with the baby.
Superman
with,
ain't real. Ain't real, my dude.
Yeah, I
Superman
mean-
ain't real.
Tell him.
Jared
I've
or
been thinking of
whatever.
DC
Wow.
annual.
And the
I love my non-sports, man.
Hello.
No, but the thing, like the first two statements were correct.
So he is
Wrestling is scripted, correct. Not a
So-
sport.
I mean,
I'd agree with this.
I bought a case of hockey too. I love my non-sport.
Yeah, and that's non-sport. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
You see me? Hey, Scott, do you see me clearly?
Hey,
I sent you
Yannick,
some,
take care of
Carlos.
Take care of me for
Wait a
me.
minute,
As a
hold
pickup?
on.
What, a text message?
Yes.
I gave
Okay, let me
Scott
check.
the middle finger. Someone's going to do a video saying I'm an asshole because I
Yeah.
gave Scott a middle
Yeah,
Well,
picking
yeah,
up
you-
poor
look.
Scott. Yeah.
Look, you're already
Don't
fighting
do
Matt
that.
for
Eric's
Providence.
my
Who else
friend.
you want to fight?
Are you sure? Because you're already fighting Matt for Providence.
This guy,
Mhm.
some guy, there's some guy on a show on Friday nights gave another guy that was on the show the finger and hurt his
Oh, you're
feelings.
being clipped left, right, and center now. Eric.
Oh my
It's-
God! Yeah.
yeah.
This
No,
old
scandalous.
guy over here with his gray beard. He's all
Yeah.
I know.
defensive.
Yep.
Well, Scott, I don't know if
Yeah.
you know this, but Eric hates veterans.
Yes.
He hates America.
Does.
His hatred of freedom is noted.
It is.
Did you know, Scott, that Ted Williams was in multiple wars? He had
I'm
406
sure he
once.
makes fun
And
of
Scott and Eric thinks he's shit. He
Once.
hates him.
Isn't that on his favorite team too? Like,
You'd
Well,
think,
until 86. After 1986, not so much.
then it's all downhill.
Screw the Red Sox.
The irony is that, by the way, Scott,
I
my
went
favorite
to
thing of all
Fenway
time
on
is that
Wednesday,
the
and I went
1986
to
Red
the
Sox
mailbox.
ruined baseball for Eric. But this is important, Scott. This is important. The 1986 Red Sox ruined Eric for baseball. Okay, cool. The Boston Bruins haven't done shit ever since, ever. But, and then since 86, they've won like 4 World Series since 2004. A team that is actually successful. But instead, he cheers on the Boston Bruins, who haven't done shit since ever.
Yeah, sad.
so did you cry the day when your boy went to Tampa Bay and won a Super Bowl down there? Or
I don't like Tom Brady. He's a tool.
Oh,
He owes me
baby.
money.
From Boston, though.
Tom Baby got a statue today. They dedicated a statue in front of Foxborough of that. fool.
he was at the show. He was amongst the pours at the show.
Nope.
In
He
his
owes me
vault.
money.
He's
Mhm.
got some vault thing. I don't know what it is.
Sucks. Ask Yannick. If you don't believe me,
I walked by it last night.
yeah, but I took
Did
you
you?
to Foxborough. It sucks.
Yeah, I went to actually his shop twice now.
It
Two
sucks.
different locations.
Nice.
Did you buy
They were
anything?
breaking actually AEW products last night. They were
Oh, were they?
from wrestling.
So
That is
Scott,
a metal part.
real quick, Scott, before we move on, because I do want to actually touch on what he's talking about and also show what Bobby was talking about. So the thing is that, and I've told this to the Upper Deck guys specifically. I said there is an opportunity there where I know fanatics obviously will lean in on influencers and all this other stuff, cross promotional, whatever, this, that, and the other thing, which is correct. It's what you should be doing. Panini did this too, and so fine. So good news. Here's the good news. They've released a new product. And I can tell you, somebody's opened a couple boxes of it, like 3 boxes of it. I think it's pretty decent for what it is. I'm not going to open 20 more boxes of it, but because it's still a little expensive for what you actually will get. But there's some nice cards that are coming out of it. I'm pretty happy with what I got out of it. I've already sold a couple of the cards and gotten back like 1.5 boxes worth of what I paid for. Awesome. And I've literally sold a handful of cards, literally a handful. And I'm going to keep some, and I've built a base set out of it, and I'm going to put some cards aside. Great. For me, it's fine. I've also bought a shit ton of singles. You have no idea. I will share it on a later video. The point is, I like the product for what it is. And it's not even a terrible value compared to some of the stuff I've seen out there per box. If you just open a handful of boxes, don't go too crazy, but enjoy it for what it is. It's fine. But this is where the promotion isn't there. Like, okay, so who are the promoted people that are opening these boxes? Who is actually, the answer is nobody. I paid for this out of pocket. I paid for those 3 boxes out of pocket. I joke with Eric and Bobbles. I actually, for release day, Scott, I had actually pre-ordered a couple boxes, but they weren't going to be ready for me on release day. They were actually, I got them a day after release day. But I said, well, I want to open a box and make a video on release day because it's actually the best time to make a video if you're going to do it.
Right.
So I spent an hour to go out of town to Toronto to go to one of the shops that's out there that actually has some of it because I have to find one that has it. So I had to go an hour out of my way,
Oh my God.
go and make myself a little stroll back in the afternoon. I got back on time so I could make the video on release day. I'm not being compensated for that. That's out of my pocket and time and money.
And they did nothing at the show. When I say nothing, all they did was hand out silver packs. I got a silver packs. I got 3 autos out of them. I did get a Patrick Waugh out of 10 out of my gold pack auto. So that was good.
That's awesome.
Pretty good.
Yeah, that won't be sold. That'll stay in my but I'm selling a couple of the other autos that I got out of silver packs. So they really didn't have much going on. It wasn't even exciting at their booth. It was just there.
Yeah.
They didn't.
So my key point. Have a good night, Orlando. My key point though is really that it's not to be overly critical, but what I'm saying is there are opportunities being missed. I'm not sitting here telling people, "Oh, you should send me this product," but is it a terrible idea to send product to people who at least understand what the product is?
Right.
They can tell you about the characters. They can actually speak to what it is, as opposed to just send random. Everybody's favorite, Bobby's personal hero, Jimbo Beckett. He received a box of AEW once upon a time, and he tried to review it. What Scott do you think Beckett knows about AEW? What he opened the box and he was sitting there like, you may as well show him boxes of aliens. Like what is he supposed to say about it? Yeah, basically that's all he could tell you. Yeah, there's nothing much for him to say. They sent him a free box, and I'm sitting there like, why? What value are you getting out of this? What value does this serve? Again, I'm not pitching for it because I still intend. So, and this is important, Eric, because if they sent me free boxes, I'd have to be like, you understand, if I don't like it, I'm still going to say I don't like it.
Right.
You understand that, right? Because
that's the way it should be.
Like I have to, because there are things that I think are wrong. There are things I don't agree with. There's other stuff where I can say, hey, the chop thing, I like it for what it is. It's not a crazy, I think it's funny. I get a kick out of it. Sure. I can go with that. The smooth thing, again, could be a little better. But Scott, I pulled one of the PC cards for somebody that I like, unnumbered. You know what? All good. And I pulled a couple essential credentials. The cards look nice. I think they did a decent job with them. I was impressed. I was reasonable, but it wasn't perfect. But I still like some stuff. I can do both of these things at the same time. I can be like, I like this, I like this, I like this. I don't like this as much. This could be better. This is not bad, et cetera, blah, blah, blah. But that's how it has to be. But the problem is if I don't know anything about it, oh, they look nice. That's all I can give you. That's all I can offer. That's about it. Because I have no idea what the product is. I don't know who the characters are. I don't know whether I pulled anything good or not. So what else am I supposed to say? Good, bad, or indifferent. What am I supposed to say? But that's what you're doing. What little promotion you do is to send boxes to people who have no fucking clue what these things are. And then you're hoping that's going to help drive sales.
Yeah, it does.
God help you. God help you. But okay.
Yeah.
Give it a
go.
Well,
I mean, it seems like everything's attached with AEW has some issues, but that's beside the point.
They have plenty of opportunities to fix that stuff, but it's on them. They have to make their own decision because to me there's opportunities being left on the table. I'll just put it that way. There's things there that could be very easily resolved that would make things instantly better. And I'm saying that it's not like Fanatics is setting the world on fire with their WWE license right now. You should be taking advantage of this. Is an opportunity for you to be like, hey, we're the ones actually releasing product. We're the ones actually getting shit out there.
I don't think they're setting the world on fire with any of their product right now, I'll tell you the truth.
That's an opportunity for everybody else. You should be taking advantage of it while you still can.
This is the second year in a row for new product. It was pretty lame at the show for new product at all.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
So.
All right, Bobby. I was able to. By the way, it took me a little extra work. I had to reconnect this thing, send it over to myself with Wi-Fi. You don't even want to know. But anyway, all right, I got it here. I got Coca-Cola. I got Clarence Campbell. What's going on here?
Yeah, actually, this is something I recently picked up. It's actually the file copy from Tommy Ivan, Chicago Blackhawks, about the Coke promotion. The 64-65 Coke promotion was the bottle caps. They had the players on the top, all 6 teams, 18 players each. There was a board you can order. So they have the contract right there that explains all of that and how much they're paid and everything. And then also the next year after, they actually issued cards of each team, of each player in strips, in little perforated, team strips. And all that information and communication is there. And actually, Coke went on to use an advertising agency to promote that second year. So that's something that I acquired, that stuff you just never think you're going to find. And that is the gold in the industry for me, information wise, and I guess, collectible wise too. So that was something new that I've come across, and I look forward to going over the contract and seeing how much they were paid.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
Nice.
early stuff. And that stuff doesn't survive because, they were all sent out to there you go. There's the co-caps, all the different players. So what they're asked to, send 18 pitchers, from bust pitchers from the, shoulders up or what have you. And of what players you think you're going to be playing mostly at that time. And it's really kind of interesting how they did things back in that time period.
Yep.
Like you could pick
Getting
it on the top, like whatever, this happened in baseball. They had the baseball bottle caps as well. So, and football. So,
Mhm.
yeah,
You get
interesting.
Texas Rangers PC. Nope, that's very nice, Bobby. I think that's a good piece.
That's
Now,
the
unfortunately,
pickup
Eric will now spend the next 10 minutes telling you why it's shit and why his store has 50 of them. Go ahead, Eric. Go ahead,
Yes.
Eric.
Or more.
The shit, and the store's got 50 of them.
No, better than that.
Mm.
Come on.
Come on, Eric. You had so much energy to denounce Dan's pickup of Ted Williams.
Yeah,
Scott,
but
I don't know if you realize this.
don't like Dan.
Eric has no respect for Ted Williams. Ted Williams is a war hero, Scott. I don't know if you know this.
2 times
War
over.
hero.
He hit 406 once. Did you know that? Like, he
First of
406.
First of all, I don't like Dan, and I do like Bobby. So it's hard for me to yell at Bobby, and it's easy for me to yell at Dan.
Why would you yell at me?
Well, I wouldn't. I just said that.
Oh,
What about Matt for Providence?
I don't want to yell at him either.
Why do you have anger issues?
I don't know.
Why don't you mind your own goddamn business, Scott?
Because that's why he cycles to get rid of that.
Us two are the only 2 Americans in here, and you're going to treat me like that.
I
Well,
know,
Scott,
really.
look,
Yeah,
look,
patriotic or what?
Scott, I have some serious
nothing to do with this.
Scott, I have some serious question about Eric's American bona fides.
America.
I got some questions.
Yeah.
I got some serious questions. Listen,
Yeah,
Eric,
most Americans can ride bicycles. He seems to have trouble. So-
yeah.
Yeah.
You know what happens? Eric thinks the problem is, Scott. Eric thinks everything can be resolved down to money. He thinks the reason why a lot of there's so many that are so common. But the problem is really Eric's looking at all of you, and he's saying the exact same thing.
Yep.
Oh, but why can't we have?
Guess what? Because you're poor.
Oh,
Because you're Paul.
you
You see what happened there?
Man, I'm a poor.
You on now? You went to the National.
No,
Why
he
can't we
came
Back
bring
back.
with
that
money.
to
I'm happy.
He came back with money.
Came back. That's why I'm looking to spend some more. Go up there, up north to my brothers up in Canada.
Wait, like I said, Scott, you got to come here for no other reason than we
Remember,
got.
man, bring up your ass up in Canada there in Toronto. We'll get you in. No worries.
I'm saying, Scott, look, all I'm saying is we got some poutine. We'll make sure the poutine thing happens. And if that isn't good enough, frozen mayo packets to Eric's head.
I'll do frozen mayo packets.
Frozen. Look, we got to freeze this shit because we want to make sure that bastard gets it.
So
Scott, we're
y'all-
not doing
the plain
Right.
fries. Do y'all put mayo on plain fries? I know that's like a Midwest.
No, that's
only
a
when
European
Eric is
thing.
here.
That's
Only when
European.
Eric is here.
Only when Eric is there.
That's in Sweden and Finland and stuff.
It's like
Sweden.
the
The Dutch
Midwest
do it
is
too.
like that too.
Sweden. With the Swedes.
Yeah,
And the
I saw
Dutch
people-
too.
Scott, if it'll help, we'll take it to IKEA. It's Sweden.
Yeah, we
We'll
can do
take it
that.
IKEA.
They got
We
great
can
I think I might go
meatballs.
to IKEA tomorrow. So
Eat the
They got
horse.
meatballs there?
what? Yeah, I guess the Swedish meatballs.
Okay, yeah, there we go.
They got a nice cafeteria there. That
Oh
one.
yeah, they got one here too. Yeah, yeah,
It's huge.
yeah.
I
It's
went my
massive.
first time about 2 months ago.
My first time was 25 years ago. But anyways, yeah.
Did you wind up with a lot of furniture, Scott? Like what happened?
Because my piece of furniture was just called a Billy. I was like, it
Oh,
wasn't nothing
bookcase.
like exotic. It was just a Billy bookcase. I was like, gosh, that's kind of boring.
It's
You
the
were
things you
hoping for
can't
more?
pronounce, which are better.
You
Yeah.
wanted your bookcase to, but I demand the Schwen. Why can't you? Why would you give me the Schwen?
I want something like, what is that? Something I can't pronounce,
Hold on, let me press the button
It's
again
like
because
being
you're poor.
at, Starbucks.
Boom.
It's like
Yeah.
Starbucks.
Yeah. I don't know what to say, Scott. It's what the funniest part about that whole thing is that no, we will never try to sell people on the expo, but at the same time, like, look, All I gotta say is it's a little bit more chill. It's still a big show. We'll still have our fun.
Yeah.
It
I
is
was looking
chill.
at the floor plan the other day. I was like, wow, that's pretty big.
Yeah, I think the last one was, I think it was 200 and change square feet. Solid. Like it's one of those things where like I never said no that the National is an enormous show, but we also have a fraction of the corporate presence. So in terms of square footage for the dealers, the difference might not be as dramatic as you think.
Yeah.
Right. Well, that's what I was walking around this time, and that's why I saw everybody else putting the percentage was kind of low for how with a dealer to that percentage was. To me, it was much higher because there's whole sections just, and I don't know what you call the breakers area, the whatnot area.
Yeah.
That whole area, that's a big section that is just
It is.
breakers.
It is. And the thing is, we don't have that. So,
Well,
so you have to
something
like
smaller like that. It was smaller.
Individual dealers may
Yes.
have a breaking section within
That's it.
within their booth, and even something like again to their I'm trying to balance this out because whenever we talk about it, I always try to make sure I balance the conversation. I don't think it's a terrible idea to have I kind of like the fact that the National, and I will applaud them for this. I actually like the fact the National had like a podcast booth, alley section, whatever, where different podcast people could set up and do podcast episodes from there. I actually don't think it's a terrible idea. They actually had microphones and things set up there so that you could actually quickly do, I guess, I assume you would have to do some kind of a pre-register or something with the National, whatever, but they would give you the space for a period of time. And in turn, you actually had good microphones, Bobby, a nice setup there so that you could record your whatever you're going to record for whatever period of time you had the space. And then you could then be on your way, but you could record some content right there, which if you're a show, that's marketing 101.
Yep.
That is free marketing right there. As far as I'm concerned, that's an opportunity to be able to sell your show.
And I'm trying to control the narrative too, but yeah.
But the thing is though, what you're doing inside of the show, the reality is having that space is actually a smart way of being able to create your own, because people are going to do their own thing on their own space. But if you actually create something where you've got something there, it creates that ease of use and it means more content gets out the door. We're going to get YouTube videos either way. Like this year, I would say the amount of YouTube videos that have been out there, the amount of people going through showcases and doing all that stuff has been about as strong as it's ever been. And it was free views. It was free views for anybody who wanted to do it.
Yeah, it was more, I saw more cameras. I saw a lot of people, I don't know who they are that were doing stuff. I have no idea who they are. I was like, I pretty much thought I had a good grip, or at least who most of the people, I was a ton of people. I know Instagram's got a heavy card area. And that's the only way I could, because man, there was just tons. I mean, guys walking around with like microphones, like they were doing like news radio. I was like, I'd never seen these people before.
Mm-hmm.
So
for sure. But look,
yeah.
You know what was my favorite thing, Eric? And I've given a hard time to them because they kind of deserve it, and that's kind of how I roll. But the Card Ladder folks in their booth, they actually had a podcast section.
Oh yeah.
So we're talking about in addition to the national official podcast alley thing, whatever they had going on there. The Card Ladder folks literally had Card Collector 2 had his own personal podcast section for him to do his own thing.
Jeff.
Yeah, Geoff has got his. Card Collector 2's got his. The Card Ladder guys had theirs, but Brett McGrath from Stacking Slabs used that section to do his podcast episodes.
I don't even know what section you're talking about. I didn't even know it was there.
I'll see if I can find a picture of it. They literally had a pair of microphones set up. I'll see if I can find it.
Because Card Ladder guys were in a bad spot. They were stuck in the back. They really didn't have good foot traffic. You walk past them to get to a bathroom. That was about the only time I saw them. And one of the food stands that were hidden behind
That's surprising considering they're owned by collectors now, that you'd think collectors would have all their stuff, together at one spot and promoting everything together. You know, they'd have PSA, SGC, card ladder, all in.
SGC was over there where they were at, hidden in the back corner. I didn't even know they were there. I saw them Saturday. Again, I didn't see a lot of floor walking, and that was on the side I was on. I just didn't go through the corporate that much. I didn't take anything for SGC. I wish I did. I didn't know you could drop off for takeaway. I thought they were just there, but you could drop off for takeaway. And I wish I'd known that because I mailed some stuff today actually for SGC. But yeah, they had them. They were in the same spot. PSA had a huge spot. Had their own like private little offices. You can go in and talk to them. Talk about big car. I mean, it was huge.
I think one of the things that you have to remember, Eric, kind of to your point, is that yes, they are under collectors and everything, but they operate that subsidiary in kind of a weird way. But then the other piece of the puzzle is, here's what's funny. The card ladder guys, if memory serves me, I think their booth number was 2323, so I think they did it intentionally. They actually went with the Jordan thing. So they were actually going with a theme. So I actually think they did it on purpose.
And they were
That's
there
why
just basically they were just buying stuff. The way it looked like to me.
Is there a way to kick name out and not only not allow him to comment, but to shut the video off so he can't see us anymore, and he's banned from the show completely? Is there any
So
way?
is he sending you text messages? Because
Yes.
in the chat I actually don't see
He's
it.
causing trouble.
He's actually sending me text
So
messages.
he's causing-
Oh, he's sending you text messages.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. It's like he's causing trouble. He's disrupting the show. I think he thinks it's funny. I've tried to explain to you people for years, this guy's nothing but trouble. He's bad news. He's bad for the hobby. He's bad for humanity. No one wants to listen to me. All right.
Can I second it? I think it's funny as well.
Everybody thinks it's funny.
Is there any way we could just not allow the stream to even reach his computer?
Is there any way we can see the text messages? That's what I want to know.
I was gonna say.
Basically, he just give me one of those that says, "Give that to Eric." So.
Oh, good. That's the other thing, Scott. If you do show up to the expo, we're gonna have to take a selfie where you give Eric the middle finger. It's required. It's mandatory.
I mean, the guy's got 48 kids. Why don't you be a role model for once?
He said, "Tell Eric he's number one."
Yeah.
Jerk.
Mm-hmm. Let me tell you, woo. Text Rangers PC is all over it, man. All over it. Name, look, you got to remember, include some of this stuff in the chat too. It's all for the emo Scott. It's all for the content gods. Emo Scott. It's all for the content gods. We got to do it. We got to get the engagement. We got to get the likes. Remember, Eric pays for. Hold on, Scott. See production values. Here we go. Boom. We charge Eric for every like. Likes help ease or make worse his pain.
Any way you can forward me that so I can have it on my Sunday night show?
I will do that for you. Thank you for your consideration. As always.
I'm not paying you, Scott. I told you that.
You pay for everyone, Eric. You really do. Think about it. Hey, by the way, for the record, I want you to share. I want to share with you one thing. I was watching John 380's kid, and they've got. Look, we got 5 million things at this point. That's why I was saying we don't need more. When Ham was suggesting the Knights of the Round Table for YouTube or whatever, I'm like, no, we got enough of that shit. We got so much stuff already. We got the Hall of Fame. We got this, that, and the other. We don't need more things.
I'm out on that, but yeah,
we got too many things already. We got too many things. They got the YouTube All Stars, which again I have heard of, but I don't know the thing. Whatever. Anyway, so I will say the channel did get 1 vote, and John 380's kid gave it to us, and I did enjoy his blurb though. His blurb actually amused me greatly. But he did suggest that I've got certain bits that we do that we beat into the ground. And I said, I don't beat Eric for legal reasons. I assume that's what he was referring to.
Emotionally.
Yeah, I don't really know what's about this All-Star thing, but yeah.
They're all made up, Scott. It's all made up. It doesn't matter. Like it's all of it. It's made up. Like, make up your rules, make up your whatever. You can have an all-star team. You can have a pro, you can have an all-pro team. Like, pick whatever. It doesn't matter.
Can I be
It's all the same.
all-star adjacent?
Mm-hmm.
What's that?
Can I be all-star adjacent?
Sure, you could in theory. Why
It's
not?
like being the bat boy at the all-star game.
That sounds about right.
If that.
That's
I
not
think
bad.
we ought to have a YouTube gauntlet. Only one can remain standing.
That would actually be funny. I would actually enjoy that thoroughly. I think that would work out quite well, actually.
Oh, geez. Man, this is getting ridiculous.
It is what it is. You kind of have to play with it. You just deal with it at a certain point. You just kind of have fun with it.
Yeah, I do like with who's doing this all-star thing.
So the All-Star thing was
even heard of it,
four-leaf cards, I want to say.
Who?
Oh, okay.
I think it's four-leaf.
He's kind of
So
big.
here,
I talked to him at the show.
so Eric, I'll play this for you. I think you'll enjoy this. I think you'll get a kick out of this. So I queued up the right.
The show telling me that you're going to play something for me and think I'll enjoy. Yeah.
No. No, that one I knew that it would incite infinite rage because at the end of the
That
day,
was different.
truth be told, Eric, let's be fair. You're the one who decided to declare war on Matt for Providence.
I did.
Yeah, you decided to take on Dan, Vintage Baseball PC, with you being an asshole and you hating the military and America and freedom. It's not our fault. It's your fault.
I forgot that I did that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say
All right.
you're trash. Moving on. Hashtag Team Matt from Providence. We're all Team Matt from Providence. So anyway, so here is the thing that I was talking about. I caught this earlier today, and here I've queued it up to the correct section, and also I've hit the like button. Very important. All right, here we go. I'm gonna play this.
To start things off, I'm going to go for a guy who could care less if he gets votes in this, but I think it's warranted, so I'm just going to do it anyways, and that is because I'm Carlos. I aspire to be as good as this guy at hosting shows. He, to me, projects the closest thing we have in this community to David Letterman, Conan O'Brien, something like that, where he is just able to dig in with these jabs at his friends in subtle, sarcastic ways, and he will take a bit and keep beating that horse till it's dead. Some of the ways.
That's why I said, I'm not beating Eric. Scott, I refuse to accept this scandalous words. I am not beating Eric. He is a bit. We do beat him a little bit, but that's not to death. How dare he suggest such a thing?
Do we call Eric a horse now?
Look, he's like a horse at the very end. He's right, a step from glue. A step from glue. He's right there.
A stallion. I'm a stallion stud.
No, you're broken
Out to
down.
pasture.
You're broken down
You're
glorified
Dahmer.
mule. You're broken down glorified mule. All right, here we go. Let me finish this here.
Because I've seen Conan O'Brien do with jokes, and I just find him fascinating. And even in a serious topic, he is an expert interviewer. His recent interview with Mike Moynihan about the National was spectacularly done. And he is known for collecting Mike Modano and Brett, as he says, Favre. But to me, Brett Favre is a bit of a knucklehead, and Carlos is anything but a knucklehead. So I am then choosing to represent him out of my collection with Joe Montana, a far more cerebral thinking quarterback than Mr. Favre. So there you go. All right. Up next, I have got Chris from Missouri.
See? Not so fella. Hashtag not so fella.
Very good.
Wow, you made it in. You made it. You might be the 10th member. You're the 5th Beatle.
Oh,
Scott, we're at 400 members of Four Collectors.
mhm.
At least 400. And that we know of. We don't even know how far deep this goes.
Is it like Menudo? Just keep
Pretty
on
close.
going.
Look, my response to him, I left him a comment. And I just said, let him in his heady praise. But I said, for the record, I don't beat Eric. He's sort of alive, at least for legal purposes. So I can't be beating the dead horse to death because he's still alive-ish. He's more alive than Ray Borg.
I think that's
Poor
Yannick
dead
propping
bastard.
him up.
Poor dead bastard. Carlos, a future Hall of Famer. Listen, Eric dreams. Maybe someday. Scott,
Someday.
every year we get a little bit closer. Eventually, Scott, if enough people drop dead, we'll get into the YouTube Sports Car Hall of Fame, and Eric can be Hall of Fame adjacent.
Well, I think four of the 5 guys in that group are all in their 3rd year. So good luck with that this year.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not really too worried about it, Scott. I'm not terribly concerned.
I am. It's extremely important to me in my survival. in my mental health to get in.
There is one spot left.
I
So
need to be Hall of Fame adjacent, or else I don't know.
And by the way, Scott, I don't think you're understanding that. Like, look, we have overperformed, and Scott, I've gone out of my way to mock this ridiculous Hall of Fame. I've done everything in my power. Like, I really have. And over the years, actually, we've hung in there. Look, 1 year we were on the bubble.
True.
yeah,
And that's
you
after
were.
they changed the rules. That's after they changed the rules.
I was hoping y'all. I was voting and I was campaigning hard because I just want to hear your acceptance speech.
Yes. That'd be
I already
something.
know. I already know. Scott, I will just tell you this. Look, I don't know if it'll sway any of you. I already know what it is.
Pretty
I'm not going to
much.
share what it is, but I'm just saying I already know exactly what I would
It
do.
would be short and sweet.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
I'm just saying.
Thank you all, mother.
it's
I
like
didn't say anything.
it's like what is this PG-13? Oh, how unfortunate. How sad. How tragic. It is what it is. Whatever. I just thought it was very funny, and I got a kick out of it. We got
The
Leprechaun.
leprechaun will be quick on the trigger to mute you.
Some people need a 7-second delay. I need a 7-minute delay.
Yes.
It's like I'm just gonna go off for a couple minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Let me have my fun. It is what it is. I just think it's amusing. Scott, like I said, we've had this discussion before. I enjoy hanging around the periphery of the community. Like you all figure your own business out. You've already talked about, oh, you're in the community whether you want it. It's like, look, whatever. You guys do whatever you want to do. I'm still gonna do what I'm gonna do. It's not gonna change what I do. It's like doesn't make any difference to me. Y'all figure it out. That's your business. But
Yeah, I'll try to be
also will not.
more like that. I can't be 100%, so I try to.
Yeah. The reality of it is that I'm not
I'll
going to change I'm not going to change what I'm going to do. That's why I think it's kind of fun. I did appreciate that John said that. I think it was very nice of him. But at the same time, it's like, and he was right though in the first part of it. It's like, he won't care if no, I don't. I appreciated that he took the time to say it on there. That was nice. But like I don't need a button. I don't need one of those little plastic thingamabobbers. Like, what am I supposed to do with that shit? I say this truthfully. What am I supposed to do with that shit? Where am I supposed to even put it?
You got no
That was easy.
You sew it on your jacket.
Yeah.
What jacket? Scott, the only jackets I have, I have some leather jackets, and I'm not sewing anything on that shit. Those jackets are expensive.
We get jackets. I didn't know we got jackets.
No,
Yes,
you
so-
don't
Oh,
get
yeah.
jacket. No,
It's a
you don't
fact.
get jackets. Yannick gets jackets. Bobby gets jackets. Bobby's the goat in the garage of knowledge.
No, he
Yannick
just
is
gets the sleeves.
I just get the
no.
sleeve.
Yannick's jacket doesn't have sleeves. It's just like this. It started as a jacket. We just removed the sleeves.
Best.
We just
Best.
cut it off.
Well, it started as a jacket. We cut
Some
the
people
sleeves.
wear it around
That's
their
not
neck
a
like it's a police badge. They'll pull it
Pretty
out.
much.
That could be a thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Does that get
Yeah.
you in national
Hot fuzz.
faster than anyone?
People thought it did, but most people at the Nationals like, what the fuck is that?
Mhm. True.
Like you said, I guarantee you 99% of the people there has no idea that what YouTubers are and who they are.
No. Like, look, realistically, like being truthful, realistically, if you go in and like people don't understand what levels of I'll call it like e-celebrity are. When you're talking about like actual being an influencer, like in a real space, again, we tease them, but baseball collectors got to 10,000 subscribers. That's decent. That's actually pretty good. In this space, that's actually pretty solid.
Yeah, he gets recognized.
Yeah, like that's pretty strong. But in the grand scheme of things, it's irrelevant. It is so small as to be irrelevant. Like it's
He
nothing.
doesn't get recognized like Geoff or Ryan.
Yeah. And even then, those guys, compared to like the real top tier influencers, are not even a discussion.
No, and I'm talking about just at a card show. Like,
Sure.
You have to be in our space to be recognized, right?
That's right. Yeah, but I'm saying like we got to go in levels, man. Like there are tiers to this thing. Like there's the influencers who actually get recognized, who actually make like real bank off of being influencers. And somewhere down here is like the very tippy top of YouTube sports card space.
Mhm.
Down here. And then so then let me move them up here. And this is the majority of us, or even down
Right.
further from that. So we got to
Right.
go like down several levels.
Yeah. That's why when somebody comes up, like I was saying, at this show, a few people came up and talked to me. It's almost on a personal level because my group is so small. Like I feel like I know them. They tell me their name. It's like, oh, okay, yeah. And, they've been watching me, and it's pretty cool. You can actually have a conversation, and kind of like what Mike was saying. He's not able to do that. I kind of find that. I don't agree with that. I think if he wants to sit down and talk to somebody, he can.
Well, so look, I'll give him this, and you know full well, I'm not a Mike baseball collector, defender, or whatever. But look, I'll say this: if his goal is to focus on trying to promote the event that he has now put his name onto, then you are playing politician, which means you're not sitting down for 20 minutes talking to every individual. You are circling the room over and over again, glad handing, shaking hands, kissing babies, doing the whole bit. So, but the moment you do that, if you choose to do that, that's your choice. To be clear, that's your choice. If you choose to do that, then you lose the amount of time that you can engage with the individual person. That simply is not possible. So the funny thing, I said it to him in that conversation, Scott. If people were listening to it, I was being very sincere. What's funny, the irony is that one of the commenters was saying that Carlos is selfish. It's like, when have I ever said otherwise? I'm in this for what I'm in this for. I've also never shied away from it. I've also never told you otherwise. We joke about the expo. That is my home show. That is the one that I've been to so many times and done all this stuff, and it's a hop, skip, and a jump for me. It's my home show. I'm not there at the show the whole day. No chance. The joke is that Carlos comes in the afternoon. That's by choice. I'm not interested in getting there earlier than that. I'm not going to kill myself to go. I'm a night owl. I'm basically doing stuff online till the wee hours. So why would I then I'm going to sleep in, man. I'm going to then go get a bite to eat. I'm going to do I'll come in at the crack of noon. Why? Because I don't need to be there earlier than that, Scott. The world will not end if I am not there earlier. Oh my God, you just missed out. The majority of the stuff that I want, the majority of the stuff that I'm going to be looking for, I actually have some folks that are already out there looking for me. If they give me a heads up that something's out there, there's actually a decent chance I'm going to be able to make a play on it anyway. So, Scott, I have people for that. I don't need to kill myself to be there right at opening of the bell. There are other folks that can do that. That's fine. Legit. All good. No, I want to enjoy my expo experience while I'm there. And for me, that means I'm going to be up late. I'm going to be hanging out. I'm going to be at the pub, chatting with folks. We're going to have some beers. We're going to have some drinks. And then I'm going to sleep in. I'm going to have a breakfast, brunch when I'm ready to go. And I will show up to the show when I'm good and ready. I'm not at the show floor all day. So the show doesn't wear me out. It can't. Because I'm there only a certain amount of hours anyway. And then, to be honest, while I'm there, I may go over to the cafeteria section and we're going to sit down, have a beer, and be talking and grabbing a bite, and we'll be chatting about what I spend so little time now actually trolling the show outside of certain hours where I'll kind of zip through. I go fast up and down these aisles. That's how I do it. That's how I do it. But that's my choice. I don't need to do it that way. Everybody can do it their own way. You want to sit at the show for the whole show from open to close? Go for it, man.
Well, then there's the three of us that show up 2 hours before it opens and spend the whole day.
Yes.
Well, do you spend the whole day, Bobby? The whole day?
Oh yeah.
All the days?
Every days. Always.
I do. I'm there before it opens and I'm there after it closes.
I'm there every day.
Every
fucking
damn
open
day.
to close.
See, Scott? We already got the people. They'll do all day. I don't. And I won't. But everybody's got to do their own thing.
All days. I won't promise I do all days every day, but I do my time. Friday I was only there a couple hours.
Yep.
Friday.
I'm going to read a couple of comments. We'll start winding her down. All right, you two losers go. And by the way, Yannick, I expect. Remember, watch out. Matt from Providence could be out there.
He's my muscle.
All right. Yannick, have fun. Enjoy yourself. We'll talk later.
All right. Bye, guys.
Take care.
Take it easy.
Bye, guys.
Take it easy. All right. We'll get through a couple of these here. Definitely need some merch. I gotta be honest, Bobby. I'm kind of feeling the merch.
Yeah, you had a little merch at the beginning, you know,
I,
the
I look,
mug and
look. Well, I still have some.
still have the mug. Yeah.
That the mug is still a classic. It's an OG. I will say though, maybe we'll talk. You know, you got your Needham hat. Maybe we do a hat with a patch on it because that might suffice. That might work. That might do the job.
True.
That might be a possibility. Eric is a guest. BSC gets in. That's Carlos. That's true, Zach. That's true. Mike said 1,000 subs. How many of those haven't watched the channel in years? That's always a tough measure. You have no idea what that actually looks like. The scale of 1 to Taylor Swift. Yeah. Mr. Beast. Yes. Yannick and Mass to negotiate tariffs. He's not negotiating anything. Yannick is there to protect Eric from his many enemies. So many enemies. He even makes enemies locally. That's how bad it is. We started Bench Clear Media. So I know Mike is there with, I think he was there near the beginning. Ty is part of that too. I actually think they both still are associated with it, but I know he doesn't focus on it. But I know he was there at the beginning, and I think he still has an association with it because they were still at the at the National, hanging out there. And obviously, he's still, by the way, people, they don't pay attention. He does still appear on the odd Chasing Cardboard episode. It's not his main focus. It's not his main thing, but he appears here and there. Yeah.
Ty was there Thursday night.
Yeah. And I actually saw a couple of the Ty Wilson videos and a couple of the Chasing Cardboard videos. Mike was there. And they were hanging out and they were chatting for a bit. So it's like, it's not like they don't associate anymore. No, they still totally do. They totally do. So it's like, I wouldn't be shocked if there's still an association with Bench Clear. Because I think it's kind of their mutual thing. Obviously, Bench Clear is scaled back.
It was them two and the other guy. The other guy quit, dropped out, and then left it with them two.
Yeah, I think the only thing that appears on Bench Clear most of the time now is the episodes of Hobby Hotline. I think they'll throw in episodes of Hobby Hotline. I think that's on there. I think that's actually the only content that's on there consistently now.
Yeah.
I think that's it. Coming in news away grade skip lines. It is. To be honest, if the advantage, if you do come in later and you're not rushed, is that you can waltz right in. Because at that point I already have my pass. It's literally just a wristband. So literally you walk right in, you show the wristband, you waltz right in. So no issue there. That's kind of how I like to do it. It's easy for me. I'm not worrying about it. Seen a video of somebody getting $140 customs bill from cards at a break. No hits, just $10 in commons, but the breaker put the value of the package of the break at $300. Yep, he's getting screwed over at that point.
There you go.
I don't know how he got the $300, but yeah, if he's just putting in, so it's based on whatever is the declared value. That's why I did a mail day, maybe not the last one or the one before. I forget which one it was. I did a mail day where I had cards from Fanatics. I had cards from ComC, and what I did is I consolidated all of them into Ship My Cards. And because it was there, I could punch in the declared value. There is still customs, tariffs, whatever, that is there, but it is based on the declared value. The declared value is the ultimate number.
Yes.
Now, if you put in a $10 declared value and they look at a package that weighs about 4 pounds, they're going to look at you and go like, They crack that shit open and good luck to you. What happens next?
Yep.
Because I'm sure they'll find some very expensive, not completed auctions on eBay that are very expensive that you'll suddenly have to pay a fraction of. I would probably make sure it's plausible, not advice. Just a thought, just something I throw out there. Make sure you don't come up with a silly number that doesn't make any sense. That might be an idea. Is Yannick tucking Eric into bed? Listen,
maybe
with Yannick, Eric, and happening with them, a pool noodle, a jar of mayo, and a mayo in space, it is not our place. And Scott, I don't want to think about it because I have a lot of beer, but I don't have enough beer to deal with that trauma.
No, I haven't drank in 10 years, so I'm good. I don't want to think about it.
I don't got enough beer to deal with that trauma. I love it when they do this on the fly. I just think Ty is busy, makes money off the Chasing Cardboard content. Yeah, I know. I don't know how much money they make off of it. I think Chasing Cardboard, I don't think it's
a full-time dealer.
It is, but that's what I'm saying. What I'm thinking, my opinion, I don't know. I think Chasing Cardboard makes some money but I think it's really ultimately like Card Collector 2. I think it's ultimately a loss leader whose job it is to then sell the product they're actually selling.
Yeah.
They direct the traffic to the sales. The sales are where the money is. And then that is where they do well, because as you see those different videos, you check it out. Oh man, you bought this collection, you bought that collection. Hey, all that stuff's on eBay. All that stuff is being sold through whatever.
Mhm.
And they've got some sponsors on top of it.
At 130%. Yeah.
Pretty
At
much.
least. Let's go. Simon says, to ship my cards Canada hack is to have Brian, the owner, hand delivered to your expo and there's 0 tariffs. Yes. I think there is a limited number of lots that you can do that with, but yes, if you have that option, that is something that I have used as well. And it is very good. That's one of my favorite ones, Scott, when they come down to the expo and they're like, hey, we can bring some stuff over. Yes, please bring this, and this. Uh-huh. Just cart that over.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question. Like, if I buy stuff, do I got to declare it when I come back?
If you want to.
Yeah, that's really what it comes down to. Yeah. No, like, look,
You ship
really
it back
important.
down to yourself.
Really important caveat. We're never going to give anybody tax advice, but at the end of the day, that's up to you. You got to figure out what you're going to do. Now, you could again, if you guys seen, Quentin Tarantino movies, there are places you can put the cards if you really are that concerned.
True enough, yes.
I'm just saying, if it's good enough for watches, movie reference.
Yes.
Quentin Tarantino. Just saying. But it's up to you. Declaring Scott is less painful during the strip search. Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Don't
No,
want to bend
you
over.
can't. As long as you don't make up a story that doesn't make any sense, like, it's really up to you. It was funny. It was funny, Scott. Simon was kind of asking me, why I don't go down to national. There's multiple reasons for it. One of them is, it doesn't make any sense for me. It really doesn't. Like, before it didn't make sense for me, and it really doesn't make sense for me now. I'm also not necessarily, I don't need to cross the border to do anything right now. I just don't. So why would I bother with it if it doesn't make sense for me to do that? Even with tariffs and, customs and the rest of it.
Wiping your social media off your phone.
Yeah. Yeah. So realistically, right now, I can get everything that I want to get. I don't have to cross the border, and I can get my stuff. So why would I?
Right.
So that's just me. But again, those are my reasons. Everybody else can do whatever they want to do. But Simon is right. You do have that option, because if they can bring it over for you, awesome. Then that's an option. And for the fall, we'll have that option. I think we had it in the spring as well. So, like, for somebody like me who stacks a couple of eBay lots and purchases and stuff for a while, and then stacks it, like right now, I've got one. If I'm impatient, I will probably, to be honest, I'll probably get the stuff, because usually I get stuff sent over once a month because I just buy enough stuff on eBay that it warrants it. It's worthwhile to me. Okay, that's awesome. But yeah, for me, that works. But for other people, that if you can sit there and wait and just let it sit for a couple of months, yeah, you could use other options there. Why not? Bar Patrol, anything to declare? Scott, yeah, Expo was awesome. Declare it.
Ain't working.
Someone named Carlos crossing the U.S. border might also seem suboptimal right now. It's true, Simon. It is true. Although we got to watch out for the Simon 466 cards. I know he was at the Tiki Bar where the Rick Vin job cards was. Scott, maybe you guys need a watch list.
Yes.
I worry about it. I need known associates of Rick Vintage Oddball cards, and that's what I'm looking at right now. Scott stops his own show on an hour, but we stay here all night. Listen, Scott needs to understand. You got to go. Last episode, you had your chance. You had Ed there. Ed was ready to say scandalous things. It was all set. Scott,
was
what
Ed
happened?
on my last one? I don't think Ed showed up to my last one, did he?
You don't know? I thought.
You don't know. We don't know.
It was like everybody else but Ed, I think.
Oh, you know what? It was Ed on the IRP. Never mind.
Yeah,
That's it, yeah.
Yeah, I know he made an
Ed was
appearance.
on the week before. We were Both nights I went over. Last one I went over like an hour and 45 minutes.
Ooh.
No, you went over 45 minutes. You didn't
Well, I went
go
over
2 hours.
45 minutes. I
Yeah,
went,
I
my
was gonna
whole
say.
time was an hour and 45. Yeah.
Yeah. It's adorable. Oh, an hour and 45 minutes. We're going long. No. That's no. That's
And we
not
didn't
long.
talk that long afterwards.
Wow.
I had to get up. I got up. Well, I went on I got on the road that next morning and started my traveling.
Look at you. That's right.
Well, I'm gonna
All right.
bow out anyways. We're past the 4 hour, 5. I don't even know. Is my
Yeah, well, I was actually about to sign off, Bobby. That's literally what I was about to do. Yeah.
All right.
All right, Scott.
Let's do
Last word is yours. Any last thoughts or anything that we haven't talked about or you haven't said? This is the final nail on the national coffin. So, what do you got?
Yeah, I just I'll probably give my last little bit tomorrow in my Saturday chat. But yeah, I thought it was a good show. Not my favorite show I've been to, but it was a good show, and a lot of it has to do with just being hanging out with friends. So, and I mean, I love cards, man. Put me in a room full of cards, I'm gonna have a good time. So,
Nice. I like it. So for Eric and Yannick protecting Eric from Matt from Providence. Because who knew, Bobby? When I heard that, hey, you got to check out this podcast episode, see what happens. I was like, what did Eric do?
Oh yes.
That was the first thought that came to my mind. What
I don't
did
know
Eric
if it was
do?
what I did or Eric, one of the two.
No, I am a man of peace, Bob.
Yes.
I have no concerns.
You didn't know where the peace was coming from, though. That's the problem.
At this point, I'm very comfortable with anything and everything I say. So it's like whatever. But as soon as I saw Eric, causing himself some trouble. Scott, how do you do it, man? Like, Mike O's pretty even keel. He's fine. But I don't know. So you just keep the riffraff out? Is that what happens? So you avoid controversy by keeping the riffraff out, or how do you manage? Eric is a constant source of trouble.
I got Ed, and he'll bring in his. He'll tell me he has a hot take, but then he gets a little cold feet sometimes. You know how it goes, and then, I need to get Natsman back on. He shoots from the hip sometimes. So.
Yeah, assuming he can stay awake. I've seen times where Natsman has fallen asleep and it's resulted in a trading card.
Well, another one, Hitman 23 fell asleep at the baseball game Tuesday night on national television. So, and it was caught on TV. So
that's unfortunate. Truly unfortunate. Wow, look at that. All right, so that's it, folks. Episode 250. By the way, I noticed tonight we actually had a pretty good crowd that kind of popped on different times. On your way out, if you could hit the like button, I want to remind you, Eric pays for it. And Eric is a masshole. Make that guy pay.
Yes.
For goodness sake. Look, he took on Matt from Providence and Dan's Vintage Baseball PC.
Yes.
Disrespectful. Hit the like button. I will charge his ass. Do it. All right, that's it. Bobby Brown in the Garage of Knowledge. Emo Scott down in his corner. He is only available in black box because the phone can't be tilted 90 degrees.
Well, you should have said so. I didn't notice until halfway through, and I was like,
Scott, I only waited. Scott, I needed to wait until the end to point it out. I'm just saying 90-degree phone tilt, 90 degrees.
Yep.
Eric has toxic masculinity. And on that note, we're leaving.
Yes.
Hit the like button. Folks, feel free to comment in the comments. Is Eric in the wrong for fighting Matt from Providence? What has he done? What disrespect has happened? Is this on mass crime? I think it is.
Maybe.
That's it. Longest running episodic, whatever it is. Scott, do we know what the fuck this show is? I don't know what this is.
See you.
Amazing. Have a good night. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Take it easy. We'll catch you later.